Monsters are rampant. Alien races are invading. This is an era of universal awakening, a cruel world where the strong are respected. The weak are like ants, and the strong are like gods. I was originally an ordinary college student on Earth. Because of an all-night gaming session, I accidentally traveled to this world where superpowers were rampant. However, my talent was the lowest and most useless ability, and I was ridiculed as a joke in the awakening world. Friends and relatives around me advised me to give up, enjoy the life of a rich second generation, and be a useless person who just eats and waits for death. However, I was unwilling to give in and refused to bow to fate. In an accidental life and death crisis, I awakened, not just one talent, but 2 talents. What was even more unexpected to me was that I was also bound to a universal system. As long as I completed the system tasks, I could obtain any superpowers, and the opportunity to become stronger would come. A few years later, the joke has become a legend. I have become the strongest in the universe. Wherever I go, all races bow down to me, and the heavens submit to me. In a high school in Xinchuan City, a large number of students gathered on the playground. Today is the day for high school seniors to awaken their talents. As long as they are over 18 years old, everyone will awaken their talents today. The talent level is divided into 9 levels from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. The higher the level, the stronger the talent, and the faster the cultivation speed. Every student is looking forward to his or her own awakening moment. Brother E, when do you think it will be our turn to awaken? Wan Sha asked anxiously. I smiled and shook my head. Don't worry, the protagonist always appears at the end. When I come on stage, I might have an SSS level talent. Wan Sha curled his lips and said, SSS level? There were tens of millions of awakened people in Dragon Country last year, but there were only more than 20 of them. The probability is extremely small. I didn't say anything, but I was secretly looking forward to it. After all, he came from another world, and he had a hidden identity and mission in this strange world. 3 years ago, I traveled here and became an orphan named Yui. My parents died in the army in their early years, and I live on a meager pension. This world is different from the Earth we are familiar with. More than 100 years ago, alien races invaded and monsters were rampant. Humans awakened their talents in desperation and were able to survive tenaciously. Lehigh, S-Gold System! A cry of surprise was heard, and everyone started talking. I watched with cold eyes. It was not surprising that the children of noble families had been using elixirs and treasures to improve their physical fitness since childhood, so it was not surprising that they awakened powerful talents. I secretly swore that today he would also awaken an earth-shattering talent. Wan Sha! Brother E, it's my turn! Wan Sha rushed to the awakening platform excitedly. SS Dark Element, the whole audience was in an uproar, and the principal laughed. Great! SS level talent, next year our school will definitely have the hope of breaking into the top 8 martial arts universities. A smile flashed in my eyes. This skinny monkey actually awakened to the SS level? It seems that it is my turn as a time traveler to show my skills. Soon, the principal finally called out, Yui! I walked onto the stage and confidently placed my hands on the instrument. 2 streams of energy surged within him, and I could vaguely sense a powerful force awakening. F space, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then someone laughed. Space system? It's only F level, what's the use? Yui was stunned. He clearly felt a stronger power in his body, so how could it be F level? The principal comforted him out of concern. Don't be discouraged. Space talent is very rare. Yui nodded, but felt a little disappointed. Is this the fate of a time traveler? At this moment, a crisp reminder sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! System binding successful, congratulations to the host for awakening, and a novice gift package. I was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. As expected, how could a time traveler be without a system as part of their standard equipment? System, what functions do you have? I asked immediately with a warm feeling in my heart. Ding! This system is a universal system. Completing tasks will earn you talent points, which can be used to improve your talent level, realm, martial arts proficiency, etc. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh my goodness, isn't this the rhythm of taking off directly? I couldn't wait to call up the system panel, staring at the data on it. Character, UE, realm, none, health, 10, normal adult is 10, spirit, 16, normal adult is 10, talent, F space, SSS Thunder, Mall, unlocked, martial arts, none, backpack, newbie gift pack. Seeing the SSS level lightning talent, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. No wonder I felt 2 powers in my body when I awakened. It turns out that I awakened 2 talents. System, this SSS level lightning talent was awakened by myself, right? I continued to ask. Ding. Yes, host. I laughed. Sure enough, dual talents. It seems that time travel has really brought me a lot of benefits. I was in a good mood and immediately ordered. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spatial talent upgraded to S level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical training method, King level top quality thunder body forging technique, fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual training method, King level top quality thunder meditation method, fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts, Earth level top quality thunder 9 swords. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 talent points. I stared at the system reward and couldn't help but sigh. This is too luxurious. 2 king-level skills? Isn't this just taking off? I know how precious king-level skills are. Even the top families in the capital of Great Xia only have a few copies. Yet this novice gift package comes with 2 copies. Even though they are incomplete, they are eye-catching enough. The system prompt sounded in my mind again, and I answered without hesitation. Study! Thunder Body Tempering Technique. This is a body training method with thunder talent as the core. It has 9 levels, and each level can greatly enhance my energy and physique. The thunder meditation method was specially designed for those with thunder talents, which could enhance spiritual power and make cultivation faster. And the 9 thunder blades, each of which carried the power of thunder, were extremely lethal. I could feel a powerful force surging in my body, as if I could control the power of thunder and lightning. I clenched my fist involuntarily, and my heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and expectation. Ding! Main quest released. Take the college entrance examination in 100 days and become the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Reward unknown. Ding! Practice the thunder body forging technique to the 2nd level and be rewarded with 2,000 talent points. My goodness, this system is really good at giving me problems. This task is really very difficult. I couldn't help but complain. System, is there any simpler task? Ding! Daily tasks will be open tomorrow, and you will receive corresponding rewards after completing them. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to improve my strength. At this moment, Skinny Monkey suddenly appeared in front of me and asked with a worried look on his face. Brother E, you have awakened an F-level talent, you won't be shocked, right? I closed the system panel, smiled and patted the skinny guy on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take you flying in the future. The skinny monkey was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Brother E, you really have awakened your talent? That's great. I always knew you were a talented guy. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side, said the skinny monkey excitedly. Let's go back to the classroom first. I pulled Skinny Monkey and turned around, but we ran into the 3 guys who had bullied Skinny Monkey before. Hey Yui, I heard that you have awakened an F-level talent? The leading thug said sarcastically. I was too lazy to pay attention to him, and replied coldly. A dog is a dog and can't meddle in human affairs. The hooligans were enraged and were about to attack, but the skinny guy stood in front of me and shouted. Try to touch my brother E! They glared at us, cursed, and walked away. I sneered in my heart, and secretly made up my mind that when I mastered martial arts, I would teach these people a lesson. Ding! New mission released. Beat up the threatening trio within half a month. Reward 300 talent points. Ding! Mission released. Rank in the top 10 in the qualifying competition in half a month. Reward D-level top grade weapon Thunderblade, 800 talent points. Looking at these 2 tasks, I feel a little better. Now I have 800 talent points, and I can see how much my cultivation can be improved when I go home. Then I said, Shiho, I'm going to go back first. You should go home early too. Your parents will be very happy if they know you have a super talent. Then Brother E, see you next week. After saying that, the skinny monkey trotted out of the classroom. It seems that Shoho can't wait to let his family know. It's time for me to go back too. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much the system can add. I sighed. I dragged my slightly tired body on the way home. This place is not far from the 9th Martial Arts High School. It is an old residential area. Most of the residents are ordinary people. The streets are dilapidated and messy. I lowered my head in thought, and the memories of my previous life emerged in my mind. My parents died when I was young, and since then I no longer talked much to people. Until I was 15 years old, a car accident ended my short life, and I happened to travel through time at that moment. After traveling through time, I integrated all the memories of my previous life and gained a preliminary understanding of this world. I thought of the older sister from my neighbor's house, Li Qingwei. She was the only one who helped me after my parents passed away, and the only one in the world who made me feel warm. As far as I can remember, Li Qingwei is 8 years older than me. She has a D-level talent for plant affinity, and can sense the emotions and states of plants. After Li Qingwei graduated from high school, she found a job at a spiritual plant company, and has been taking care of me ever since, even becoming more attentive after I had a car accident. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but quicken my pace. Walking past the familiar snack stand, the old lady asked kindly, "Xiaoyi, what talent have you awakened?" She was a kind old lady. She awakened an F-level talent related to food, so she could only make a living by selling snacks. I smiled and replied, "Hello, Grandma. I have awakened an F-level space talent, but I will work hard." The old lady smiled kindly. "Good boy, Qingwei should have prepared dinner for you upstairs, come up quickly." "Thank you, Grandma." I waved to her, turned around and ran upstairs. When I got to the door, I took a deep breath and pushed open the familiar door. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled the fragrance of food. Following the fragrance to the kitchen, I saw Li Qingwei busy. She was wearing a white apron and simple clothes, but it still couldn't hide her beauty and gentleness. "Sister Qingwei, I'm back!" I shouted excitedly. Li Qingwei turned around and asked with a smile, "Xiaoyi, how was the awakening ceremony? What talent did you awaken?" "I know that sooner or later my lightning talent will be exposed. Sister Qingwei is the only person I can trust in this world, so there is no need for me to hide it. Sister Qingwei, I have awakened SSS-level lightning talent and S-level space talent, double talent." Li Qingyue's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at me in disbelief. "Is this true?" I smiled. "How can I lie to you? You are my only relative. Li Qingwei still had some doubts. "Can anyone really awaken dual talents?" I smiled even brighter. "Of course. When I make money by killing monsters in the future, I will buy Sister Qingwei a better house and help you improve your realm." Li Qingyue's eyes were slightly red, and she opened her arms and hugged me tightly. I felt her warmth and touched her head involuntarily. She blushed slightly, but did not avoid me. Then Li Qingwei said softly, "Xiaoyi, you are a warrior now, and you need resources to practice. Here are more than 200,000 yuan I saved. You can use it to buy some pills." I shook my head and said, "No, Sister Qingwei, I have the pension my parents left me. If it's not enough, I can borrow from you." I paused, feeling touched, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Qingwei, why are you so nice to me?" Li Qingwei smiled and said, "After your parents died, I saw that you were still young and had no one to take care of you, so I treated you like my own brother. Who told me that I was your only relative?" Hearing this, my eyes warmed up slightly, and I made up my mind. "Sister Qingwei, thank you. From now on, I will let you live a good life." At dinner, Li Qingwei specially prepared a few more dishes and opened a bottle of wine. She looked particularly happy, especially when she smiled, her eyes curved, and she looked even more beautiful. I couldn't help but say, "Sister Qingwei, you look so beautiful when you smile." Li Qingyue's face flushed slightly, and she hit me lightly. "You are just a chatterbox. You used to be so shy, but now you flirt with your sister." I chuckled. "Sister Qingwei, I have grown up." After finishing my meal, I returned to my room, already having made a plan in my mind. I immediately began to study the system and add some points to improve my strength. System, raise the chi and blood to the first level of warrior. Ding! Consume 100 talent points to upgrade to the first level of warrior. As my chi and blood increased, I felt the power surge in my body. I clenched my fists and felt full of strength. System, raise your spirit to the first level, second level. Ding! Consume 200 talent points to upgrade to the first level, second level of spiritual master. I felt my spiritual power increase, my consciousness became sharper, and then I raised my left hand, and weak lightning flickered in my palm. System, upgrade the martial art 9 thunder blades to the entry level. Ding! Consume 300 talent points to upgrade the thunder 9 blades to the entry level. The scene of performing the 9 thundering swords instantly appeared in my mind, and I had a deeper understanding of this martial art. Looking at my current state, I nodded with satisfaction, thinking to myself, I must take first place in the qualifying round in 15 days. The system panel shows character, UE, realm, warrior first level, spiritual master first level, second level, health, 100 cards, spirit 300 Hz, talent, S level space, SSS level lightning, maul unlocked, 1000 talent points to unlock, kung fu, thunder body forging technique, thunder meditation method, martial arts, thunder 9 swords, entry level, backpack. 100 talent points. I looked at the panel, and I was full of confidence. No one can improve their strength faster than me. In 15 days, I will definitely be at the top. Thinking of this, I lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the city lord's mansion of Qingchuan City, the city lord sat in the spacious study with a faint smile on his face. He asked, Xiao Lu, is today's awakening ceremony over? How are the awakenings of the martial arts high school students in our city going? Xiao Lu replied respectfully, Your Excellency, there are more than 80,000 people participating in the 18-year-old senior awakening today, which is a lot more than last year. The city lord nodded, slightly surprised. The number of people has increased a lot this year. So, have there been any good seedlings? Are there any SSS level talents? Xiao Lu showed an excited expression on his face. Lord City Lord, this year our city actually has 2 SSS level talents. The city lord's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief. 2? There was no one last year, but this year 2 suddenly appeared. Tell me, who are they? Xiao Lu said excitedly. The first one is Han Li, the eldest son of the Han family. His awakened talent is an SSS level Earth-related talent. The city lord nodded with satisfaction and praised. The Han family is indeed a big family, cultivating such an outstanding child. What about the other one? Xiao Lu said hesitantly. The other one is Lu Xinran, the daughter of Master Lu, the leader of the underground forces in Qingchuan City. She has an SSS level shadow cat talent and can transform into a cat. She is very flexible. The city lord nodded with satisfaction, but then his tone darkened. With 2 SSS level talents, Qingchuan City does have great potential this year. However, there will always be turmoil under a prosperous era, and the alien races and monsters will never sit idly by. You go and notify them immediately to strengthen the city defense to prevent any alien races from infiltrating. Xiao Lu quickly responded. Yes, City Lord, and then left quickly to carry out the order. As the night deepened, the city gradually returned to peace. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Yui looked up at the warrior building that towered into the sky, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's really impressive. Yui walked into the warrior building, which was where Qingchuan City certified warriors. Many young people who had just awakened flocked in. A huge guide map was hung in the hall, and the functions of each floor were clear at a glance. Yui glanced around and walked directly to the certification area on the first floor. A receptionist in uniform saw him coming and showed a little surprise in her eyes. Hello, are you here to get certified as a warrior? You've only awakened for 1 day and you're here to get certified? Yui nodded calmly. Yes, I want to be certified as a warrior and a spiritualist. The young lady was even more surprised and couldn't help asking. Are you already preparing to authenticate your dual identity on the first day of awakening? Yui remained calm. Not bad. The young lady was startled. This situation was extremely rare. She quickly adjusted her state and smiled. Please tell me your name and martial arts school. Yui, 9th Martial Arts High School. he answered calmly. The young lady operated the instrument and respectfully asked Yui to put his hand on the detector. The instrument quickly displayed the results: Qi and blood 100 calories, first level, first grade, spirit 300 Hz, first level, second grade. Seeing the test results, the young lady widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth slightly opened. It's only been less than a day since I awakened, and my spirit has already reached the second level of the first stage. She immediately reported the result to Zhao Guanshan, the leader of the building. An old and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong, little girl? The young lady said excitedly. Grandpa, today a young man with dual certifications in Qi, blood and spirit came, and his spiritual power has reached the second level. Zhao Guanshan frowned slightly, then revealed a look of surprise. After only 1 day of awakening, his spirit has reached the second level of the first order? This is rare. Whose family is he from? The young lady quickly replied. His name is Yui, he is from the 9th Martial Arts High School, he looks very ordinary in his clothes, he doesn't look like a child from an aristocratic family. Zhao Guanshan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, It seems that he is a genius. I want to investigate his background. After Yui completed the certification, he received the badges of a warrior and a spiritualist. The young lady reminded him. According to the regulations, newly certified warriors can go to the pill hall and spiritual liquid hall to receive 2 pills and 2 spiritual liquids. Yui nodded, thanked him briefly, and turned to walk towards the medicine hall. He walked to the counter of the medicine hall and said with a smile, Hello, I'm here to pick up the medicine and spiritual liquid. The staff member looked up and said in surprise, Young man, you have been certified as a warrior so quickly? You are really young and promising. Yui replied calmly, Yes. The staff nodded and praised. Good, good, you have a bright future. Then he took out a bottle of Qi and blood pills and 2 bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Yui. This is your reward. Yui took the pills and thought to himself, These pills and spiritual fluids should be able to help me improve my strength quickly. Yui returned home and swallowed the Qi and blood pill. He instantly felt the strength in his body gradually increase. The system prompt sounded, Qi and blood increased by 30 calories, spirit increased by 30 Hz. Yui smiled slightly. It seems that my system is indeed different and can maximize the effect of absorbing the elixir. Yui took all the pills and spirit fluids without hesitation, and the system prompted again, Qi and blood increased by 30 calories, spirit increased by 30 Hz. Yui looked at the changes on his status panel. Qi and blood 160 cards, first level, second level, spirit 360 Hz, first level, second level. Yui nodded with satisfaction. With this speed, I'm afraid no one in the 9th Martial Arts High School can catch up with me. The system suddenly issued a task. Practice the body tempering technique for 3 hours. Practice the meditation technique for 3 hours. Reward 100 talent points. Yui smiled and shook his head. The rewards for these daily tasks aren't much, but it's not bad to accumulate them slowly. The sun was shining brightly, and Monday morning had arrived as promised. Today was the day to go back to school to learn martial arts. As Yui stepped into the campus, he heard a burst of heated discussions. I heard that our school's beauty Luo Yushi has become a first-level warrior and spiritualist. Oh my god, how did he practice like that? He reached the first level so quickly? A boy said. Another boy sighed. Alas, there is no comparison. They have connections with the imperial capital, and they have 24-hour supply of elixirs and spiritual fluids. Yes, just by piling up resources, it is possible to reach the first level and the first stage. A girl agreed. Some people are born in Rome, some are born to be cattle and horses, there is no way to compare them, added a boy. A girl said, I heard that most of the children of the first-rate families in our city have already reached the first level of the first order. Yui listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seems that these so-called geniuses are nothing more than this. Brother E, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Yui looked back and saw the skinny monkey running towards him, panting. Brother E, you don't even wait for me. You don't love me anymore. The skinny monkey pretended to be aggrieved and muttered. Yui smiled and rolled his eyes. I just heard you calling me, so I stopped. The skinny monkey scratched his head and shared excitedly. Brother E, I have good news for you. I have become a first-level spiritualist. However, my chi and blood have not yet reached the first level. Yui nodded approvingly. Very fast, skinny monkey, you are almost catching up with those children from aristocratic families. The skinny monkey was somewhat proud. Because I awakened an SS-level talent, I can cultivate quickly. If I had the resources of those disciples from noble families, I would definitely be at the double first level. The skinny monkey lowered his voice, his tone resolute. My family knows that I have awakened an SS-level talent, and they have used all their savings to buy spiritual fluids and pills for me. I will never let them down. By the way, Brother E, have you become a warrior or a spiritual master? Skinny monkey suddenly said. Yui patted the thin monkey on the shoulder and smiled. Of course, I'm already at the second level of the first stage. How about that? Isn't it amazing? The skinny monkey was stunned, his eyes widened. Oh my God! Aren't you an F-level talent? How did you reach the second level of the first stage? Yui had expected this reaction and said with a smile. Let me tell you, I actually have 2 talents, and my lightning talent is SSS level. How about that? Isn't it amazing? The skinny monkey was shocked. Dual talents? I've only heard that there's a rank 10 expert in the country who has dual talents, and he got the talent fruit from the SS level secret realm to become a dual talent. How did you get dual talents? Yui smiled mysteriously. I was born with it, do you believe it? The skinny monkey looked puzzled. I've never heard of being able to awaken dual talents. But thinking that this was his best brother, the skinny monkey suddenly grinned and said, Forget it, never mind. I was worried that you would give up after awakening your F-level talent, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Brother E, I will follow you from now on. Yui laughed and patted the thin monkey on the shoulder. You kid, you finally made a wise decision. Yui suddenly thought of something. His expression changed, and he said seriously, But don't tell this to anyone, not even your parents. Just say that I have an S-level space talent. The skinny monkey patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Brother E, I'm very tight-lipped. Which university do you plan to apply to? Asked the skinny monkey curiously. Yui frowned slightly and said casually, University? Imperial Capital College, right? If you want to go to college, go to the best one. Imperial Capital College is one of the top universities in Dragon Country. Dragon Country has 10 top colleges, among which Imperial Capital College and Magic Capital College are leading by a huge margin, and are the holy places that all martial artists dream of. Skinny Monkey excitedly took over the conversation. Brother E, are you really planning to go to Imperial Capital College? Yui shrugged nonchalantly. Not necessarily. I'll go to whichever one offers more resources. Okay, I'll follow you. It doesn't matter where we go, said the skinny monkey firmly. As they were talking, the two of them had already reached the classroom door. The classmates in the class were talking about it, and when they saw them come in, they all looked over. The head teacher Dong Lei walked up to the podium and knocked on the table. Be quiet, now we will start counting the number of people who have reached the level of warrior or spiritual mind master, and take turns to go up to the stage to measure their chi, blood and spirit. One by one, the students walked up to the podium and placed their hands on the tester. As the measurement results came out, the students' discussions became louder and louder. Wang Dubai, chi and blood 85 calories, spirit 50 hertz. The head teacher looked at the test results and nodded. Class monitor, record it, keep working hard. Soon, it was the turn of the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey walked onto the stage and let go of the test. Chi and blood 90 calories, spirit 116 hertz. The head teacher nodded approvingly. Wang Shuo, not bad, you are worthy of being an SS-level talent. There was a discussion in the class. This skinny guy is practicing really fast, he is already a first-level spiritualist. Yes, SS talent is indeed different. It was Yi's turn. The skinny monkey patted Yui on the back and encouraged him. Brother E, come on! Yui stepped forward and placed his hand on the detector. Soon, the screen displayed the following data: Chi and blood 346 cards, first level, second layer, spirit 398 hertz, first level, second layer. The whole class was in an uproar. The head teacher Dong Lei opened his eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? Aren't you an F-level talent? How did you cultivate so fast? Yui remained calm and shrugged. Teacher, I have a magical chicken at home. It lays very good eggs. Eating them will make you stronger. Donglei was confused. What? The eggs laid by your chicken? What kind of chicken is this? Yui laughed. The secret cannot be revealed, class teacher. Donglei shook his head. Forget it, kid. Every strong man has his own secrets. The head teacher said seriously. Practice well, and strive to get a good ranking in the qualifying competition in 15 days so as to compete for more resources. Donglei walked up to Yui, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, I know your family is not well off. Come to my office after class and I will give you some resources. Yui smiled and nodded. Thank you, head teacher. I promise to get into a top university. Donglei smiled and nodded. I have ambition. The class was buzzing with discussions, and the students were amazed at Yui's speed of progress. Some regretted not making friends with him earlier, and secretly thought about how to get closer to him. When the bell rang, the head teacher brought Yui and Shouho to the office and handed them a few chi and blood pills and spiritual liquids. This is a little gift from me. I hope you can keep up the good work and get good grades. Yui looked at the pill in his hand, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that teacher Donglei sincerely hoped that he would get better. After leaving the office, Yui stuffed 2 chi and blood pills into the thin monkey's hand. Take these, I'm not in a hurry to use them now. The skinny monkey waved his hands quickly. Brother E, this is your resource, I can't take it. Yui said firmly. Take it, don't be biased, both the blood and spirit must go hand in hand. The skinny monkey finally took the pill and said with emotion. Thank you, Brother E. Yui smiled and said, We are brothers, what are you thanking me for? Let's go and choose martial arts. Yui walked into the martial arts room and saw a group of students noisily choosing martial arts. Afterwards, Yui casually glanced around and a martial arts skill called Chicken Claw Hand caught his attention. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Oh my god, there is a martial arts skill called Chicken Claw Hand. Isn't this the martial arts skill that my brother learned? Suddenly, he felt someone pushing him from behind. Yui frowned and shouted, Hey, who touched my butt? Stop pushing me. We all have martial arts to learn. Go slower. At this moment, a majestic voice came. Quiet! Followed by a huge mental pressure, instantly covering the entire martial arts room. The noisy martial arts room immediately quieted down. The skinny monkey felt the pressure and whispered in surprise. The principal is already a 4th-level mentalist, right? Fortunately, he only released a little pressure, otherwise all of us would have to lie down. Yui also felt this powerful pressure and secretly exclaimed in his heart. The principal's strength is indeed unfathomable, and I heard that he is an upright person and is very good to students. Yui still remembers that once, a rich male student bullied a female classmate. The principal sent the boy to prison without saying a word and strictly prohibited similar incidents from happening again in the school. The principal cleared his throat and said seriously, What a commotion! When will this election be finished? Start lining up now. If you want a human-level martial art, go to the corresponding place. As the principal finished speaking, the students immediately lined up in an orderly manner. Soon, the students in front of them received their martial arts skills and left. When it was Yuyi's turn, he walked up to the old man who was in charge of distributing martial arts. The old man asked with a smile, Little guy, what martial arts do you need? Yui pondered for a moment and felt that since he hadn't bought a knife yet, he might as well learn a boxing technique, so he said, Teacher, I want to learn a boxing technique. The old man smiled and half-jokingly said, Boxing, little guy, do you want to be a boxing champion? After that, he took out a book and handed it to Yui. This is a human-level mid-grade. Heavy punch. Take it. Yui took the martial arts book and said gratefully, Thank you, teacher. Then he walked out of the martial arts room. The system prompt sounded in my mind, ding. Detected martial arts, heavy punch, do you want to learn it? Learn! As the thought moved, a stream of information flooded into Yui's mind, and all the usage techniques of heavy punch immediately became clear. At the same time, the system prompted again, heavy punch can be upgraded to the Xian level top grade skill, Swift Wind Punch, which requires 200 talent points. Do you want to upgrade? Yui was pleasantly surprised and thought, It can actually be directly upgraded to a top-grade Xian-level technique. This system is really amazing, Yui said without hesitation. Upgrade! As the words fell, Yui felt the power in his body change, and his boxing skills became more profound and sharp in his mind. After mastering the Swift Wind Fist, his punching speed is as fast as the wind, and when he has mastered it, it is even faster than the wind. Yui nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, it really is a good thing. Yui continued to check his status, and the system prompted, it takes 150 talent points to upgrade Swift Wind Fist to the entry level. 150 points? I can get enough by completing the daily tasks today, Yui thought. It seems that I still need more talent points. Then Yui used the spiritual liquid and elixir, and his chi and blood instantly increased to 376 calories, and his spirit reached 488 hertz. Yui said excitedly, Not bad. If you work harder, your mental strength will soon break through the third level of the first stage, and your strength will be even stronger. The skinny monkey came over and asked curiously, Brother E, what martial arts did you choose? Yui smiled and said, I chose a boxing style called Swift Wind Fist. What about you, skinny monkey? The skinny monkey showed a proud expression. I learned the stealth technique. This martial art can increase speed and reduce presence. It is a top-grade human-level martial art. Yui nodded and praised. Not bad, skinny monkey, you have a good eye for choice. Let's go back to the classroom, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. The skinny monkey replied happily. Okay, Brother E, then I'm going to give you a good meal, hee hee. After school in the afternoon, Yui and Shouho left the school together. Along the way, Yui noticed that several people were following them stealthily. Interesting, someone wants to cause trouble so soon. Yui laughed secretly. Yui slowed down his pace and suddenly shouted, Aren't you coming out yet, Zhang-Wu? The people behind were obviously startled. The thin man asked hurriedly, Boss, he found us, what should we do? Zhang-Wu smiled calmly. Don't be afraid, since you have been discovered, go and meet him. Zhang-Wu walked out with a swagger and said with a smile, Oh, Yui, you are amazing. You recognized me from such a distance. Yui put his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, Zhang-Wu, you three bastards, who else can you mess with besides me? How dare you guys come to trouble me? A younger brother beside Zhang-Wu said proudly, Our boss has a B-level talent, how can he be afraid of you? Yui sneered and said, In that case, then you can all come together. I'm in a hurry. Zhang-Wu was angered by Yi's arrogant attitude and shouted, Brothers, go! The three men rushed towards Yui at the same time, but before they could get close, Yui quickly threw a swift punch, knocking Zhang-Wu out with one punch, and he hit the wall heavily. The thin man was stunned when he saw his boss being knocked away by a punch. How can we fight this? The boss was knocked away by a single punch. Could he be a warrior? Another little brother also panicked. Of course, I'm begging for mercy. The two men immediately knelt down and kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. Brother E, we were wrong and shouldn't have provoked you. Yui looked at their embarrassed appearance and sneered. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly now? You threatened me. If it weren't for the prohibition of killing in the city, you would have been a corpse, but you can't escape the punishment of being alive. After saying that, Yui stepped forward and beat them up. The three of them lay on the ground with bruised faces and noses, begging for mercy. Brother, don't hit me in the face. Brother, we were wrong. Yui nodded with satisfaction and said coldly, Remember, if you dare to trouble me again next time, you will become 3 cold corpses. The system prompt sounded, mission completed, reward 500 talent points. Yui was in a good mood, turned around and left the scene, walking towards home. Zhang-Wu lay on the ground, and said with pain, From now on, when you see Yui, be respectful to me, understand? The younger brothers nodded hurriedly. Got it, big brother, you are worthy of being the big brother, you are so smart. When he got home, Yui shouted as soon as he entered the door. Sister Qingwei, I'm back. Li Qingwei came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, Glad to be back. You must be hungry. Come and eat. Yui walked to the dining table and said with a smile, Sister Qingwei, my spiritual power is almost reaching the 3rd level of the first stage. Isn't it amazing? Li Qingwei looked at him in surprise. Weren't you only at the second level of the first stage yesterday? You are about to reach the third level today. Your improvement is too fast. Yui smiled proudly and said, Of course, I said that if I want you to enjoy happiness in the future, you have to become stronger. Li Qingwei gently touched his head. Xiaoyi, as long as you are happy, I don't care whether you enjoy happiness or not, as long as you are safe. Yui smiled and said, I like the dishes cooked by Sister Qingwei the most. Li Qingwei smiled more gently. As long as you like it, I will cook for you every day in the future. As she said that, she put a few pieces of meat into Yui's bowl. The day before the qualifying round. Oh my god, how come the qualifying round is about to start in the blink of an eye? Yui said to himself, but with a relaxed smile on his face. But it doesn't matter, my only goal is to be first. The past 10 days had been peaceful. No one had come to cause trouble, and Yui practiced normally every day, working hard to improve his strength. Yui knew clearly that his current strength was not enough to go out of the city to hunt beasts in the wild. He needed to be a warrior or spiritualist of at least the 5th level of the First Order, or form a team of more than 10 people to go out, otherwise he would die. Therefore, during this period of time, Yui stayed in school and at home, concentrating on practicing. Now is the time to add some points. After the qualifying round is over, I will get the resources and try to upgrade to the 5th level of the first stage as soon as possible. Then I can accept the mission to go out of the city and kill the ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Yui felt a little excited. After all, the only money left in the family was Sister Qingyue's, and the savings left by my original body had been used up to buy elixirs. If I wanted to make further progress, I could only rely on myself to go out hunting. Although the blood and spirit training in the past 10 days is not as fast as the pills and spirit fluids, it has still improved to a certain extent. Yui's panel data is as follows: blood, 658 cards, first order triple spirit, 756 Hz, first order triple, 800 Hz is first order quadruple. Including the daily tasks completed in the past few days, Yui's talent points have accumulated to 1850. I have accumulated talent points for so many days just to use them now. Yui secretly made up his mind. System, increase both spirit and blood to 800 points. Ding. Requires consumption of 200 talent points. 200 points? Not much, just add some more. Yui gave the order decisively. In an instant, Yui felt the rapid improvement of his energy, blood and mental strength, and directly broke through to the 4th level of the first stage. Great! Both my spirit and blood have been upgraded to the 4th level of the First Order. Now it's time to upgrade my martial arts. Yui continued to give orders to the system. System, upgrade the Gale Fist to minor success. Ding! 250 talent points are required. As the system prompted, Yui felt that his understanding of the Gale Fist had become more profound. Raise the 9 Thunder Blades to minor success. Yui continued to order. Ding! 600 talent points are required. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, Yui said without hesitation. The 9 Thunderous Swords has reached a minor level of perfection. Yui can now use the first 4 sword strikes, and each one is more powerful than the last. System, upgrade the Thunderbolt body forging technique to the 1st level. Yui continued. Ding! Spend 800 talent points, and the Thunderbolt body forging technique is upgraded to the 1st level. Suddenly, Yui's body began to ache violently. Lightning crackled in his body, as if countless tiny electric currents were shuttling through his muscles. Soon after, the pain stopped, and he felt that his body's strength had greatly increased. Is this the 1st level of the Thunder body tempering technique? I feel like my body has become much stronger. Yui was secretly delighted. With the improvement of Thunder body forging technique, Yui's blood and qi increased to 1080 calories, just one step away from the 1200 calories of the 5th level of the first stage. His physical strength also increased significantly. His skin became whiter and more delicate, his muscle lines were clear, and he looked more handsome and upright. Yui checked his status panel. Character, Yui, Realm, Warrior level 1, level 4, Spiritual Master level 1, level 4, Health, 1080 cards, 1200 cards for level 1, level 5, Spirit, 800 Hz, Talent, S-Space, SSS Thunder, Maul, unlocked, Unlocked with 1000 talent points, Kung Fu Thunder Body Forging Technique, Level 1, Thunder Meditation Method. Martial Arts, Thunder 9 Swords, Minor Success, Gale Fist, Minor Success, Backpack, None. Okay, everything is ready, time to go to bed. Early to bed and early to rise, good health. Yui said to himself, then lay down on the bed, ready for tomorrow's qualifying competition. The next morning, Yui came to school and heard a burst of heated discussions. Who do you think will win first place in this qualifying round? Asked a girl. I don't know, but it should be Luo Yushi or Huang Heng. They both have SS-level talents and backgrounds. Another girl answered. The other SS Dark Talent student is a commoner. He may not be that powerful, but he should be able to get a good ranking. A boy interrupted. You're right. This year, there are 3 SS-level talents in this class, one more than last year, a boy said affirmatively. At this time, a classmate of Yui retorted. TSK, I think it must be Yui from our class. He was already at the first level, second level on the first day of learning martial arts at school. He must be even more powerful now. What? Isn't Yui the loser who awakened F-level talent? A girl laughed. Yeah, little brother, aren't you attracting hatred? The other students laughed. You'll know when the time comes, the girl said, and left in a hurry. Hearing the ridicule from everyone, Yui just smiled faintly and sneered in his heart. A bunch of ants. Afterwards, Yui continued walking towards the classroom. Damn, who is that person and why is he so arrogant? A boy said angrily. A boy said suspiciously. I heard he is Yui. He is Yui? He looks quite handsome, a girl said with blushing cheeks. What's the use of being handsome? Reality is what matters. Wait and see him make a fool of himself in today's game, a boy said enviously. After entering the classroom, Yui saw Shouho waiting for him. He stepped forward and asked, Shouho, how have you been practicing these days? The skinny monkey replied excitedly. Brother E, my blood and chi are now 306 calories, and my spirit is 415 hertz, both of which have reached the second level of the first stage. How is it, not bad, right? Yui nodded and said, That's right, skinny monkey. In today's qualifying match, let's play mixed doubles and beat the other classes. At this time, the head teacher walked up to the podium and coughed. Everyone, be quiet. Now I will explain the rules of the qualifying competition. First of all, students who participate in the qualifying competition need to register first. The competition adopts a random matching mode. After each round of matching opponents, the top 200 will be decided to form 4 elite classes. If you have the ability but didn't make it into the top 200, don't be discouraged. After the competition, there will be a challenge session where you can challenge students ranked 150 to 200. If you win, you can continue to challenge students ranked 100 to 150, and so on, the head teacher added. Then, the class teacher continued. Do you understand? But I suggest that those with low talents and life-related talents, or those who have not yet reached the first level, should not sign up. After all, the chances of entering the top 200 out of 3,000 or 4,000 people are slim. The head teacher continued to explain that there is a huge gap between those with non-combat talents and those with combat talents. Those with combat talents can combine their talents with martial arts. For example, those with lightning talents can integrate the power of thunder and lightning into martial arts and weapons, which will greatly increase the power. Now, students who want to participate, please come up and sign up. Please gather at the school arena in 2 hours, said the head teacher. In the end, only 16 of the more than 60 students in the class signed up for the qualifying round. Many students decided not to take the college entrance examination, but to graduate directly from high school or to enter a liberal arts school in order to enter society and engage in other jobs. The skinny monkey looked at Yui and said, Brother E, there are so few people who signed up. Don't worry, Yui smiled. As long as you and I are here, it's enough. Soon, 2 hours later, the arena was full of people. Many first and second year high school students also came to watch the competition. The scene was bustling with noise and discussion. As the principal walked onto the stage, the entire audience immediately fell silent. Students, today is the day when the senior ranking competition begins. I hope that the freshmen and sophomores who are watching the game will watch the game carefully and not cause trouble, the principal announced loudly. First of all, it is worth celebrating that the quality of awakening in our school has generally improved this year compared to last year. Please applaud, said the principal. At this time, the audience burst into warm applause. A total of 960 people have signed up for the qualifying round today. The competition will be conducted by drawing lots on the big screen to determine the top 200, who will form the elite class. The top 10 will receive extra rewards. The principal continued to announce the rules and rewards of the competition. There was an uproar in the audience. Wow, this reward is really generous. The first place winner will get 2 million in cash and a mysterious technique. Yes, the school has invested a lot this time. As the principal announced the start of the competition, the big screen began to randomly draw the names of the contestants. Zhang Kai D Speed vs Li Jiao C Clone. Ma Gao B Fire vs Zhang Xiaolong D Enhancement. Seeing his name on the big screen, Yui was even more excited to see everyone's reactions when he took the stage. The two contestants picked by the big screen quickly stepped onto the stage, and the competition was intense and fierce. The gap between the strong and the weak was clearly revealed at this moment. Some matches were over in just a few rounds, while others were evenly matched and difficult to determine. In the front row of the audience sat the head teachers of each class. As the competition progressed, the head teachers began to discuss the situation. Zhang Lifeng, the head teacher of Class 5, smiled and said to Director Li of Class 1, Director Li, your class has Luo Yushi this time, SS-level talent. He cultivates very fast, and it seems that he is the candidate for the championship of this competition. When Director Li heard this, although he was proud in his heart, he pretended to be humble and smiled. Old Zhang, don't flatter me. There are still SS-level talents in Class 2 and Class 15. Besides, there are many students with S-level talents, so we can't underestimate them. Another class teacher exclaimed. The quality of the awakened talents of this class of students is indeed higher than any previous class. The competition will be worth watching. The competition was going on fiercely on the ring. Suddenly, as the name, Luo Yushi, appeared on the big screen, the audience below the stage became excited. The school belle is on stage. My goddess is invincible. She is so beautiful and so strong, this is not fair. The school belle usually doesn't interact with any boys, she is very cold and aloof. People in the audience discussed. Luo Yushi slowly walked onto the stage, holding a school-standard F-class weapon, and the competition officially began. Her opponent was Zhang Wenbao, a player with the C-class, quick recovery, talent, which allowed him to quickly recover his spirit and blood. The referee gave the order, and the game began. Hey, my opponent has SS-level talent. How can I beat him? My luck is so bad. Zhang Wenbao smiled bitterly helplessly. Luo Yushi swung his sword lightly, and a stream of icy sword energy instantly attacked Zhang Wenbao, knocking him off the stage. The audience fell silent. His instant kill! Really worthy of an SS-level talent! The audience exclaimed with emotion. Director Li, Luo Yushi's mental strength should have reached the 5th level of the first stage, right? It seems that your class will be the champion this time, exclaimed a head teacher. Director Li said modestly, No, this girl is practicing hard, it has nothing to do with me. After Luo Yushi left the court, the game continued. Shouho also successfully won his first match against a D-level talent, without any suspense. Halfway through the game, another name was drawn on the big screen: Yui, F-space, vs Zhang T B Tiger. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Why fight? Just surrender. Although the spatial talent is powerful, F-level is very weak. Moreover, spatial skills are extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Is this the first F-level talent to register this year? This person is so stubborn and a waste of time. The opponent is a B-level talent. I don't think he can last more than 10 seconds. The crowd in the audience discussed. The head teacher of Class 14 said to Dong Lei with a gloating look on his face. Teacher Dong, why did you let a student with an F-level talent sign up? Aren't you afraid that his self-esteem will be hurt, and he will never recover? Dong Lei smiled calmly and responded. You don't have to worry about it, just watch the game later. The head teacher of Class 14 sneered and said, Okay, then I want to see what this F-gifted person is capable of. Yui walked towards the ring. His opponent Zhang Ti had originally been thinking about not drawing a talented person above A level, but unexpectedly he drew a human machine. Hey, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. I won't show mercy later, Zhang Ti said arrogantly. Yui shook his head calmly. No need, one move is enough to kill you. Zhang Ti was furious. You are so arrogant. If you don't accept my toast, then I will punish you. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his talent, Tiger Transformation, and rushed towards Yui. Zhang Ti's speed, blood, and physical strength increased significantly in the Tiger state. His fist hit Yui's chest hard, but it felt like hitting an iron plate. Zhang Ti's face instantly showed a surprised expression. What? My attack has no effect? Yui smiled contemptuously and said, Is this all your strength? Hitting me is like tickling me. Now let me show you my fist. Before he finished speaking, Yui threw a punch, hitting Zhang Ti's chest directly. Zhang Ti was knocked away by a huge force, fell heavily off the ring, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The audience was silent. Isn't it said that Yui is an F-level talent? How did he knock him off the stage with just one punch? I thought it was Zhang Ti who knocked Yui out with one punch, but it turned out to be the other way around. This can't be fake, right? I want my money back. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that the person was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? The audience discussed. The head teacher of Class 14 had a very unpleasant look on his face, and quietly changed his seat and sat down. The other class teachers gathered around him and said, Old director, this student in your class is really a hidden talent. He must have at least the 4th level of chi and blood. Yes, his cultivation speed is so fast. Could it be that the test is wrong? Donglei shook his head and said with a smile, I don't know either, this kid has always been weird. However, he was extremely pleased and proud in his heart. No one was optimistic about Yui, but he was the most promising. At this time, the principal also showed great interest in Yui. This kid is interesting. Why not let him retest his talent level and see what happens? The principal suggested. Donglei nodded. Okay, when this round is over, I'll ask him if he's willing to be retested. After Yui stepped off the stage, the faces of the students who were ready to laugh at him were filled with surprise and fear. The usually indifferent school beauty Luo Yushi also showed a hint of curiosity, although it quickly disappeared. The skinny monkey ran up and said excitedly, Brother E, you are awesome. You knocked him off the stage with just one punch. Yui said calmly, I haven't met a truly strong opponent yet. The first round of the competition ended quickly, and a total of 480 people advanced to the second round. At this time, Yi's cell phone rang. It was the call from the class teacher Donglei. Hello, class teacher, what's the matter? Donglei said on the other end of the phone. Yui, the principal and others think that your talent level may be wrong, and want you to retest. What do you think? Yui frowned and thought to himself. System, can you not expose my dual talents? Ding! The host can only display one talent. Yui felt relieved and thought, if I reveal my dual talents now, some forces in the country might treat me as a research subject. I'd better wait until the time is right. Okay, class teacher, I agree to retest. Yui came to the principal's office and saw the principal and several teachers waiting. The principal smiled and said, Student Yui is here. Put your hand on the instrument, and we will retest your talent level. Yui nodded and put his hand on the instrument. Soon the result came out, S space. Seeing the test results, several class teachers were surprised. It turned out to be an S-level spatial talent. You know, there are no more than 20 people with S-level or higher spatial talents in the entire Dragon Country. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Very good, classmate Yui, you should be at the 1st level, 4th level of Chi and Blood now, right? Yes, principal, it's already the 4th level of the 1st stage. Yui replied. The principal advised. Very good. I don't know how a commoner like you can cultivate so fast, but everyone has their own secrets. But don't be proud. Try to get into a top university in the college entrance examination and get more resources. Yui nodded slightly. Yes, principal, my goal is Imperial Capital College. The principal smiled with satisfaction and said, Okay. If you can get into the top 3 in this qualifying competition, I will give you a big gift. Thank you, principal. Yui turned and left the office. Soon, the second round of the competition began. The audience noticed that Yi's talent display had changed to S space and started to discuss it. Huh! How did Yi's talent level become S level? The difference between S level and F level is like heaven and earth. The principal picked up the microphone and explained to the audience. Because the display of Yi's awakening talent level was incorrect, it has just been retested as an S level talent, and the file has also been updated. Everyone in the audience nodded in understanding. In a corner of the audience, 3 people were wrapped tightly in white cloth. Brother, you are wise. Yui is actually an S-level space talent. Fortunately, we didn't retaliate after being beaten, otherwise we really don't know how we would die. Jongwoo said proudly. Humph, that's right. You should be more polite when you see him next time. It would be even better if you can get close to him. The younger brothers nodded repeatedly. As expected of you, big brother, tall, really tall. On the ring, Yui and his opponent Zhang Lu were ready. When the match started, as expected, Yui once again punched his opponent out of the ring. Skinny Monkey also easily won the subsequent match. His opponent was a B-level talent. After the second round, 240 contestants successfully advanced. The principal walked up to the podium and announced, "Congratulations to these 240 contestants for successfully advancing. The third round will be held in the afternoon, and the winning 120 will directly enter the elite class." The principal continued, "Please stay in shape for the afternoon competition. Remember, the competition venue remains unchanged, and we will gather on time at 2 p.m. As the principal announced the end of the competition, the students left the arena one after another. Skinny Monkey said to Yui excitedly, "Let's go, brother Yi, let's go eat first and fight again in the afternoon." Yui patted Shoho's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you." The Skinny Monkey said in surprise, "Then let's go eat something delicious." Yui said cheerfully, "It's okay, eat and drink well, so you can have energy for the afternoon competition." As they talked, the two of them left the arena side by side. Chapter 9 One Punch Man. The spring breeze in March is gentle and comfortable. After lunch, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the blink of an eye, and the third round of competition was about to begin. Yui walked quickly into the arena and found that it was already crowded with people and very lively. After all, for students in the first and second year of high school, their talents have not yet awakened. I can only focus on studying cultural subjects, which is inevitably boring. In comparison, a fierce competition is undoubtedly much more interesting than simply studying liberal arts. Soon everyone saw the principal walking towards the highest point with steady steps. Then he said in his booming voice, "Students, we will continue 2 fierce competitions this afternoon. The third round will select 120 winners from 240 contestants. The next fourth round will be to select 60 winners from these 120 elites. And tomorrow, we will have the climax of this qualifying tournament, the finals. Not only am I looking forward to it, I believe all of you are looking forward to it too." The principal's words were like an exciting war drum, stirring everyone's heart. The contestants were all rubbing their hands and eager to try, as if they were ready to rush onto the stage to show their skills. The audience was also very excited and was discussing enthusiastically who would stand out in the next competition and become the final champion tomorrow. The whole scene was tense and full of energy, and a battle between dragons and tigers was about to take place. Okay, without further ado, the competition officially begins. The names on the big screen kept jumping, and the first match soon began. These 240 students are elite contestants who have emerged from layers of selection and 2 rounds of fierce competition. Therefore, unlike the previous 2 rounds, the game is no longer a one-sided crushing situation. Instead, it is full of tense and exciting back and forth, and every moment may determine the outcome. The players on both sides were fully focused on the battle and did not dare to relax at all. The audience was also infected by the tense atmosphere. Sometimes they held their breath, sometimes they cheered, and they enjoyed this visual feast to their heart's content. As the names on the big screen kept flashing and jumping, the emotions of the audience were instantly ignited. Especially when seeing the 2 S-level talents who were about to appear, it triggered a heated discussion. "Look! It's Lehigh versus Zhang Han. These 2 are both S-level talents. This match is absolutely exciting. Li Hai has an S-level talent in the gold department, while Zhang Han has an S-level talent in the clone department. Both sides have their strengths. Yes, this match is going to be interesting. One has the indestructible power of metal, and the other has the unpredictable art of clones. Who will be the winner? The audience excitedly exchanged their views with each other, and were full of anticipation for the upcoming showdown. They know that such a high-level competition will definitely bring a thrilling visual feast. At this moment, Li Hai and Zhang Han on the stage also felt the enthusiasm and attention from the audience. They secretly made up their minds to use their own strength to give the audience an unforgettable battle. On the ring, both sides could no longer hold back their inner impulse and instantly entered into fighting mode before the referee even announced the start of the match. One of them displayed a powerful S-level gold talent, his whole body shining with golden light, like a metal god of war. The other party displayed the amazing S-level talent of clone, and an identical figure appeared at the same time, which was dazzling. Who will win this fierce battle? Who will be the final winner? All the audience held their breath and watched this thrilling scene nervously. The two of them soon started fighting, using martial arts at the same time, and showing their strength to the fullest. However, Li Hai's S-level gold talent should not be underestimated. Coupled with the use of the martial arts he learned, Vajra Body, his defense was greatly enhanced. On the other hand, although Li Han was able to use the art of clones to create a 2-on-1 situation, his own attacks were unable to break through Li Hai's defense. Even if the clone himself attacks together, it is difficult to cause substantial damage to it. After a fierce fight, Li Hai finally won. As the victory was decided, the audience burst into applause and discussion. Soon the third round of the competition was over, and only 120 contestants were left. Most of them have talents above level B, and there are a few who have level C talents that sneak in by luck. In this round, Skinny Monkey won easily, and Yui was still as good as a one-punch man and defeated him in seconds. If it weren't for the instrument detecting S-space talent, others would have thought that Yui had S-level enhanced talent. The principal came on stage and said, "Now we will have the final round of the fourth round. The top 60 will be decided. Let's wait and see in 2 hours." The Skinny Monkey held his phone and said to Yui, "Brother E, have you checked the school's official website?" Yui shook his head. "Why look at the official website?" Skinny Monkey explained. "Someone from them has held a voting event for the champion candidates on the school's official website. Vote for the champion in your mind." "Is this activity still going on?" Yui frowned. Then he said, "Then I will make a blind guess. The one named Luo Yushi must be ranked first." The Skinny Monkey chuckled and said, "Brother E, you guessed right. Luo Yushi ranked first with more than twice as many votes as the second place." Yui smiled and said, "It's normal. No matter which world you live in, there are always lickers. What's my ranking?" Yui thought about it, and opened his phone and went to the school's official website to check the voting activity for the championship candidates. The well-deserved first place goes to Luo Yushi with more than 900 votes. The second place is another SS-level talent, who seems to be from a first-class family, Huang Heng, who received 389 votes. The latter ones are basically S talents, or stronger A-level talents. "I'm so awesome! How come I'm only ranked 28th? Yui looked at his vote count on his phone with a puzzled look on his face. "It's ridiculous that I, as an S-level talent, am ranked behind some A-level talents, and I killed them instantly with one punch in all 3 rounds. The Skinny Monkey next to him thought for a moment after hearing what Brother E said and said, "Maybe those people thought you were the best at your pure realm. And some people are still buying tickets. This thing is not accurate." Yui nodded after listening to what Skinny Monkey said. He no longer cared much about these things. "That makes sense. Anyway, the vote doesn't matter. First place will definitely be mine." The official website not only has voting but also a forum where a lot of people are speaking. Genie Taiwan Media. "Vote for Luo Yushi. The school bell is the coolest and the school bell is the most beautiful. The guy above is a real bootlicker. You are not allowed to eat the eggs laid by my brother." Big Tits Loli. "Vote for Li Xiaobao. Our Aibao fans' looks are justice. 26 centimeters. Please support Ji Boda. All the Kun Kun who voted for him are 10 centimeters taller." Xiangtian Xiaoxue. The person above doesn't even have a quarter of the online name. I am Kamasato Ayaka's dog. Original God activated. Yui held his forehead with his hand as he looked at the messy comments in the comment section. This forum is such a mess. Forget it. Let's just wait for the game to start. The fourth round of the competition officially began not long after. The names on the big screen kept jumping, and the first game of the fourth round officially began. UES space, third place, a blood explosion. Oh, I'm the first one, so I'll take the lead. As he said this, he slowly walked towards the ring, while his opponent was already ready, with a serious look on his face. I heard that you defeated everyone with one punch in the first 3 rounds, and they nicknamed you One Punch Man. I'm looking forward to the duel with you to see who has more power, the third place winner said while shaking his head. Really? Then I'll satisfy you, Yui said indifferently. As the referee announced the start, the third place winner rushed over instantly. Yui just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and remained standing there motionless. Bang! The punch hitting Yui made the third runner-up feel like he was hitting a hard rock, which did not move at all, which surprised him. Your body is truly terrible. Before he could finish, he activated his talent, Chi and Blood Burst, and used his martial art Kai-Bei Fist. Now let's see how you respond. Another punch hit Yui, but it was still like hitting a stone. Ma hasn't broken through yet. After throwing this punch, the third place winner was full of surprise. This thing must be made of stone. You should know that he himself is at the second level of Chi and Blood at the first stage. Combined with the talent, Chi and Blood Burst, the attack power of the next attack can be greatly increased, and then coupled with the martial arts Kai-Bei Fist. The power of this punch is probably at the 4th level of the first stage. Yui was still standing there without using any martial arts. What he didn't know was, after Yui cultivated the Thunder Body Tempering technique to the 1st level, his physical body could not be broken by attacks from warriors who had not yet reached the 6th level of the first stage. Seeing that his strongest attack failed to break the defense, the third place winner said with a wry smile, I lost. Come on, One Punch Man. Then I will obey your command respectfully. Then Yui punched the third place winner and sent him flying off the stage. The audience fell silent after the third place winner's strongest blow hit Yui. Damn it, the third place's strongest attack didn't break his defense, so how high is his Chi and Blood level? Could it be that he is at the 4th level of Chi and Blood level 1? That would be too awesome. Listening to everyone's discussions, Yui remained calm and slowly walked off the stage. Skinny Monkey, it's up to you, don't let me down, 60 out of 120 will be selected. No, Brother E, as long as I don't meet those disciples from aristocratic families, I can easily control them. The game was still going on, and soon it was the turn of the skinny guy to play. As expected, he won and entered the top 60. The last game has come to an end and the top 60 places have been determined. The principal slowly walked onto the stage and announced that today's competition was officially over and would begin on time at 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's time to go home and practice. Today's daily task has not been completed yet, Yui thought to himself and waved to the skinny monkey. Go home first, and come back tomorrow morning. Chapter 10 shocked the audience. The next morning. After returning home last night, I completed the system tasks on time. 100 talent points were awarded, and the Chi, Blood and Spirit of practicing techniques were also slightly increased. Chi and Blood 1106 cards. Spirit 824 Hz. Now that I have talent points, I can upgrade to the 5th level of Chi and Blood level 1 at any time, which is also a trump card. With a happy mood, after finishing breakfast, Yui rushed towards the school. On a spring morning, the air is filled with a faint floral scent, and the sun shines through the gaps between the leaves onto the ground. Walking into the campus, students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing various topics. Yui saw a familiar face and greeted the skinny monkey with a smile. He walked towards the school's arena with Skinny Monkey, and soon arrived at the arena. There are already many people sitting under the ring, looking forward to the start of the competition. As time passed, it was almost 8:30, and the game was about to begin. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Isn't that Lehai's father, Li Yuanli? I heard that he is already a 5th level Chi and Blood expert. What is he doing here? He should be here to watch his son's game. It should be. After all, his son also has the hope of competing for the championship. Isn't that the Huang family, our city's first-class family? The head of the family, Huang Tianba, is here too. As someone exclaimed, everyone looked at the two family heads at the door. Li Yuanli walked up to Huang Tianba with a flattering look on his face, clasped his fists, and said, "Brother Huang, nice to meet you. Are you also invited to watch your son's competition, Brother Huang?" Huang Tianba did not clasp his fists. "Hey, long time no see, brotherly, isn't it true that my son is in this school, and the qualifying final will be held today, so I came to visit?" Li Yuanli continued to compliment him. "What a coincidence! Like Brother Huang, I was also invited to watch his son's competition. I heard that Brother Huang's son has awakened an SS-level talent, pseudo-demonization. He has a bright future ahead of him." No, your son's talent in gold is not bad either," Huang Tianba said with a smile. "Then please take a seat, Brother Huang," Li Yuanli said as he and Huang Tianba walked towards the audience stand. Li Yuanli and Huang Tianba sat next to the principal's seat in the front of the audience stand. The competition time was soon approaching, and the principal was seen walking towards the podium. "Today, our school specially invited the head of our city's first-rate family, Huang Tianba, and the head of a second-rate family, Li Yuanli, to come to the scene. The sons of these two are also on the list of the top 60, and they are not just here to watch the game, they are also selecting you if you perform well. These two family heads will provide you with better training resources and opportunities to sign contracts." The principal's words caused a stir among the students. This is a very good opportunity for some civilians with high-level talents. You can get both resources and shelter. But this is also a double-edged sword. After signing the contract, you will become their dog. You have to bite whoever you are told to bite, and in the fight with other families, you will be treated as cannon fodder and be abandoned first. There is another thing to help students better understand the realm of the contestants. Today, the top 60 players will undergo blood and spirit level tests before the game, which will be displayed on the big screen during the battle so that you can feel it more intuitively. Now please ask the first 60 people to undergo instrument testing. This testing instrument is directly entered into the school system, and will only be displayed when playing against each other on the big screen. Soon, we saw 60 students coming in to carry out instrument testing, and they completed it in a short while. After seeing the last student finish the test, the principal said, "The competition officially begins." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the members who will face off in the first round have been displayed on the big screen in the arena. Anniversary, a full of spiritual power, Chi and Blood Level 1, Spirit Level 1, Level 2. Versus Jingji, Bifaso Body, Chi and Blood Level 1, Level 2, Spirit Level 1, Level 1. The first round officially started, and each player's realm was more intuitively displayed. "Show me my realm directly? I just don't know how everyone will react when they see my realm," Yui thought silently in his heart with some anticipation. Through random selection on the big screen, the favorite to win this year, Luo Yushi, was drawn. Luo Yushi, SS Ice Element, Chi and Blood Level 1, Level 3, Spirit Level 1, Level 5. Versus Wei Qin, SS Fire Element, Chi and Blood Level 1, Level 2, Spirit Level 1, Level 3. After Luo Yushi came out of the realm, the audience was talking about it. Luo Yushi's cultivation speed is too fast. His spirit has reached the 5th level of the First Order. And his Chi and Blood are not bad either, having already reached the 3rd level of the First Order. He is very strong in both aspects. Yes, it seems that she is the winner of this competition. Even the principal nodded in satisfaction. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli looked at each other, and just nodded silently. It seems that they know that this person is someone they cannot afford to offend, and they don't set their sights on her. The game was won easily by Luo Yushi without any suspense. "Brother Yi, this Luo Yushi is so strong! His spirit has reached the 5th level of the first stage." Yui nodded and said, "Not bad, a formidable opponent. It's a pity that I'm too poor. If I had enough resources, I would have taken off long ago." Yui thought silently in his heart. The skinny monkey scratched his head and asked, "Brother Yi, can you defeat him?" Yui thought for a moment and replied, "It should be fine. You'll know after the finals this afternoon." As the game continued, Skinny Monkey soon came on the court. His opponent was a B-level talent, and he defeated him easily. Soon, the next group of players to compete continued to scroll on the big screen. UE, S space, Chi and Blood level 1, 4th level, Spirit level 1, 4th level versus Gene Ling, a Blood Hand, Chi and Blood level 1, 3rd level, Spirit level 1, 2nd level. As the realm came out, the discussion in the audience was even more loud than that of Luo Yushi. Whose subordinates are so ferocious? I rely on this energy and blood to be higher than Luo Yushi's spirit and have reached the 4th level of the first stage. Shit, I can admit that Luo Yushi's realm is high, but how did Yue, a commoner, cultivate so fast? Could it be that he has awakened the system? Awaken your system, give me your money back. Even the principal was surprised and said with a look of surprise, Teacher Dong, Yue in your class is more extraordinary than we thought. Dong Lei replied with a flattered look on his face. I just found out that this kid is so powerful. The principal must be joking. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli also nodded in approval. Luo Yushi, who was sitting in the spectator seats, also raised his head and looked at the back figure slowly walking towards the ring. He whispered, Yue right? In the end, it is conceivable that Yue won the competition. The top 30 were decided soon. Then the top 15 will be selected from the top 30 in 1 hour. Yuyi's cell phone rang as he stepped down from the stage. Chicken Mud Taiwanese Media Oh Baby. Yue picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from the head teacher, so he asked, What's the matter, head teacher? Nothing, I just want to tell you that you and Wang Shuo are the only ones left in the top 30. All the other students in our class have been eliminated. You have to work hard to get into the top 5. That skinny guy only needs to be in the top 10. Yue chuckled. Oh, that's a small question. If I get first place as the class teacher, will there be any reward? You are such a boaster. If you win first place, you will definitely get a reward. Tell Shoho that if he puts his name in the top 10, we'll give him an extra reward. Yue saw that his goal had been achieved. Okay, I'll tell him and just wait for our good news. Chapter 11 Conspiracy. Time flies, and soon an hour has passed, and the 5th round of competition officially begins. The contestants for the first group of the 5th round were being drawn on the screen. The audiences below the stage were also looking forward to it with great enthusiasm. The matches progressed one after another, and soon Yu Yi's duel was drawn on the big screen. Yue, S space, Chi and Blood level 1, 4th level, Spirit level 1, 4th level versus Wang Heng, SS pseudo-demonization, Chi and Blood level 1, 4th level, Spirit level 1, 3rd level. Are you the Huang Heng who bullies men and women and does all kinds of evil? Let me teach you a lesson, Yue said in his heart. Huang Heng has a notorious reputation in the 9th Martial Arts High School. He often bullies boys and girls by relying on his family, but his methods are all outside the school so the principal cannot control him. No one dared to mess with him. In the audience, Li Yuanli said to Huang Tianba with a smile, It seems that you have met your match, sir. Huang Tianba said disdainfully, Humph, it's just that his realm is a little higher. There's nothing to be afraid of. Huang Heng stood in front of Yue on the stage and said disdainfully, Although you are improving your realm very quickly, you have a space talent. Without the skills of a space talent, your talent is the most useless. And I have the talent of pseudo-demonization, which can transform myself into a demon to increase my strength. You can't beat me. Your qualifying round ends here. Yue pretended to be very scared and said, I'm so scared, do you know what the old saying says? What old saying? Huang Heng asked with a puzzled look. Do you know why villains die because they talk too much? Because they are just making their last struggle, Yue said slowly and disdainfully. Humph! You don't take me seriously at all. If that's the case, let's see who is more powerful. Yue touched his nose and thought to himself, Why does this sound like a line from a hero in my game on Earth? As the game started, Huang Heng directly entered a pseudo-demon state. His height suddenly reached about 2 meters and he was constantly surrounded by demonic energy. He quickly came to Yue and wanted to give him a heavy punch. But it did not hit as expected, and what followed was Yuyi's punch as fast as the wind. Huang Heng was directly knocked back several meters. Huang Heng said in surprise, We are both at the 4th level of Qi and Blood, and I have activated this pseudo-demonization. How could you possibly hurt me? Yui looked at him like an idiot and said, Because you are too weak. Martial arts, huh? Haha, not only do you have martial arts skills, let's see how many times you can take my punches. Huang Heng then activated his martial arts, Overlord Body, and quickly came in front of Yui, and used his martial arts, Overlord Fist. Li Yuanli, who was watching from the audience, raised his eyebrows and said, No wonder Brother Tianba is so confident. It turns out that he has already taught these two unique martial arts to you, and it seems that you have already mastered the two martial arts. Huang Tianba still replied with disdain. Humph, I said he is just a commoner and cannot compare to my son. Really? Then congratulations in advance on your victory, young master, Li Yuanli said in a pretentious manner. The game was still going on. As Huang Heng kept punching, he found it hard to believe that Yui looked so relaxed. How can you be okay? Yui smiled contemptuously. Does it feel good to fight? Then it's my turn. So fast. As Luo was talking, he saw Yui punch Huang Heng hard in the chest and he stepped back several steps. Seeing Huang Heng only take a few steps back, Yui was a little surprised. As expected of an SS talent, let's see how many punches you can take. Then he moved forward quickly, appeared next to Huang Heng and used the Gale Fist. The power of the Gale Fist was greatly enhanced. After the sixth punch, Huang Heng flew down heavily. The audience below the stage applauded. Oh my god, Yui actually won. He is really strong. Huang Heng deserved to lose. He should have lost long ago after bullying his classmates every day. In the audience, Huang Tianba looked grim. He didn't expect that his son was only in the top 30. Brother Huang, it seems that this guy named Yui is better than the others. He has actually cultivated the Gale Fist to a small level of success. It seems that this guy named Yui is not simple, Li Yuanli said sarcastically with a smile. Huang Tianba did not answer, but his expression became even uglier. The competition continued and soon the top 15 places were decided, and Skinny Monkey also successfully advanced. One of the top 15 contestants will receive a bye and advance directly to the quarterfinals. After 7 groups of contestants are randomly drawn by the big screen, the one who has no opponent will directly advance. The official competition for the top 15 to the quarterfinals will only begin in the afternoon. Huang Heng, who was beaten, came to Huang Tianba and said, Dad, I disappoint you. I was careless. Huang Heng gritted his teeth and lowered his head and said, It's okay, it's just that this kid is lucky. He's just a commoner, so there's no need to worry about it. When the competition is over this afternoon, go find him and ask him to move into the Huang family and sign a contract. What if he doesn't sign? Huang Heng looked up and asked. Then give him attractive treatment and let him sign the contract. After he signs the contract, he will no longer have the final say, Huang Tianba said with a wicked smile. Following Huang Tianba's words, Huang Heng suddenly felt brightened. Yes, when the contract is signed, he will be a dog of my Huang family, haha. Huang Tianba thought of something. By the way, how is the contact I asked you to have with Luo Yushi going? Huang Heng thought for a moment and replied. That Luo Yushi is too cold. No matter how I tried to find her, she just ignores me. Dad, why do you keep asking me to get in touch with her? Humph, she is not simple. She is the eldest daughter of the imperial capital. It seems that she came to this place to avoid the marriage arranged by her family. When Huang Heng heard Huang Tianba say this, he was shocked. You have to continue to contact her. If you let her become your girlfriend, then our Huang family will be prosperous in the future. After hearing what Huang Tianba said, Huang Heng immediately thought of Luo Yushi's beauty and background, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Yes, Dad. I will try my best to catch him. Huang Tianba nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good, worthy of being my son, Huang Tianba. Let's go back and come back in the afternoon. As the morning competition came to an end, people left the arena one after another. Yui was also preparing to leave and go back to eat. Yui thought that the system task could be completed in the afternoon. The rewards from the qualifying round immediately made me feel much better, so I decided to eat 2 more bowls of rice at noon. Soon it was time for the afternoon competition, and nearly 10,000 people from the entire school came to the martial arts hall. Because the final 15-8 and the final will be held this afternoon. So basically everyone who has nothing important to do will come to watch the game. This phenomenon occurs in every martial arts high school in Qinchuan City. Because Qinchuan City will start the ranking competition half a month after the Unified Awakening. As the principal walked to the stage, he touched the microphone and said, "The final champion will be decided this afternoon. Let's wait and see. Then the competition officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, random draws for the competition began on the big screen. Skinny Monkey was a little nervous. "Brother E is so excited. I hope you and Luo Yushi won't be picked. The others should be fine." Yui smiled and said, "Maybe you are the last one who advances directly. Then I'll borrow Brother Yi's good words." Then Shouho remembered the voting activity he talked about with Yui in the morning. "Brother E, I told you that after you defeated Huang Heng at noon, you were already ranked second in the list of champion candidates. Huang Heng, who was originally ranked second, is no longer on the list because he has been eliminated." Yu Wenyan was a little surprised. "Really? It doesn't matter. There's no reward for this thing. The reward for the qualifying match is better." With cheers all around, Luo Yushi came on the court. The opponent was a player with S-level talent, but as expected, Luo Yushi won. Looking at Luo Yushi's figure, Yui thought, "It seems that the final will be between you and me." Then he saw his name randomly displayed on the big screen, and Yui won easily. In the end, it was the skinny guy who got a bye and successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Chapter 12 Finals. As the list of the top 8 was announced, the enthusiasm of the audience was instantly ignited, and the crowds were bustling and the noise was like a tide. They kept shouting the names of the players they supported, and the sound was deafening. At this time, the list of the next opponents has begun to be drawn on the big screen. The first match was played by Skinny Monkey, whose opponent was Li Hai, who had gold talent. However, despite Skinny Monkey's best efforts, he still lost the game regretfully due to the gap in realm. However, there will be additional rewards for those who have entered the top 10. Then, it was Luo Yushi's turn, and he also won easily. Then Yui came on the court, and the same thing happened. The one who successfully advanced to the semi-finals was an S-level talent, and his talent was the hard to defend against, S charm. This talent means that any opponent whose mental power is lower than his and who has not practiced mental martial arts can only swallow the bitter fruit of failure helplessly. With the victory of this S-level talent, the list of the top 4 has been revealed. Luo Yushi has SS Ice talent, Li Hai has SS Gold talent, Yui has SS Space talent, and Li Xiaotao has SS Charm talent. After the top 4 were decided, the school took into consideration that some players might have their performance affected by their talents or excessive consumption of energy and blood, so they specially prepared recovery potions in advance. Only after all contestants have recovered to their best condition will the next round of fierce competition begin. Before long, with the help of the powerful potion, the 4 contestants quickly made full preparations. Go all out to face the crucial competition of top 4, and the championship and runner-up. The third place will be decided between the 2 losing contestants. When the referee confirmed that all 4 players had fully recovered, the exciting duel draw ceremony began on the big screen. Finally, the list of opponents for the top 4 to the top 2 was announced: Yui vs. Li Hai, Luo Yushi vs. Li Xiaotao. Is the final finally coming? Yui couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. When he thought of the task that was about to be completed and the tempting championship reward, he couldn't help but get secretly excited. The semifinals officially began, with the first match being between Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi. Although Li Xiaotao's talent for charm is quite troublesome, she is only at the 3rd level of the first spiritual stage after all. In comparison, Luo Yushi has reached the 5th level of the first spiritual stage. With such a huge gap in strength, the charming talent did not play a big role, making the result of the game no suspense. In the end, Luo Yushi won easily and successfully advanced to the finals. In the second game, Yui faced Li Hai. As expected, Yui defeated his opponent successfully and won the game. At this point, the final list of finalists has been finalized. Yui will have the ultimate showdown with Luo Yushi. As the final list of finalists was announced, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. I never thought that it would be Yui who beat Luo Yushi in the end. Yeah, who do you guys like? I think it's Luo Yushi. After all, he seems to be very relaxed so far. Yeah, I also think it's Luo Yushi. Although Yui is also very strong, his space skills are too difficult to acquire, and he has no advantage at this stage. Yes, it's impressive that Yui made it to the finals. The runner-up will get a lot of cash. Brother Huang, who do you think will be the champion between these two? Li Yuanli asked with a smile. Is there any need to think about it? It must be Luo Yushi. Is there any need to think about it? How can a mere first-class commoner be compared with the girl from the imperial capital? Huang Tianba said with disdain. Can't compete? But I always feel that this guy is a little strange. Maybe he can create a miracle. Li Yuanli thought silently in his heart. At the same time, Luo Yushi, who was sitting in the audience, whispered, As expected, you are the one in the finals. I am looking forward to your true strength. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. You made it directly to the finals. It's a pity that I was eliminated, said the skinny monkey, inevitably feeling a little sad. It's okay, skinny monkey, you're already very good. If it weren't for your low level, the third place would have been yours. Brother Yi patted Skinny Monkey's shoulder and comforted him. After hearing this, Skinny Monkey felt a little better, but he was still a little unwilling. He secretly made up his mind to practice hard and improve his strength. The finals are about to begin, and the arena is already bustling with activity, with everyone basically discussing who will win the championship. As the principal came on stage, the finals were officially announced to begin. Then two figures were seen walking towards the stage. They were Yui and Luo Yushi. Then the audience burst into applause and shouted the names of the contestants they supported. I also saw Yui picking a knife from the weapon selection area. Well, this knife is pretty good and very easy to use. We still need to show our strength to fight Luo Yushi. After all, we can't reveal our lightning talent now. Yui weighed the knife in his hand and thought to himself. The audience started talking again when they saw Yui holding a knife. Why is Yui holding a knife? Hasn't he always been using his fists? Someone said in the audience. Is it possible that he can also use a knife? Even Luo Yushi had a puzzled expression on his face. As the two stood on the competition stage, neither of them said much. Soon the referee announced the official start of the game. Luo Yushi raised his hand and swung a sword, and the sword energy with ice attributes attacked Yui. Yui just smiled calmly. A test, huh? Then he dodged quickly, and then Luo Yushi immediately slashed out with a few swords, and Yui also dodged easily. Seeing that the long-range attack failed, Luo Yushi frowned slightly and rushed over with the sword in hand. Seeing Luo Yushi rushing over, Yui also rushed over and soon started a fierce battle with Luo Yushi. Since Luo Yushi's chi and blood were only at the third level of the first stage, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Feeling at a disadvantage, Luo Yushi said, Since my chi and blood are not as good as yours, let's see how my martial arts are. Then he used the 9 ice swords. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, and he slashed out 4 swords in succession, each of which was accompanied by the power of ice. As Luo Yushi used his martial arts, Yui was clearly at a disadvantage. The principal and the head of the family who were watching the fight in the audience also noticed that Luo Yushi had actually mastered this martial art to a small level of success. You have actually achieved minor success in your training? Fortunately, your chi and blood are not too high, otherwise I really can't do anything to you. Then I will let you try the power of my martial arts. Yui said as he used 9 thunder blades and slashed forward, and Luo Yushi could only block with his sword. After the 4th strike of the 9 thunder blades, Luo Yushi was knocked back a few steps. Luo Yushi was a little surprised. You have actually cultivated martial arts to a small level. You really have hidden strength. Hey, you're too arrogant, Yui said with disdain. You're not bad either. Sorry, I'm not a chi and blood major. Now I'll let you see my true strength. Luo Yushi shouted softly, and then used the skill Ice Amplification. With the use of Ice Amplification, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, and even the air seemed to condense into ice. The sword energy she swung out contained a powerful icy force that seemed to be able to freeze everything. Damn, he even used all these skills. He is indeed a paying player, Yui exclaimed inwardly. Faced with such a fierce attack, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately swung his sword to resist. However, Due to the lack of his thunder talent and the amplifying effect of the opponent's skills, his sword energy was quickly suppressed by the sword energy, and he was hit several times. Damn it! Even though my physical body below level 6 cannot break the defense, you can't fight like this! Yui cursed in his heart. He didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Just the enhancement of one skill put him in a passive situation. However, he was not discouraged, but instead aroused his inner fighting spirit. Soon, it was seen that Yui had some obvious scars on his body, and the power of ice was constantly emerging from his body. Is this your strongest form? Luo Yushi said with a sneer. Then let's stop here. You will definitely not be able to withstand my next strongest attack. I advise you to surrender. Surrender? Yui had a disdainful smile on his face. Hee, aren't they just a few small cuts? It doesn't matter. You are totally unreasonable. Luo Yushi shouted angrily, then closed his eyes and whispered. Ice slash! I saw a huge icy sword energy rushing towards Yui like a ferocious beast. Yui looked at the giant icy sword energy and suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Am I really going to stop here? No. He was unwilling to give up. He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face this powerful blow. Chapter 13 ending. System. Ding. I'm here. Add all talent points to chi and blood. Ding. Received. Facing Luo Yushi's strongest attack, Yui did not dare to be negligent. With the use of talent points, he successfully entered the 5th level of the first stage of Chi and Blood. Chi and Blood 1216 cards first level 5th level 2000 is first level 6th level. Feeling the fullness of Chi and Blood, Yui felt as if he had endless power. His blood was boiling in his body, and every cell was full of vitality. So, he once again used his martial arts skill 9 Thundering Swords, trying to resist the giant icy sword energy. He just waved the knife in his hand and slashed 4 times in succession, but the huge icy sword energy still did not dissipate. Seeing the sword energy getting closer, Yui held the knife in front of him without hesitation, wanting to use it to block the attack of the sword energy. There was a crisp, click, sound, and the knife shattered instantly, while the sword energy hit Yui's chest. Yui was knocked back several steps by this powerful force. He took a deep breath and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I just had a temporary breakthrough in my chi and blood, otherwise I would probably fail this time. Yui thought silently in his heart. At this moment, he deeply realized that the strength of his opponent should not be underestimated. The opponent not only has the skill-enhancing SS Ice talent, but can also use such a powerful Ice/Slash skill. However, Yui is no pushover. After his chi and blood broke through the 5th level of the first stage, and his thunder body tempering technique had reached the 1st level, the ordinary 7th level attack power could not break his defense. Sigh. If only I had space skills, then this game would be easy to win. Yui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, he knew that it was useless to think about it now. The game is not over yet, he must focus on the next challenge. I can't let my mind wander anymore. I should finish the game first. Yui secretly warned himself, then cheered himself up and prepared for the next round of attack. Take it seriously. TSK, Miss Luo's strongest attack is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that Yui had actually endured his strongest attack unharmed, Luo Yushi's face showed an expression of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? You're actually fine, and you can even perform martial arts. Her eyes widened, her voice filled with astonishment and confusion. You should be suffering from a lack of energy and blood. Facing Luo Yushi's questioning, Yui raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Hey, Miss Luo, you should worry about your next situation first. I think your spiritual power has been exhausted, right? Hearing this, Luo Yushi's face turned very ugly. She knew clearly that her mental strength was almost exhausted, and her energy and blood were inferior to the opponent's. If she continued to fight, the result would only be defeat. Although he was extremely unwilling, Luo Yushi knew that he had no chance of winning at this moment. She gritted her teeth and finally said helplessly, I give up! Hearing this answer, Yui nodded with satisfaction, and the smirk on his face became even wider. Hee, that's right, I can't bear to hurt such a beautiful lady like you. Luo Yushi's face flushed slightly, and she said softly but firmly, I will definitely catch up with you and I will definitely defeat you next time. After she finished speaking, she slowly walked off the stage. As the game came to an end, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. At this time, the referee loudly announced the winner of this competition. Wow! You actually won first place. This is so unexpected. Oh my god, I felt so terrified when I saw Luo Yushi's strongest attack. How did he resist it? That's right, and that sword technique seems to be quite proficient. I heard it's called 9 Thunderblades. It seems to have appeared at an auction in Xinchuan City. It seems to be an Earth-level martial art. Moreover, he has already cultivated it to the minor success stage. TSK. You can cultivate Earth-level martial arts to this level in such a short time. And you know, the more advanced the martial arts, the more difficult and time-consuming it will be to practice. But how did he get this martial art? A top-grade Earth-level martial art? It's actually the 9 Thunder Blades. This kid is so weird. He is just an ordinary civilian, but he can possess Earth-level martial arts and even cultivate it to the minor success level. Dong Lei thought to himself. Boss, I really want to congratulate you. Your class won the championship in this qualifying competition. I'm sure some people would believe that he has SSS-level talent. Especially at the last critical moment, he was able to successfully break through to the 5th level of the First Order, achieving a Jedi counterattack and turning defeat into victory. It seems that a real dragon has emerged in your class, said the principal with a smile on his face. He ordered, Tell him to come to my office later. I promised him a big gift. Thank you very much, Principal. To be honest, this boy is really evil. I can't see through him. Dong Lei responded. However, Wang Tianba, who was sitting next to the principal, did not look happy. He cursed in his heart. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? He can even defeat Luo Yushi and even break through to the 5th level of Qi and Blood level 1. At this time, another person said to Huang Tianba with a hint of ridicule. Brother Huang, your prediction is not very accurate this time. In my opinion, Yui didn't use his full strength when he fought with the young master. His words were full of hypocrisy and sarcasm. Humph, no problem. He's just a commoner. I can find a way. Huang Tianba thought to himself. I'll let my son go to him later to discuss moving into the Huang family. Time, Liu Yuanli was also thinking in his heart. I have to let my son make friends with this champion later. The two of them were thinking with their own ulterior motives. The competition officially came to an end. The principal came on stage to announce the official end of the competition and told the senior students to take a 4-day holiday until Monday. The rewards will be automatically deposited into the corresponding student cards, but the contestants need to go to the school's martial arts collection hall to select the martial arts themselves. At this time, Yui slowly walked down from the podium, and the expressions of the people below the stage were completely different from those in the first round of the competition. Not only did they shout Yui's name loudly, but their eyes also revealed immense admiration. Brother Yi, you are so amazing! When I saw Luo Yushi use his strongest attack, I really thought you would lose the battle, but I didn't expect you to be able to turn defeat into victory. This is simply a miracle! Yui smiled slightly and said modestly, It was just good luck. I also broke through to the 5th level of Qi and Blood level 1 at the critical moment, which allowed me to barely defeat him. If not for this, I'm afraid I would have lost. Hearing that Yui had broken through to the 5th level of the first stage, Shouho was surprised and said, Wow, Brother Yi, your realm has improved so quickly. Yui seemed very calm. He replied calmly, It's probably because of my talent level. I still have a lot to work on. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the system task, so he asked, System, this task should be completed, right? Where are you? After a moment, a mechanical voice sounded, Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, D-level top-grade Thunder Blade, 800 talent points. Yui nodded and complained, System, why didn't you take the initiative to remind me that the task has been completed? You had to wait until I asked you. However, he soon became happy because he now had 2 million in cash. It can be used to buy many precious elixirs to help yourself break through to a higher level, so that your safety after leaving the city will be more guaranteed. Moreover, you can also learn a powerful Shen-level martial art to make up for your own shortcomings. When he thought of this, Yui couldn't help but get excited. By the way, the principal and the class teacher still have some benefits to take advantage of. It's time to take advantage of them. Then he said to the skinny monkey, "Skinny monkey, go and get some money from the head teacher first." Skinny monkey nodded happily and said, "Okay, then come to my house for dinner tonight after you get your reward, brothery. My parents said a few days ago that they wanted to see you." Hearing Shouho say this, Yui also agreed. "No problem, I'll go after I get the reward. Now I'll go and get the wool from the head teacher first, and then the principal. Let me add here, just like the higher the level of ice talent, the stronger the power. The higher the spirit, the more spiritual power, and the higher the spirit, the stronger the skills. Skills in martial arts are different, and I will add more later." L. Chapter 14 Contradiction. While walking towards the head teacher's office with Shouho, we saw Huang Heng and his younger brothers coming towards us. "Hey, isn't this our civilian champion? Where are you going in such a hurry? What does it have to do with you? He's just a defeated general," Yui said disdainfully. "Of course it does matter. If you join our Huang family, we will give you 8 million every year and martial arts as gifts. How about it?" Huang Heng said with a smirk. "You are just a commoner. It is difficult to go far without a background. Although I don't know why you are practicing so fast, but the further you go, the more difficult it will be to practice. Without resource support, the speed of cultivation will be very slow. As long as you join our Huang family, you will have money, resources, and beauties. Are you tempted?" Huang Heng said insidiously. "Is that all? If you really want me to join, then offer more sincere conditions," Yui said playfully. "Don't be ungrateful, you little brat. Young Master Huang has already given you enough face by inviting you to join," shouted the younger brother standing next to Huang Heng. Huang Heng's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned and said stiffly, "Okay, then tell me a number. How much do you want?" Yui slowly stretched out a finger and looked at Huang Heng calmly. Huang Heng noticed that Yui stretched out a finger, but quickly returned to normal. He pondered in his heart that he couldn't resist the temptation of money after all. So, he raised the corners of his mouth and said confidently, 10 million, right? No problem, I can send you a contract right away." However, Yui smiled and shook his head, saying softly, "Who said it was 10 million? I said 10 billion. Huang Heng widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. His voice could not help but rise an octave, and he shouted angrily, "What? 10 billion? How dare you fool me? Mr. Xing, teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful our Huang family is." Before he finished speaking, an old man next to Huang Heng suddenly attacked Yui. At this moment, an angry shout rang out. "Stop!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the principal releasing a weak pressure, forcing the old man who had attacked to stop. "Huang Heng, this is not your Huang family's territory. How dare you take action in school? Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the Warrior Management Bureau?" the principal said righteously with a serious face. Huang Heng's expression was very ugly, and he said in defense, "Principal, you misunderstood. This is our Huang family's priest. Mr. Xing just wanted to test the strength of our school's #1 student. He has no other ill intentions." There was a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness in his words. After all, the principal is a 5th-level warrior and a 4th-level spiritual master. "Oh? Elder Zhang? It's a bit too much for a 3rd-level warrior to bully the weak." "Hee hee, you're joking, Principal. I'm just testing the strength of the #1 in the qualifying round. Humph, if I see you guys making trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." Then he looked at Yui and Shouho and said, "Come with me to the office." After Yui and the principal left, Huang Heng's face suddenly turned ugly. Damn it, a principal actually dared to threaten me. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. So he turned on his phone and called Huang Tianba. "Hello?" A gentle and familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Huang Heng said to his father in an angry tone, "Dad, I just went to find Yui and invited him to live in our Huang family, but he refused without hesitation." As if it had been expected, the person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. He slowly said to comfort her, It's okay. I don't think he would agree. You should come back soon. Remember, don't provoke him again. If you provoke him accidentally, you will have to find a way to solve it yourself. As soon as the words fell, the other party hung up the phone. Listening to his father Huang Tianba's words, Huang Heng felt a little dissatisfied, but he didn't say much. He thought to himself, "What an ignorant fellow! How dare a mere commoner refuse my invitation? I must teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending me." Huang Heng became more and more angry the more he thought about it, turned his head to look at Mr. Zhang beside him and gave him an order viciously. "Mr. Zhang, go and arrange some people to kill Yui. We have already pissed him off, and we cannot allow him to continue to grow. Otherwise, when he is fully grown, he will come back to retaliate against us, and the consequences will be disastrous." Zhang Lao nodded respectfully and replied, "Okay, master, I will arrange it as soon as possible." After receiving a positive answer, Huang Heng felt better and nodded. After what happened just now, Yui felt even more weak and powerless. And it seems that Huang Heng does not intend to let him go. He might send people to take action. It is better to be prepared in advance, Yui thought to himself. Huang Heng and Mr. Zhang beside him are already on the kill list. "By the way, Principal, how did you know where I was just now? Fortunately, you acted in time, otherwise I would have been dead," Yui said jokingly. "I promise you a big gift. I went to your head teacher's office but didn't see you. Then I came out and saw Huang Heng inviting you to join the Huang family. I wanted to see how you would react. But I didn't expect Huang Heng to be so arrogant and domineering that he dared to let the old man next to him attack you. But don't worry, as long as you're in this school, I promise they won't do anything to you," Yui said gratefully. "Thank you very much, Principal. By the way, the guy next to you is called Wang Shua. He's also very good. I'll give you a reward too. Let's go to my office first." Yui, a skinny guy, followed the principal to the office. The principal closed the door, sat down and looked at Yui. "Yui, do you know what it means if you refuse the Huang family's invitation?" the principal asked seriously. "I know, Principal. But I don't want to rely on others. I want to become a strong person through my own efforts," Yui answered firmly. The principal nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "It's good that you have this determination, but you have to know that in this world, power and wealth can often bring more opportunities and resources. But you made the right decision. Because once you join the Huang family, you will become a dog of the Huang family. Unless you are stronger than the Huang family, you will never be able to make a name for yourself," the principal said seriously. Yui nodded. "I know all this very well. It is better to rely on myself than on others. Besides, I have my own system. I think Huang Heng will not let you go." The principal slowly took out a piece of jade and handed it to Yui. "There is a strand of my spiritual power in it. As long as you crush it when you are in danger, I will rush to your side quickly. Originally, I wanted to give you elixirs and spiritual fluids as rewards for your competition, but I think this is more suitable for you now. Oh, and here's one." I saw the principal took out another demon core. This demon core is a second order, 5th level space demon core. It was given to me by an old friend. I think you need this very much at this stage, so I'll give you these two as rewards for this competition. I think you also know the function of the demon core. Being able to absorb demon cores can greatly increase chi, blood, and spirit. The higher the level of demon cores, the more it increases. Moreover, there is a very small possibility that there are skills in the monster core. The higher the level of the monster core, the greater the probability of having skills, and the higher the level of the monster core, the stronger the skills. Monster cores are very difficult to reveal. Sometimes, thousands of monsters may not reveal a single monster core. The higher the realm of the monster, the greater the probability of revealing a monster core. If this monster has a monster core will explode directly after its death, and the monster's body will disappear. Monsters without monster cores will die normally and leave behind their corpses. If you are lucky enough to find skills in this demon core when you absorb it, you don't have to learn it, and you can sell it. The attributes of the monster core correspond to the attributes of the existing skills. If this is a space-type demon core, it will only have space-type skills, and those without space-type talents cannot learn skills, but can only absorb them to increase their blood and spirit. If there are skills in it but there is no corresponding attribute talent, the skills will disappear after the demon core is absorbed. But no fool would do this. You know, monster cores with skills are very expensive. After all, there is a 100% chance that they contain skills. Although this is just a space demon core, I think it should be very useful to you. You are surprised that I can't see through you. Not only your realm, but also the speed of your martial arts improvement does not seem to be S level, the principal said meaningfully. After hearing the principal's words, Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was originally worried that he would run into trouble with Huang Heng after leaving school, but with the appearance of this jade, all problems were solved. As long as it is crushed, the principal will come immediately, so safety is guaranteed. After all, no matter how powerful the opponent is, it is impossible for him to send a 6th-level strongman to kill himself, a 1st-level talented person. In this way, Yui could go out of the city to hunt with peace of mind. However, he secretly reminded himself to be careful. So I took another look at this space-type demon core. Its value must be very high because space-type monsters are too rare and difficult to catch. I just don't know if this demon core has any skills. Of course, I can't see through it. After all, Yui has a system. Yui thought to himself. I just don't know if the demon core absorption system can help. After seeing the award, Yui quickly thanked the principal. Thank you very much, principal. This gift is really great. I don't know how to repay you. Haha, it won't be too late to repay me when you become stronger in the future, said the principal happily. Yui knew very well that with his current abilities, he could not repay the principal too much. But who could predict what would happen in the future? Therefore, Yui firmly said to the principal, I will always remember your kindness. I was so busy talking to you that I almost forgot about the person next to you. These are 3 first-order, 5th-level dark demon cores, which can help you speed up your cultivation. As for whether they come with additional skills, it is unknown. The skinny monkey hurriedly took the demon core and said gratefully, Thank you, President. I have already thought of how to repay you. I will definitely be admitted to the top Wuhan University and win honor for our school. The principal smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and encouraged. Good boy, I believe you can do it. Okay, you guys go get busy. The elite classes have been divided now, and you two will report to Class 1 next Monday. The elite classes are ranked according to 1 to 50 being elite Class 1 and so on, and the ranking depends on how many resources can be obtained. By the way, can the principal help transfer our head teacher, Mr. Donglei, to teach in the elite class? Our head teacher is not only responsible but also very friendly to students, Yui said with anticipation. Let your homeroom teacher teach in the elite class? Let me take a look at this. If it's possible, I'll help you. Thank you very much, Principal, Yui said with a smile. Well, if you encounter any difficulties, you too can come to me and I will do my best to help you solve the problem. After all, you don't have any background, so I will be your backup and protect you until the college entrance examination is over, said the principal earnestly. After hearing the principal's words, Yui and Shouho nodded heavily and walked out of the office. Yui and Shouho left the principal's office, feeling happy and motivated. Brother E, now we have so many precious resources, we must work harder to practice, said the skinny monkey excitedly. That's right, we can't let the principal down. Yui held the items in his hands tightly, his eyes firm. Let's go and get some money from the head teacher and see what kind of reward he can give. Chapter 15 Secret Realm. Yui and Shouho walked slowly to the door of the head teacher's office and knocked gently. A gentle response came from inside the door. Come in. The two opened the door and walked into the office. The head teacher looked up and saw the two of them, with a look of worry on his face. He said, Why are you here so late? Given your personality, shouldn't you have come to me to get some money long ago? Yui scratched his head, smiled embarrassedly and explained. Teacher, I encountered something on the way and was delayed for a while. Then I met the principal and he took me directly to his office, and we had a conversation, so I was late. The head teacher nodded after hearing this, and then said happily, Haha, so that's it. However, you are really amazing. You actually got the first place. And you, Skinny, are also great. You made it into the top 10. You really bring honor to our class. Originally, the head teacher was thinking of giving Yui some spiritual liquids, pills and the like as rewards. But I also feel that these things are a bit stingy for Yui. So, he thought about it and continued. You have been my student for 3 years, and you have a good character. An E-level secret realm managed by the Dong family in the next city is about to open. The Dong family is opening it to provide resources for the awakened children of this generation, because I heard that the Dong family has an SSS talent. Generally speaking, only the children of the Dong family can enter, but there are still places for those who are helpful to the Dong family or the children of some powerful forces. At this point, the head teacher paused and said, As for me, I am a branch of the Dong family. I only have a 17-year-old daughter. I missed this opportunity before I even awakened. The highest realm of this secret realm cannot exceed the first level of the 3rd stage. Therefore, the quota for this secret realm is cheap to you. You must cherish this opportunity. The head teacher said this earnestly. There are various secret realms in this world. The secret realms are naturally formed and are independent small worlds. However, part of the secret realm is controlled by aristocratic families, the military, schools, and other forces. Another part is in the hands of the country, and part of the secret realm controlled by the country will be taken out and provided to all people whose spirit or blood energy exceeds the 2nd level and the 1st level to explore and hunt the monsters inside. The secret realm also has corresponding levels. FSS level. The higher the level of the secret realm, the higher the realm of the monsters and the richer the resources. Yui was a little surprised to hear that his head teacher actually gave him a place in the secret realm. After all, the resources in the secret realm are much richer than those in the wild, and there may even be treasures. It is not yet a public secret realm. After all, the more people explore a public secret realm, the fewer resources and monsters there will be. Thank you, class teacher! Thank you for your careful training. I wish you peace and health, and may you have fun every night, and have sex 18 times a night. The head teacher couldn't help laughing and responded with a smile. You little brat, you only know how to talk. If you really want to thank me, then take the entrance exam to the Divine Capital University first, and when you become powerful in the future, come back to repay me. Yui nodded solemnly and said, I certainly will, Principal. I will definitely not let you down. Yui thought to himself. The principal and the head teacher are really good people. When I become stronger in the future, I will see what they need and repay their kindness. The principal nodded, then turned his gaze to the skinny monkey and said, Wan Shu, you are also very outstanding. You have SS talent and can advance to the top 10 without any background. You are already a child of destiny. After saying that, the principal took out a martial arts book from his arms. This martial art is a top-grade yellow-level body movement martial art, Phantom Step, which is very suitable for your SS-level dark talent. Shou-Ruo hurriedly bowed and took the gift and said gratefully, Thank you very much for your careful training, Principal. I will definitely work harder and strive to be admitted to Dedu College. Okay, your rewards have been distributed to you. You can go home now. Come back next Monday. By then you will be students in the elite class, the head teacher said reluctantly, but there was a hint of sadness in her tone. Maybe you won't need me to lead you in the future. Yui keenly noticed a change in the head teacher's mood. He comforted her. Maybe you should be the one to lead us. After all, we have a first place and a top 10 student in our class. That's hard to say. It depends on the principal's decision, the head teacher replied somewhat disappointedly. Class teacher, you have to believe in yourself. I dare say that you are the one who can lead us. Please rest assured. Yui patted his chest and guaranteed. The head teacher smiled and shook his head, saying, Then I'll trust you this time. That's right, Yui said with a happy smile. Then we'll take our leave first. After saying that, Yui waved and called Skinny Monkey to leave the classroom together. After Yui and Shouho left the office, they chatted as they walked. Brother E, what are you going to do next? Asked the Skinny Monkey curiously. Yui looked determined and replied in a steady tone. Become stronger. The principal and the head teacher care about us very much and have high hopes for us. We must not let them down. After hearing this, the Skinny Monkey became serious, nodded heavily, and said, That's right, we must not let them down. Yui deeply agreed with this. He knew very well that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and only the strong could have the right to speak. There was an extremely firm determination in his eyes. At this time, Shoho smiled and invited. Brother E, let's go to my house first. Have dinner at my house tonight. My parents have been wanting to meet you for a long time. Yui readily agreed. Okay. Then let's go to your house to meet your uncle and aunt. By the way, do I need to bring any gifts to meet your parents? The skinny monkey waved his hands quickly and said seriously. No need, Brother E, it's great that you can come. If you bring a gift, it will seem strange. Okay, let's go to your house now. It's getting late. We can help your parents with some work when we get there, Yui suggested. Okay, Brother E. The skinny monkey scratched his head and followed Yui towards the school gate. Yui seemed to have forgotten something, and he was secretly wondering what he had forgotten. Suddenly, he remembered he had actually forgotten the important matter of choosing martial arts. So he turned to the skinny monkey and said, I still haven't chosen one martial art yet. I'll go to your house after I've chosen it. When the skinny monkey heard this, he nodded and said, Brother E, go and choose your martial arts quickly, and then come to my house after you've chosen. So, Brother E, what type of martial arts do you plan to choose? Yui thought for a moment and responded. Well, I want to choose a martial art that requires physical skills to make up for my current shortcomings in physical skills. After saying that, he and Skinny Monkey walked towards the school's martial arts hall. It didn't take long before they arrived at their destination. After entering the martial arts hall, Yui walked straight to the front desk and said to the old man, Hello, teacher. I am here to collect the martial arts reward for the first place in the qualifying competition. The teacher looked up and said, Oh, it's Yui. I've been waiting for you. Tell me what type of martial arts you need, and I will help you check if the school has any relevant collections. Yui answered without hesitation. If possible, I hope to find a physical martial art related to thunder attributes. The teacher frowned and said, You are not a person with a talent for lightning, so why do you need to learn about lightning-related skills? Never mind. I don't care about that. Let me check it for you. As he spoke, he began to search on the computer. Yui stood there and waited quietly. Not long after, the old man had found out the information and said, There are only 3 books in total. After all, this is just a school. There aren't many powerful martial arts here. Then, he introduced them one by one. The first one is called Thunder Steps. It is of the lower Xian level. After successfully practicing it, one can move as fast as lightning. The second one is called Thunder Shadow Flash, which is also a lower grade Xian level book. Its unique feature is that it can leave a lightning afterimage while moving, confusing the enemy's vision. The last one is Thunderbolt Instant Step, which is a top-grade Xian-level skill. When you cultivate it to perfection, your speed will be as fast as lightning, and you can appear next to your opponent at an extremely fast speed, but it is quite difficult to cultivate. After thinking for a moment, Yui decisively chose Thunder Flash Step. After all, you have the help of the system, so you must choose the one with greater difficulty and higher potential. The old man looked at Yui and chose this book. He just frowned slightly and didn't say much. Instead, he began to arrange for other teachers to deliver the books. Soon, a teacher came over with an ancient book and handed it to Yui. Chapter 16 The School Beauty actually asked me for contact? Ding! Detected the martial arts skill, Thunder Flash Step. Do you want to learn it? Learning. As the words fell, Yui's mind emerged with a deep understanding and cognition of the Reikage Flash Step. Ding! The martial art, Thunder Flash, can be upgraded to the top-grade Earth-level skill, Thunder Flash. Do you want to spend 500 talent points to upgrade it? Oh? Yui thought for a moment and decided to click the upgrade button. After all, he currently has a sufficient 800 points available. In an instant, he had a preliminary impression and understanding of Thunder Flash in his mind. Great! In this way, it would be even more perfect if I could master a defensive martial art. Yui was thinking and pondering secretly. The old man nodded slightly in response, but did not say much. After Yui left, the old man looked at his receding figure and whispered to himself, What an interesting little guy. Let's go, Skinny Monkey, we can go to your house now. Yui turned and said to the Skinny Monkey beside him. The Skinny Monkey nodded. Brother E, my family will definitely be very happy to see you. Just as they were about to step out of the school gate, Yui suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the door. It turned out to be the school beauty Luo Yushi. Yui couldn't help but feel a little confused. Who was she waiting for here? However, since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to dwell on it too much, so he just walked past him. Just as I was walking out of the school gate, I heard someone shouting from behind. "Hello Yui, can you add my contact information so that I can discuss with you later?" the school beauty said calmly. Yui was quite surprised to hear Luo Yushi say this. It is really strange that the cool school beauty would ask him for his contact information, Yui pondered in his heart. He stared at Luo Yushi, who was still as cold as ice, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. I said casually, "Why are you asking for someone's WeChat and acting so cool?" Luo Yushi heard this and responded expressionlessly. "Then what do you think I should do?" Yui thought about it for a moment, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Jokingly said, "I think you should kiss me first and then ask me for my contact information. This is the most correct way to start." "Shameless!" Luo Yushi yelled angrily and was about to take action. However, she changed her mind and realized that she was no match for Yui, so she turned around and left indignantly. As the footsteps got farther and farther away, Luo Yushi's anger grew stronger. She just couldn't understand why she was rejected so ruthlessly for the first time she took the initiative to ask for someone's contact information. In the past, people always rushed to ask her for her contact information. Could it be that her charm was not as good as before? Luo Yushi was puzzled. He became even angrier when he thought that he couldn't beat Yui. So he took out his cell phone and called a number called Luo Tianhe. Soon a gentle voice came from the other end. "Hello girl, why did you think of calling your dad?" "Dad, I want more cultivation resources," Luo Yushi said bluntly. The father on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. "What happened? Have you used up the resources I gave you half a month ago? Why do you suddenly need resources? Have you encountered any difficulties?" "No, I just want to practice harder to improve my strength faster." Luo Yushi gritted her teeth. She didn't want to lose to Yui. Okay, I'll ask your Aunt Luo to send you another batch. But although cultivation is important, we can't be too hasty, the person on the other end said earnestly. "Yes, Dad, I will," Luo Yushi said calmly. Luo Tianhe said, "My daughter, when will you come back? Although you don't like your marriage partner, you still have to meet him. After all, he is from a top family and I can't refuse. I can only say that you will come back after the college entrance examination in Qingchuan City." Hearing his father's words, Luo Yushi's face became even colder. She said firmly, "I will never meet him. This was decided by you privately and has nothing to do with me. If you want to arrange a marriage, do it yourselves." After that, she hung up the phone without hesitation. Luo Tianhe sighed helplessly and murmured to himself, "Alas, girl, you don't understand the reason. I don't want you to marry the third son of the Li family. After all, that guy is a famous playboy." However, he was helpless. "Your mother was bitten by a green poison black snake in the secret realm. The poison of the green poison black snake is extremely toxic and requires a special elixir to cure. This kind of magical medicine is only available in the Li family. When I went to the Li family to buy this magical medicine, they took advantage of the situation and took a fancy to your appearance. They offered to marry you before they would sell you some." Considering his wife's condition, Luo Tianhe had to grit his teeth and agree. But what he didn't expect was that the elixir he bought could only play a suppressive role and couldn't solve the problem fundamentally. Luo Tianhe had been looking for a solution to his wife's hidden danger in the past few years but had never found one. Therefore, the marriage has never been dissolved. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with guilt and helplessness. "Alas, I hope you can understand your father's difficulties in the future. I am really not a competent father." After hanging up the phone, Luo Yushi became more and more irritated. On the one hand, it was because of Yuyi's ruthless rejection, and on the other hand, she felt disgusted by the idea of arranged marriage. Whenever Luo Yushi thought of that womanizing marriage partner, she felt sick. "Forget it, let's not think about these troubles anymore. It's most important to concentrate on improving myself," Luo Yushi muttered silently in his heart. "Brother E, you are so awesome. You even dared to flirt with that cold and frosty school beauty. said the skinny monkey with admiration on his face. What's the big deal? She's just a little school beauty, not worth mentioning at all. Let's go, it's time to go to your house, Yui replied calmly. So, Yui and Shouho walked out of the school gate together and headed towards Shouho's home. Shouho's home is also located in the civilian urban area, but not in the same place as Yui's home. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Shouho's house. Shouho knocked gently on the door. A gentle voice came from inside the house. Who is it? Sure. Hearing Wang Shou's voice, Shouho's mother hurriedly opened the door. When she saw there was another male classmate standing next to Wang Shou. With a hint of doubt on his face, he asked, Shouho, who is this? Mom, this is the Yui I always talked about to you, my best friend from school. When the skinny monkey's mother heard that it was Yui, she immediately smiled and said, It's Yui, come in and sit down. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Oh, what a sweet little mouth. How can you be pretty when you are old? Come in, come in. Yui followed the skinny monkey into the house. Although the house was small, it was very tidy. Skinny monkey's mother brought tea and greeted Yui warmly. Yui, thank you for taking care of our skinny monkey, the skinny monkey's mother said with a smile. Auntie, Shouho is my brother, I should take care of him. Then how about I call you Xiaoi? Yui nodded. Sure, Auntie. What talent did you awaken, Xiaoi? Yui replied. I awakened the S-talent space. S-level talent, space-related? That's great. It's unlike me who only awakened an F-level talent. Skinny monkey's mother is named Hiyu. She has awakened the F-level talent, affinity, which only makes it easier for her to communicate with others. The skinny monkey's father, named Wanshan, awakened E speed increase, which means he is a little faster than others and works in a food delivery company. Although everyone can awaken their talents, the E and F levels absorption of elixirs and cultivation speed are very low. Some people remain ordinary people throughout their lives and cannot reach the level of warriors, so they choose to find a job in society and live a stable life. It's okay, Auntie. You gave birth to a good child. Look, the skinny monkey has awakened his SS talent. After hearing Yui's words, he laughed. Yes, I have a good son. Then I saw Hiyu hugging Wang Shou. Looking at the mother and son like this, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, he had been an orphan for 2 lifetimes. But then I thought that now I have Li Qingwei, who is not my biological sister but is better than my biological sister, and who treats me well. I can't help but feel happy because after all, there is still someone who loves me. After hugging Wang Shou, Hiyu smiled and said, Stay at our house for dinner today, and don't refuse. Yui nodded. Then I will try Auntie's cooking. The aunt said with a smile. Then I will show you my skills. You and Shouho sit down first, and I will go and cook. Auntie, let me help you, Yui said. How can I ask you to help me since you are a guest? Skinny monkey, stay with your brother. The skinny monkey replied. Okay. And then said to Yui, Just be a good guest. Yui nodded helplessly. Then I will obey your command respectfully. Chapter 17. Among the thousands of lights, there's one that lights up for you. As the last dish was served, Wang Shua's father also came back. Wang Shua saw his father coming back, and hurriedly went to greet him and said, Dad, you're back. Come, let me introduce you, this is Yui, the man I often mention to you, my best friend. After listening to his son's introduction, Wan Shan carefully looked at the young man in front of him. Yui was seen with a tall stature, handsome face, and a heroic look between his brows. He could not help but nod with satisfaction and said with a smile, You are Yui, you are indeed a handsome man, quite like me back then, ha ha! When Wang Shou's mother, who was standing nearby, heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wang Shan. She scolded him. You old man, how old are you and you still talk about your past? What do you look like? You have always been like this. Wang Shan was not angry when his wife said this. Instead, he smiled and explained. Isn't this just trying to get close to the young man? Get closer to him. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Wan Shao quickly came out to smooth things over. Okay, let's eat first and talk while we eat. As he said that, he pulled Yui towards the dining table. By the way, hurry up and sit down to eat and try your aunt's cooking, Yui. Wan Shan greeted warmly. Yui politely replied, "Okay, uncle," and then sat down at the dining table. "Uncle, please sit down too. You have been working hard all day, and you need to rest more," Yui said with concern. Wan Shan was very pleased after hearing this, and replied with a smile, "Good boy, you are really caring. Your girlfriend's parents will be blessed in the future. It seems that our Shaw has really made a good friend this time." "Oh, it doesn't matter if I'm tired or not. As long as Wan Shaw can concentrate on his practice, I'll be happy. And our Shaw's SS level talent is my pride, ha ha ha," Wan Shan said proudly. "We have to celebrate today. We have to drink until we are drunk." "Who told you to drink?" "No." He stopped him seriously. Okay, I won't drink if I don't want to. It's always right to listen to my wife." Wan Shan compromised with a smile. But he still didn't give up. "Hey, brother Yui is here today, let's have a drink together." He didn't say anything but just gave a look that said you understand. Seeing this look, Wan Shan calmed down and said, "It's better not to drink this wine, let's eat the food." Afterwards, everyone started to eat and enjoy the delicious food. I have to say that Wan Shou's mother's cooking skills are excellent. Every dish is delicious and makes people want to eat a few more bowls of rice. At this time, Wan Shan asked expectantly, "By the way, what was the result of your school's qualifying competition today?" The skinny monkey smiled and replied, "I got the top 10. Wow! My kid can actually make it into the top 10. He really deserves to be my son, Wan Shan. Now I can show off to my colleagues," Wan Shan said excitedly, touching the skinny boy's head. The skinny monkey's eyes were slightly red, and he said gratefully, "If you hadn't spent all your money to buy me training resources, I might not even be able to make it into the top 10. Thank you, Mom and Dad." "Ha ha, silly child, I make money for you to spend. When you become strong in the future, you can come to protect me," Wan Shan said with a hearty laugh. "Well, I will definitely protect you. How about Xiaoyi's ranking?" He asked gently. Yui replied, "I got first place by luck." "Oh wow! First place! You're really a hidden talent. I heard from you that you have S-level talent, which is even better than those SS-level ones. It seems that you are really awesome," Wan Shan said in surprise. Yui smiled slightly and answered modestly, "It was just luck." But in fact, Yui thought to himself, this is not luck, it is all thanks to the help of my invincible system. Wan Shan added, "Well, you two should not be too proud. There are always people who are better than you." Yui knew this truth very well, and nodded quickly and said, "Yes, uncle. After all, pride makes people fall behind, and humility makes people progress." "Yeah, that's right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's continue eating." Everyone started to pick up their chopsticks. After a while, I finished my meal, put down my bowl and chopsticks and said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your hospitality. I have to go back. My eldest sister is still waiting for me at home." "Okay, then you should go back quickly and don't make your elder sister wait anxiously," he said to me gently. Shaw, who was standing next to me, stood up and prepared to see me out. "Okay, thank you, uncle and aunt, for the hospitality. I will definitely visit again next time I have the chance," I replied with a smile. Wan Shan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you really suit my taste. Come and play more often when you have time." After saying goodbye, Skinny Monkey accompanied me downstairs. Looking at the backs of their two children leaving, Hiyu and his wife were filled with emotion. "This kid has good character, strong ability, and handsome appearance. If we can have a daughter, we can consider marrying her to him. But it's also good for our only son to be a good brother," Hiyu said happily. Hearing his wife say this, Wan Shan nodded, indicating that he agreed with her opinion. Indeed, such outstanding young people are rare. If they can marry into one's family or become friends with one, it would be a good choice. After seeing Yui off, Shouho returned upstairs alone. Yui was walking home alone, feeling particularly happy. After a while, he arrived downstairs of his home. I looked up and found that the windows of my house were still brightly lit, and a warm feeling welled up in my heart. Among the thousands of lights, there is finally one that is a warm home that belongs to you. Thinking of this, Yui quickened his pace, and couldn't wait to return home to share his experiences and feelings of the day with his family. After all, no matter how prosperous and noisy the outside world is, home will always be the warmest and most solid harbor. When I entered the house, I saw Sister Qingwei lying quietly on the sofa and seemed to be asleep. She was sleeping on the sofa with her head resting on her left arm, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes closed with her long eyelashes trembling slightly like butterflies. She was wearing a loose pajamas. The soft material fit her body and outlined the perfect curves. Yui immediately felt that Sister Qingwei was really beautiful. Usually Sister Qingwei wore an apron and casual clothes. Although you could tell she had a good figure, he didn't expect it to be that good. Yui went back to the room and took the quilt to cover Qingwei. When she covered her, Qingwei opened her eyes slightly. Seeing that it was Yui, she said, "Xiaoyi, why did you come back so late? I called you but you didn't answer. It was already 10 o'clock. Yui took out his phone and saw that it was out of battery. So he said to Sister Qingwei, "My classmate invited me to his house for dinner and I came back to play for a while. My phone ran out of battery and made Sister Qingwei worried." Seeing Xiaoyi say this, Sister Qingwei nodded with relief and said, "Next time if this happens, just tell your sister, Xiaoyi." "I will, Sister Qingwei. I will report to you next time. By the way, Sister Qingwei, why did you fall asleep on the sofa?" I asked. "Because I saw you didn't answer the phone. I was a little worried about you, so I waited for you to come back on the sofa and then fell asleep in a daze," Sister Qingwei said sincerely. "Thank you, Sister Qingwei." Then he walked forward and hugged Sister Qingwei. Sister Qingwei felt the warmth in his arms and did nothing but enjoyed it quietly. "By the way, Sister Qingwei, I won first place in the school qualifying competition today and received a bonus of 2 million. How about I take you to the mall to buy things on Saturday?" Li Qingwei was a little surprised to hear that Yui actually won the first place in the school ranking competition. "Xiaoyi, you are really amazing to have won the first place in the school, but you don't need to buy anything, you can save it to buy training items. Sister Qingwei, you've taken care of me for so long, so what's wrong with buying you something?" Li Qingwei thought about it and nodded, saying, "Xiaoyi, wait until Saturday when I don't have work, and then I'll go with you." Yui nodded and replied, "Sister Qingwei, let's go to bed now." Sister Qingwei agreed. "Xiaoyi, I will go back first." So Sister Qingwei stood up and prepared to go out, but suddenly her body tilted, she lost her balance and fell down. Yui was quick to reach out and support her, hugging her tightly. "Sister Qingwei, what's wrong with you?" Yui asked anxiously. Feeling Xiaoyi's warm body hugging her, she whispered shyly, "I slept for too long. I sprained my ankle, so I couldn't stand steadily." "You sprained your ankle. It must be painful. I know how to massage. Let me rub it for you," Yui said with a slight smile. When Yui said this, Li Qingwei felt a little shy. She wanted me to massage her but didn't want to. She seemed to be struggling internally whether to accept Yui's proposal, but she finally chose to accept it. Li Qingwei responded with a little shyness. Yui carefully carried Sister Qingwei to the sofa, gently took off her shoes, and then held her silky smooth feet. I couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in my heart, and at the same time I felt a little hot. However, Yui suppressed these distracting thoughts and focused on massaging her feet. In fact, the so-called massage is roughly similar to touching. "Sister Qingwei, is this more comfortable?" I asked with concern while massaging. Comfortable," Sister Qingwei replied in a low voice. "Does it still hurt?" I continued to ask. Sister Qingwei shook her head slightly, indicating that she was much better. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became particularly ambiguous and subtle, as if they were just a couple. Sister Qingwei saw that the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous and said, "I should go back. It's getting late, Xiaoyi." Yui was stunned and said, "Sister Qingwei, then you can go back." Sister Qingwei's house is just a few steps away from Yui's house. She usually lives alone as her parents have a house somewhere else. After returning home, Li Qingyue's face flushed slightly as she thought about what had just happened. This brat had the audacity to take advantage of me and touch my feet. Li Qingyue returned to her room and lay on the bed, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the moment just now. Her heart was still beating fast, and the blush on her face had not yet faded. "Why would I let him massage my feet?" Li Qingwei asked herself in her heart. She realized that her feelings towards Yui seemed to have changed. Chapter 18 Teleportation. In the room, after experiencing what just happened, Yi's heart was inevitably filled with waves. After all, he is also a young man full of vigor and vitality. How can I not be moved by such a beautiful and charming Sister Qingwei? Although I gave Sister Qingwei a massage, I actually also deliberately touched her twice, feeling the delicate and smoothness of Sister Qingwei's feet, as if I had touched the beauty deep in her heart. However, Yui knew that such thoughts were inappropriate, and he could not continue to let them run wild. So I decided to take a shower, calm myself down, and have a good rest for the day, and then check the rewards and go shopping in the Warrior Building tomorrow. After taking a quick shower, I tried hard to suppress my inner restlessness, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto Yui's face, and he was awakened by the sound of a crisp alarm clock. Yui stretched drowsily, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at his phone. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. How can you sleep at this hour? The cell phone alarm rang out a question. Yui reached out and turned off the alarm clock. Thinking of yesterday's mission rewards, Yui was still a little excited. There are a total of 800 bonus talent points and a D-level weapon. I used up 500 points yesterday to upgrade my martial arts, and now I have 300 points left. Add to that the 100 points from daily tasks gained on the last day of competition, for a total of 400 talent points. Alas, I still feel that talent points are not enough. It would be better if daily tasks could give more. Thinking of this, Yui got up and began to prepare for the new day. There is also a 2nd level 5th level Space Demon Core awarded by the principal. I don't know if it has any skills. Can the system directly absorb this Demon Core? Ding! Normally, the 1st level cannot absorb the 2nd level Monster Core, but as a system, you can directly absorb this monster. Not only does it save the time to absorb this Monster Core, but it can also absorb it across levels. Ding! Detected that the host used the Monster Core reward space skill, Teleport, for the first time. Ding! From now on, every time you absorb 100 Space Monster Cores, you will be rewarded with space skills. Oh my god, this is so cool, it's about to take off. System, absorb this Demon Core! Soon the Demon Core was completely absorbed, and the luster it emitted disappeared. Chi and blood, 1880 calories, spirit, 1688 Hz. I felt my energy and spirit improved, and I immediately felt refreshed. It's really great to have a system. Not only does it save time on absorbing pills, it also saves time on absorbing monster cores, putting you far ahead of others. I also gave him the reward of teleportation. Now if anyone is unhappy with me, I will just appear next to him and give him a slap. The teleportation distance will become farther as the spirit becomes stronger. It's about 30 meters now, but it's useless if you use too much spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 1st level 5th level task of spiritual energy and blood, and award 500 talent points. Ding! Daily tasks updated. Practicing meditation and body building skills for 1 hour every day will reward you with 200 talent points. Ding! Issue the task. The Chi, blood and spirit have reached the 2nd level, the 1st level. Reward 1,500 talent points. Oh wow! The system has released tasks again, and the daily tasks have become easier, and the rewards have become more. This is really great. In that case, let's go to the warrior building and buy some things we need. So, after quickly washing up and eating a few buns on the street, he headed towards the warrior building. Warrior building, coming here again, it is still very lively, with a lot of people coming in and out. After all, the warrior building covers many aspects of business. Not only can you buy items here, you can also sell items, accept tasks, and participate in various entertainment activities. After entering the warrior hall, there are a total of 18 floors. The first floor is mainly responsible for providing basic services and answering questions for warriors. So Yui walked to the window of the young lady who certified him as a warrior last time, and quickly lined up. Not long after, it was Yi's turn. Yui smiled and said to her, "Hello, I'm here to update the level of the warrior spiritualist." The young lady glanced at me and said in surprise, It's you! Yui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young lady still remembered me. Of course, you are the first person to come for certification after awakening. Of course I remember you, the young lady said with a blink. By the way, what warrior level are you updating this time? Generally, warriors at level 5 can register once. The 5th level of the first stage just meets the requirements for going out of the city for hunting. The young lady asked in confusion. Don't tell me that you have reached the 5th level of the first stage? Yui nodded calmly and said, luckily he reached the 5th level of the first stage. When the young lady heard Yui say that he had reached the 5th level of the first stage, she looked incredulous. How could you be so fast? Are you a descendant of some noble family who came to our Qinchuan city for training? The young lady said excitedly. Just practice normally, Yui said calmly. You're kidding. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Then, can we add each other? The young lady asked expectantly. Yui thought about it and nodded. Well, okay. Great! By the way, my name is Zhao Xiao, and I know your name is Yui, so there's no need to introduce us. Yui touched his nose and thought to himself. The name is Xiao, but the place is not small. So, he exchanged contact information with Zhao Xiao. Okay, brother Yui, I'm going to conduct a blood, qi and spirit test on you now. Only if you pass the test can you be successfully certified, Zhao Xiao said seriously. Yui nodded and put his hand on it. Soon, the instrument displayed it. Qi and blood, 1880 calories. Spirit 1688 Hz. When Zhao Xiao saw the data of qi, blood and spirit, she was so surprised that her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff a few sausages in it. I am sure now that you must be from a big family who came to Qinchuan City for training. At this stage, the spirit and blood have reached the 5th level of the first order at the same time. How is this possible? Only some top families can do this. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen something incredible. Yui did not say anything. After all, he did not want outsiders to know too much about himself, so as not to arouse others' jealousy and concerns. After a moment of silence, Yui smiled and said, Then, just treat me as a young man from an aristocratic family from another place. After saying that, Yui turned to look at her and continued to ask, Now, can you help me update my badge? Of course, she replied with a smile, and held out her hand for me to hand her the badge. Yui handed her the badge without hesitation. It didn't take long for the badge update to be completed successfully. Zhao Xiao looked at the updated badge in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. She seemed to have remembered something important, and looked up and said to me, By the way, after you reach the 5th level of the first stage, you will receive a subsidy of 3,000 yuan every month. Then, she explained to me in detail how to receive this subsidy. All you need to do is download an app called Warrior Hall. Then enter the number on the badge to log in, and finally bind your personal bank card number to it, so that you can receive the money on time every month. Yui listened to her explanation carefully, and nodded to show that he understood. Yui took out his mobile phone and followed her instructions. After a short while, I successfully downloaded and logged into the Warrior Hall, and quickly bound my bank card. Thank you, little sister. It turns out that all the little sisters in Xiongdao are kind-hearted, Yui teased. Hearing Yui's praise, Zhao Xiao's face turned slightly red and she seemed a little shy. I have another question. Where can I buy pills and spiritual liquids? Yui continued to ask. Zhao Xiao. The pills and spiritual liquid are on the 2nd floor. Yui nodded and said with a smile. Then I will go buy some pills first. Zhao Xiao didn't say anything more after hearing this. After all, he still had to work. Chapter 19 Investment. After entering the medicine hall, Yui asked directly, Hello, how much are the first-grade top-grade qi and blood pills and the first-grade top-grade spiritual liquid? The staff member looked up at the plainly dressed young man in front of him and did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he politely replied, The price of a first-grade qi and blood pill is about 65,000 yuan, and the price of the spiritual liquid is the same. Do you want to buy any? 65,000 per piece? Then let's start with 10 each, Yui said calmly. When the staff heard 10 each, they were shocked. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man was so rich. "The total is 1.3 million blue star coins," the staff said with a smile. Yui nodded, then took out his bank card and handed it to the other party. "Swipe the card." The staff member took the bank card and completed the card swiping operation skillfully. "Here are your pills and spiritual fluids. I wish you a smooth life and happy cultivation. You are welcome to visit us next time," the staff said enthusiastically. Yui nodded slightly to express his gratitude. At this moment, he began to wonder what he was still missing. After some thought, he realized that he seemed to be lacking everything at this stage. Not only do they lack martial arts, they also lack lightning and space skills, as well as armor, and most importantly, they lack money. "Alas, I'm still short of money. But it doesn't matter, I'll be able to make money when I can go out of town to hunt." Thinking of this, Yui's confidence suddenly increased. "Go buy some armor first, so you can be safer outside." So, he went to the place where weapons and protective gear were sold. "What's the price of F-class armor?" The receptionist was a fat staff member. "All the F-class armor categories are here, take a look for yourself." As he said that, he handed a list to Yui. Yui took a closer look and found that low and medium quality F-level armor was around 200,000 to 300,000, while high quality and top quality armor was between 300,000 and 500,000. Yui looked at it for a while and finally chose a piece of soft armor called Fiber Soft Armor. It is made of special fibers and has a certain defensive effect. It is an F-grade mid-quality item and costs 280,000 blue star coins. After buying the soft armor, Yui also bought a map outside the city. He planned to go home to improve his strength before going out of the city to hunt monsters. However, just as Yui was about to go out, he saw an old man waiting for him in front. "Excuse me, old man, who are you?" Yui asked puzzledly. "I'm just a senior executive in the Warrior Building. My name is Zhao Guanshan." "Zhao Guanshan? I don't know him." Yui just shook his head and answered indifferently. After hearing this, the old man immediately showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. But he soon smiled again. "Haha, it doesn't matter, we already know each other now anyway. My dear friend, I see that you have a unique bone structure, and you are definitely a good material for martial arts training. I wonder if you are willing to take me as your master?" "What the hell? Damn, he wants me to become his disciple right away? Could this guy be a charlatan?" Yui muttered to himself in his heart, while staring at the old man in front of him with a vigilant look. "Old sir, I'm sorry, I don't want to be your disciple. Please find someone else." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, my friend. I was just joking with you just now," Zhao Guanshan said slowly with a smile on his face. "The thing is, since you are the first warrior certified by my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao on the second day of her awakening, and your mental strength has reached the second level of the first stage, I told him in advance to report to me if there are any good seedlings." Then the relevant information was naturally passed to Zhao Guanshan. After that, Zhao Guanshan went to look up Yui's detailed information. The results surprised him greatly. Yui obviously only has F-level space talent. According to common sense, even if he has sufficient elixirs and spiritual fluids to assist in his practice. To cultivate to the second level of the first stage, it would take at least several years. However, Yui was able to do it in just one day. This really made him curious. "Until today, my granddaughter told me that you were here to update your warrior and spiritual master levels, so I came here to wait for you, my friend." After hearing what Zhao Guanshan said, Yui put down his guard and said, "Actually, I have an S-level space talent, but the school made a mistake. Now the school files have been updated. Besides, how could an F-level talent be cultivated so quickly?" The old man nodded after listening but said nothing. After all, many people have their own secrets, and it is not a good behavior to dig too deep into other people's secrets. "My friend, are you here to buy something?" Zhao Guanshan asked kindly. "Buy some elixirs and spiritual liquids to improve your qi, blood and spirit," Yui replied calmly. Zhao Guanshan nodded and said, "My friend, you are very good. You have reached the 5th level of the first stage, and you are still practicing so hard. You are awesome. I came here this time to discuss something with you. My granddaughter needs some water spirit grass to improve her water attribute. If you go out of town, please pick some for me. No matter how much you pick, I will give you 500,000 yuan as a reward. How about that? The old man said with a gentle smile. Yui listened to what Zhao Guanshan said and wondered why he was looking for him. Water spirit grass is a very common thing. Even one piece is not expensive, and it is not worth mentioning for such a high-level person. And these 500,000 are enough to buy a lot, so why do you still need to collect them yourself? Yui stroked his chin and thought. Maybe he saw that I have great potential and reached the 5th level of the first stage so quickly, so he took the opportunity to make friends with me. As a businessman, you need to have extensive interpersonal relationships, and you must be able to identify whether a person has potential and make friends with him and invest in him before he grows up. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises in the future. It seems that Zhao Guanshan is a shrewd businessman with a keen eye for talent. Yui thought about it and decided to do this anyway as he was going out today, and he would get 500,000 yuan since he was short of money right now. Yui agreed and said, "Okay, I'll look for it if I leave the city." Seeing Yui's agreement, Zhao Guanshan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then, my friend, let's add each other so that we can keep in touch in the future?" Yui nodded and exchanged contact information with Zhao Guanshan. "All right, my friend, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. I still have some power in this warrior building." Yui thanked him. "Thank you very much, senior. I'll take my leave now." After Yui left, Zhao Guanshan looked at Yui's back and said slowly, "He is neither arrogant nor impatient, and he is thoughtful. He doesn't have the airs of a child from an aristocratic family. He is a good candidate." Then he saw Zhao Guanshan nodded with satisfaction. After leaving the warrior building, I headed towards home, planning to improve myself after returning home. I returned home and it was around 10 o'clock. Sister Qingwei usually gets off work at 7 o'clock in the evening and goes home. I work 5 days a week, so I didn't see Sister Qingwei. So he started taking qi and blood pills and spirit liquid. Ding! Detected that the host used a first-grade top-grade elixir to increase his health by 70 points, times 10. Ding! Detected that the host used the first-grade spirit liquid to increase the spirit by 70 points, times 10. Qi and blood, 2,580 calories, spirit, 2,388 Hz. Qi, blood and spirit have all been upgraded to the 6th level of the first stage. Then I practiced for another hour and got 200 talent points for the daily task. There are 1,100 talent points in total. Don't rush to add points to the physical skill, Thunder Flash. Now, after all, there is the skill, Teleport. It is better to practice the 9 Thunder Blades to perfection. System. Raise the 9 Thunder Blades to the highest level. Ding! Consume 1,000 points of Thunder 9 Swords to complete successfully. Suddenly, countless images of using the 9 Thunder Swords appeared in my mind. Well, that's good. I can now chop up to the 6th sword. Now I am a little stronger. Let's go to the martial arts gym this afternoon to test our strength. Ding! Issue a task. If you practice a martial art to perfection, you will be rewarded with 500 talent points. There is no limit on the number of martial arts you can practice. System Punch in Panel. Character Yui. Realm, Warrior Level 1, 6th level, Spiritual Master Level 1, 6th level. Qi and Blood, 2,580 cards, 3,400 points for the 1st level, 7th level. Spirit, 2388 Hz, 3,400 points for the 1st level, 7th level. Talent, S-Space SSS Thunder. Maul unlocked with 1,000 talent points. Kung Fu, King Level Ultimate Thunderbolt Body Forging Technique, Level 1, King Level Ultimate Thunderbolt Meditation Method. Martial Arts, Earth Level Top Grade 9 Thunder Blades, Great Success. Mysterious Level Top Grade Gale Fist, Minor Success. Earth Level Top Grade Thunder Flash, Not Yet Mastered. Skill, Teleport. Backpack, D-Grade Superior Quality Thunder Blade, 420,000 Blue Star Coins, F-Grade Medium Quality Fiber Soft Armor, Qinchuan City Surrounding Map Talent Points 100. Chapter 20, King Kong Martial Arts School. After a simple lunch, he couldn't wait to rush to the martial arts gym closest to his home. When I arrived at the entrance of the King Kong Martial Arts School, before I stepped inside, I could see from afar that many people were training enthusiastically. Everyone was so engrossed that they seemed to have forgotten everything around them. Yui walked straight to the front desk and said to the pretty lady, "Please help me open a monster virtual simulation test room for 1 hour." The lady at the front desk responded with a smile. "Yes, sir. Which level range would you like to choose?" Yui thought for a moment, then replied, "Probably below the first level of the second stage." Hearing Yui's answer, the young lady showed a little surprise on her face. She obviously didn't expect that someone so young like me had already reached the second level of strength. You know, in her eyes, a level 1, stage 2 monster is not something that can be dealt with casually. Presumably, Yui must have reached the first level of the second stage. The young lady smiled and said, "Okay, the fee for 1 hour is 30,000 blue star coins. Your virtual monster simulation training room is in room 203 on the second floor. Here is your door card. Please keep it safe. You can enter by swiping the card." Yui paid the money readily and soon entered room 203. There is a sleeping cabin in the room. Yui slowly opened the cabin door and lay down inside. Soon, he felt dizzy. After a while, the scene in front of me gradually became clear, and I found myself in a virtual space full of science fiction. "Hello, respected guest. I am Xiaoyi. What level of monster do you want to challenge?" At this time, the voice of an intelligent owl came. Yui couldn't help but marvel at the technological content of this virtual space. Yui pondered in his heart and decided to start with a low difficulty level, so he said, "Then let's try a level 1, level 6 level." The strength of a monster has nothing to do with its chi, blood, and spirit. Only the realm is like the first order 6th level thunder snake beast. "Do you have any other requirements? Like attributes or other aspects?" Al asked softly. "Then let's go with a thunder attribute monster, a level 1, level 6 monster. Please wait a moment to select the appropriate monster for you." Soon, a first level, 6th level, thunder snake beast appeared in front of Yui. Its body is covered in tough scales that glow with an electric blue light. It is huge and powerful, about 5 meters long, and is staring at the human in front of it. "Not bad, let me see my current strength." As he spoke, Yui put on the fiber soft armor, picked up the thunder sword, and swung it at the thunder snake beast in front of him. Then he saw a blade with lightning slashing at the body of the thunder snake beast, instantly splitting it in half. Yui thought to himself this was too rubbish. Have to change it again. "Xiaoyi, raise the level of the thunder snake beast to the 7th level of the first stage." "Well, dear guest." Then he swung his sword twice, and the sword energy directly cut the Raidenman in half. After all, it is a D-level weapon, and it is normal that it comes with the blessing of SSS lightning talent. After defeating the first level 10 with difficulty, Yui was very satisfied with the test result. The maximum combat power can probably kill an ordinary first-order level 10 monster. If you want to kill a level 10 thunder snake beast, you have to use all your means. You have to use the 9 thundering swords, thunder and lightning bombardment, and fight hard to win. Then I tested the defense and found that it was not a big problem for a first-order 8th level attack. After the test results, Yui nodded with satisfaction, but the wild and virtual are different after all. There are too many uncertainties in the wild, and if you encounter a level 10 monster, you have to avoid it. After all, at my current stage, I have to use up all my blood and spiritual power to kill a first-order 10th level monster. The higher the spirit, the more spiritual power. Spiritual power is consumed by using skills, such as space jumping, or using lightning to attack monsters. However, if the chi, blood and spiritual energy are exhausted, then there will be no means to save one's life. If you encounter someone with ulterior motives or a ferocious monster, the consequences will be disastrous. Yui thought to himself. After completing the test, he immediately exited the virtual space and got up and left the sleeping cabin. Soon, he came to the first floor and handed the door card to the front desk staff. When I turned around, I found a group of people gathered together to watch a game. "Do you think this young man can defeat the gym owner's son?" "It's hard to say. The owner's son is at the 4th level of Chi and Blood level 1, and he also has S-level talent. This kid seems to only have B-level talent, but I don't know what his specific realm is." At this time, a third-level old man interrupted and said, "He is in the first-level, third-level chi and blood realm and the first-level, second-level spirit realm. Then I'm afraid there's no chance of winning. It's not easy to get the defensive martial arts of the King Kong Martial Arts School." Soon, the B-level talent was seen being knocked out of the ring. Defensive martial arts? Yui guessed in his heart as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. The general course of events has been pieced together from their mouths. Then, Yui turned to look at the staff at the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, if I defeat the gym owner's son, can I get the defensive martial arts of the King Kong Martial Arts Gym?" The staff nodded, and then explained, "This year, the owner's son awakened an S-level talent. In order to bring more profits to the martial arts gym, anyone who awakens this year will have the opportunity to challenge the gym owner's son. If you can win, you will obtain the most powerful defensive martial arts of our Vajra Martial Arts School Vajra body." Yui listened carefully to the staff's words and nodded to show his understanding. After all, most of those who have awakened SS level or S level talents have profound backgrounds and do not need to come for a challenge just for a martial art. As for those who were born as commoners and awaken S level or SS level talents, since his current training speed is difficult to match that of the gym owner's son, he naturally won't try it easily. Of course, there may be an exception among them. "It just so happens that I'm lacking a defensive martial art. It's like a pillow for a sleepy person." So Yui slowly walked forward from the crowd. Then he saw the sturdy man standing on the ring. "He's so strong!" Yui exclaimed. The man on the stage said, "Anyone else want to challenge?" Everyone in the audience was talking about something, but no one came up to challenge. "Then no one is challenging us, so let's call it a day." "Wait," said a hacker. Everyone looked at Yui when they heard the question. "Who is this? Want to challenge?" "I don't know him. This stranger must be a young man." The sturdy man on the ring heard the voice and said, "Brother, do you want to challenge me?" Yui nodded, went on stage and showed his student ID of the 9th Martial Arts High School. The sturdy young man took it, looked at it, and said, "Nice to meet you, Brother Yui. Brother Yu, please give me your guidance. I am Sun Chong, an S-level talent, physical enhancement." "Yui S Space System," Yui said calmly. Hearing that Yui was from the S Space Department, Sun Chong frowned. There was also a lot of discussion in the audience. "It's actually the extremely rare S-level space system. It seems that Sun Chong has met a truly powerful enemy this time." "That's for sure. At this stage, the space system probably hasn't mastered any powerful skills yet, right? Besides, Sun Chong is a physical enhancer who can greatly enhance his body. He definitely has the advantage at this stage." "Yes, and there is no big family with the surname Yu in Qingchuan City, so their realm should not be too high. The competition officially begins." In a flash, Yui raised his knife and swung it fiercely at Sun Chong. An extremely sharp sword energy attacked Sun Chong like lightning. The sword energy came with great force and speed, and Sun Chong had no way to avoid it. In a hurry, he had to activate the Vajra body and the innate physical strengthening, while holding the spear across his chest for defense. There was a loud clang sound, and the sword energy hit the spear. An enormous impact force erupted instantly, knocking Sun Chong off the stage. If it weren't for the spear blocking it, the blow would probably have hit him directly. "Who dares to hurt my son?" Chapter 21 The Young Man Pursuing Strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a burly, muscular man walking quickly towards Sun Chong. This person is Sun Chong's father, Sun Ba, who is also the owner of this martial arts school. As soon as he arrived at the martial arts gym, he saw his beloved son being knocked off the stage. He immediately glared at the young man on the stage in anger and asked loudly, "You are the one who hurt my son?" Yui couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Isn't this a challenge match? How come the smaller one lost and the larger one came here to seek revenge? Yui quickly explained. "Just now I challenged this brother, just to exchange martial arts on the stage. I did not intend to hurt your son." Sun Ba turned to look at his son and asked with concern, "Is the injury serious? Is it really like he said?" Sun Chong nodded and replied, "It's no big deal, Dad. Didn't you say that whoever beats me will get the Vajra body? That's why he challenged me normally. He didn't hurt me on purpose. It's just that I'm not as skilled as him. Dad, he has succeeded in the challenge now. Please give him your martial arts Vajra body. Sun Chang continued. Hearing this, Yui secretly admired in his heart. This Sun Chang has good character. Sun Ba seemed to realize that he had misunderstood Yui, and he nodded. He said, I see. I have wronged you. Come, bring me the martial arts book Vajra body. Then he smiled and said to Yui, My dear, I am really sorry for what happened just now. It was my fault. I just came in and saw my son being beaten down. I was really angry. But I have a rather impatient temper, so please don't be offended. Yui smiled slightly and replied, It's okay, senior son, don't take it to heart. Anyone who sees their own child being bullied would probably be a little angry. Sun Bao laughed out loud after hearing this. Haha, you are indeed a broad-minded person. I wonder which family you are from? Yui replied calmly, I'm sorry I can't tell you. After all, if you walk outside, you will easily expose your strength. However, without a strong background to support them, they are easily targeted by people with bad intentions. So it is safer to create a feeling that there is a strong force behind it. Sun Ba thought about it for a while, then said, Well, since you are not willing to reveal it, then forget it. Not long after, the staff delivered the martial arts to Yui. Ding! Successfully learned the Vajra body. Yui nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the martial arts school owner and his son were quite good. They neither defaulted on their debts nor bullied the weak. Then I'll take my leave first. Having said that, Yui turned and walked towards the door. Wait! Sun Chang shouted hurriedly. Yui looked back at Sun Chang, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. What does Sun Chang want to do? May I ask how you practice? Sun Chang asked. We are both S-level talents. Logically speaking, our training speeds should be similar. But why is your realm so far beyond mine? Do you have some secret book to become stronger? The secret to becoming stronger? Upon hearing this question, Yui couldn't help but laugh in his heart. To be honest, there is indeed a secret the system. But this obviously cannot be told to him. So Yui pretended to be calm and replied, There is no secret to becoming stronger. I just put in a little more effort than others. More effort? Sun Chang muttered to himself, as if thinking about what Yui said. Then, as if he understood something, a determined light flashed in his eyes. I understand. From today on, I will practice harder. Thank you for your guidance, brother. One day, I will definitely surpass you. Huh. Seeing Sun Chang's serious look, Yi's mouth twitched. I just said it casually. No matter how hard this kid tries, it will be in vain. After all, he can't have a system like mine. Just as he was thinking about it, Yui said, Then let's each work hard. See you later. At this time, Sun Chang hurriedly called Yui. Brother Yi, please wait. Can you leave a contact number? This is my family's martial arts gym. If you are free on weekdays, you can come and train here. We can also spar with each other from time to time. Although I am not as good as you now, I will work harder in the future. Yui thought about it and thought that although this person was a bit honest, he had good character. After exchanging contact information, Yui walked out of the martial arts gym. At this moment, those who had previously asserted that Yui would lose the game were all shocked. Just now, Yui defeated Sun Chang in an instant with just one strike. His strength is truly astonishing. Perhaps I am too ignorant. This person is most likely the eldest son from a large force who came to Qingchuan City for training. Yeah, it would have been great if I had held on to this thigh tightly just now. Someone couldn't help but feel regretful. Son, why are you so concerned about him? Sun Ba asked with a puzzled look on his face. Because he is very powerful, Sun Chang answered without hesitation. How strong is he? How many rounds did you fight just now? Sun Ba asked. Sun Chang just held up a finger, and Sun Ba guessed. 100 rounds? That's really outstanding. After all, you are also very strong. It's amazing to be able to defeat you. However, Sun Chang shook his head and said softly, It's a move. What? One move? Sun Ba's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. Fuck, this is too outrageous. My son Sun Chang possesses S-level talent after all, and has reached the first order 4th level of Chi and Blood realm. How could he be defeated by the opponent in just one move? His face was filled with shock and disbelief. What realm is that kid at? Normally, if they are not in combat, others cannot detect the realm of others. Did anyone see the boy's true realm just now? Sun Ba turned around and asked the onlookers. At this time, a white-haired old man slowly spoke. His Chi and Blood should be at the level of the 6th level of the first stage, and it looks like he will soon break through to the 7th level of the first stage. However, as to his spiritual realm, that is unknown. What? It's only been more than half a month of training, and someone has already broken through to the 6th level of the first stage. Is this person really 18 years old? This person is probably a descendant of some powerful force, and he came out here specifically to gain experience. Oh, why didn't I take the opportunity to make some friends just now? What a loss! By the way, my son seems to have added him as a friend, so we can use this opportunity to develop a relationship with him. You did a great job, son! You have good vision and are much better than your father, Sun Chang said with a smile. Sun Chang replied calmly. I just simply want to become stronger. All right, it's all the same. I'm in a good mood today, come on, Dad will take you out for a drink. Sun Chang refused. No, I still want to continue practicing hard. Having said that, he turned and left. Alas, if hard work can lead to success, what is the point of having a genius? Sun Ba looked at his son's receding back and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 22 Hunting. After leaving the martial arts hall, he walked briskly towards the city gate. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining and the weather was pleasant. I planned to go out hunting during this time and then go home later. It wasn't long before they arrived at the city gate, which was bustling with people coming and going. Some people acted alone, while more formed teams to leave the city together. According to the regulations, if there are more than 5 people in the team who have reached the 5th level of the first stage, they can leave the city even if the others have not reached this level. Just as I was about to leave the city, a middle-aged man guarding the city stopped me and said, Hey, young man, are you alone? His voice was deep and powerful, revealing a kind of majesty. Yui nodded and replied, Yes, I am alone. Oh? Don't you know the rules? You can't leave the city unless you reach the 5th level of the first order. He looked Yui up and down, seeming a little surprised that Yui went out of the city alone. Of course Yui knew the rules, so he took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to him. The middle-aged man took the badge and looked at it carefully, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Warrior level 1, level 6? Well, you have indeed reached the standard, and you can leave the city. However, it's not as safe outside as in the city. It's dangerous to go out alone. Are you sure you want to go out? Yui nodded without hesitation, indicating that he was fully prepared. Although I know that there are all kinds of unknown risks and challenges outside the city, I still want to improve my strength through actual combat. The middle-aged man sighed, shook his head and said, Well, since you are so determined, I won't say much. I respect your decision, but remember, you must be careful. Looking at the young man leaving, the people guarding the city shook their heads slightly and said, This is another brave young man. He just met the criteria for leaving the city, but he dared to go to the wild alone. And he looks quite young, what a pity. I hope he can return safely. After leaving the city, I took out the map and studied it carefully. This map details the terrain outside the city, the distribution of monsters, and some important landmarks. You need to plan your route based on this information and avoid getting into dangerous situations as much as possible. After careful consideration, Yui finally chose a low-level monster area 20 kilometers away from him as the hunting location. This place was originally a quiet and peaceful town, but now it has been occupied by monsters and has become their habitat. When you step onto this rugged, pothole-filled road, all you see is endless desolation and ruin. The road was lined with weeds, and occasionally one could catch a glimpse of some gigantic monster skeletons, as if telling of the fierce battle that had taken place here. Not long after, Yui arrived at his destination. As soon as he arrived, he saw 2 huge corrupted rats frantically gnawing at a corpse that had already decayed. Ding! The system issues a task: kill a monster, and you will be rewarded with the exploration function, which allows you to view items, monster levels, and other information. Ding! The system issues a task: kill 10 monsters and receive 300 talent points as a reward. They actually released a mission? That's great! Especially the detection function, it feels very practical. And killing the monster is my current goal. Yui quickly put on the fiber soft armor and drew out the sharp thunder-cutting sword. Without hesitation, he swung 2 powerful swords at the corrupted rat in front of him. The 2 corrupted rats fell to the ground and died instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, and be rewarded with the detection function. As the system prompt sounded, Yi's mood instantly became cheerful. Next, I turned my gaze towards the corrupted rat in front of me. Corrupted rat, realm level 1, level 3, likes to eat corrupted food. Monster beasts do not distinguish between blood and spirit, they only have realms, just like this corrupted rat. Well, this function is very practical. If I meet a strong person in the future, I can easily find out the other party's realm. Yui nodded with satisfaction. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the corpse of the corrupted rat did not disappear, which meant that no demon core was produced in its body. As expected, the explosion rate of monster cores is still very low. But it doesn't matter, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, it's just a matter of killing more. Then he put the corpse of the corrupted rat into the system backpack. After all, his main purpose was to hunt monsters and sell them for money. Then he continued hunting. Start killing. Huang family, inside the Huang mansion. Young Master Yui has left the city, and we have sent 2 first-level 9th-level Qi and Blood warriors to kill him. It's not easy to do it inside the city, but it's different outside the city. Deaths outside the city are common. An old man said respectfully. Well, you did a good job, Mr. Xing. That kid actually dared to reject me and tease me, making me lose so badly. Huang Heng smiled sinisterly. Even if he is a genius, so what? A genius who has not grown up is not a true genius at all. This is the fate of going against me, Huang Heng. After all, he doesn't have a father as powerful as me. By the way, remember to ask those 2 people to take pictures of Yi's tragic death. I want to witness his death with my own eyes. After saying that, Huang Heng waved his hand, signaling Xing Lao to leave. Then, he raised a wicked smile and shouted, Come on, bring me 2 pretty girls. Soon, 2 young and beautiful girls were seen crawling forward and trying to please Huang Heng humbly. They knew the status of the man in front of them, and hoped to gain his favor. Huang Heng enjoyed the feeling of being sought after and felt secretly proud of himself. Yui, who was hunting outside the city, didn't know that he was being targeted. Holding a thunder-slashing knife in hand, he shuttled through the dense weeds, searching for traces of the monster with sharp eyes. Soon, he had successfully hunted down 10 monsters, and the system rewarded him with 300 talent points. At this time, his total talent points had reached 400 points. Then, the system released a new task. Kill 100 monsters and get 600 talent points as a reward. Yui was secretly delighted, thinking that this task was very good and a growth-oriented task. He said to himself, not bad, system, can you give me more tasks in the future? My system mall has not been unlocked yet. The system seemed to understand what he said and responded. Received. Tasks will be issued based on different system conditions. Yui was very satisfied with the system's answer and continued. System, you are such an obedient system. Can you give me a few more talent points? It doesn't have to be too much, just a few million will do. However, the system was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a reminder sounded. Ding! Please keep your feet on the ground and don't try to take shortcuts. Yui curled his lips, sighed helplessly, and thought to himself. Oh, forget it, I'd better rely on myself to accumulate slowly. So, I cheered myself up and threw myself back into hunting, determined to earn more talent points through my own efforts. Soon they encountered another first-level 6-layer armored rhinoceros. He hacked it to death and put it in the system backpack. Less than 10 kilometers away from Yui, 2 people were plotting something. Xiao Hei, do you feel his position? I felt it just less than 10 kilometers away. Xiao Hei's talent is D-level tracking. He can sense the person he needs to track by silently reciting their name in his mind. The closer he gets, the stronger the feeling will be. Well, let's go back and complete the mission and collect the reward. After saying this, Luo turned into a shadow behind him and began to move. Another followed closely behind. Chapter 23 Assassination. Yui was so focused on hunting the ferocious beast that he had no idea that danger was approaching quietly. Well, not bad, he thought to himself. I have hunted more than 30 monsters. I should be able to sell them for a good price. Once I kill 100 today, I can call it a day and go home. Yui thought as he continued moving forward. Suddenly, a scorpion monster with a huge body, as solid as cast iron, and emitting a cold light appeared in front of them. This is a giant armored scorpion. Yui was shocked. It's at the 8th level of the First Order. Its shell is extremely difficult to cut. However, facing such a monster, Yui was somewhat excited. He whispered, "Oh, finally a high-level guy has come. Watch how I kill you." After saying that, Yui drew his sword, flashed, and attacked the giant armored scorpion. The long sword in his hand flashed with lightning and carried a sharp blade energy, as he chopped fiercely at the shell of the armored giant scorpion. In an instant 2 crisp sounds were heard, and 2 deep wounds appeared on the shell of the giant armored scorpion. The injured giant armored scorpion was in unbearable pain and immediately raised its tail high, stabbing towards Yui like a sharp spear. Oh no, it turns out that the test at this martial arts gym is not accurate enough. Yui sighed inwardly. The shell of this scorpion looks much harder than that of the thunder snake beast. Yui did not dare to be negligent at all. He quickly used his space-jumping skills and dodged the fatal blow of the armored giant scorpion. Then he raised the long knife again and chopped it down without hesitation. After a few more slashes, the giant iron-armored scorpion finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground with a bang. Yui looked at the giant armored scorpion lying on the ground in front of him and thought to himself, "Well, not bad, not bad. This guy's shell is so hard, it will definitely sell for a good price." He happily put it in his pocket, then looked off into the distance with a determined gaze, muttering to himself, "Keep working hard, I hope I can complete the 100 Demon Slayer today." Yui took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and once again devoted himself to hunting the monsters. He moved nimbly among the weeds like a ghost, making him elusive. At the same time, on a big tree not far away, 2 black figures were watching Yui's every move. I only heard the black shadow whispering, "Xiao Hei, the one in front who is hunting the monster is Yui, right?" After that, it took out a photo and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, it nodded and responded softly, Yes, it is him. Well, we finally found him." Then, the black shadow thought for a moment and made a decision. "Let's do it. I'll turn into a shadow and sneak over to attack. If it fails, you can come out to support me." As soon as the words fell, the black shadow instantly merged into the shadows, quietly approaching Yui. Then he transformed into his own shadow and rushed towards Yui, who was hunting a 1st-level, 5th-level monster like a ghost. "Go to hell!" Suddenly a man stabbed at him with a dagger. Seeing the figure suddenly appearing behind him, Yui did not dare to delay and quickly used teleportation to narrowly avoid the attack. Seeing that the man in black was coming to kill him, Yui had already guessed that this man must have been sent by Huanghun, so he immediately began to investigate. After some investigation, Yui discovered that the man in black possessed a C-level shadow talent, and his realm was the 9th level of the 1st stage of Qi and Blood, and the 8th level of the 1st stage of Spirit. After confirming the realm of the visitor, Yui felt a little relieved and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I don't have to crush the jade given by the principal for the time being." Then, he turned his gaze and stared at the man in black in front of him. He sneered and said, "I don't think you came here alone to cause trouble for me. I believe you have other accomplices with you." After all, Yui had used his spiritual sense to conduct a careful investigation of the rear when he came, and did not detect any signs of anyone following him. "I have been hunting monsters here for over an hour. You have only just arrived. I guess your companions must be tracking down some special type of gifted person." "You're right, you're quite smart, Yui." "Okay, Xiaohei, come here directly." A man in black with his face covered walked straight over. Through investigation, it was discovered that this person possessed a D-level tracking talent, and his realm was at the 9th level of the 1st stage of Qi and Blood, and the 7th level of the 1st stage of Spirit. Yui looked at the person who came and confirmed his guess, but he did not show any panic. You actually possess a spatial skill teleportation. This is incredible. If I hadn't used that move just now, you would have been killed by me in one blow. But you have to die now. Boy, you messed with the wrong person. Remember to find a good family when you reincarnate in your next life. After saying that, he turned into a shadow and pounced towards Yui. Yui wondered in his heart, is it possible to transform into one's own shadow? This ability is very suitable for assassination activities. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Issue the mission, revenge will be taken. Huang Hing intends to murder the host. Please destroy the Huang family. This task is divided into 3 stages. Now releasing the first stage of the task, kill these 2 killers. Reward minus 800 talent points. The second stage will start after completing the task. Not bad, the system has released a new task. Moreover, the rewards for the first stage are quite generous, which makes people look forward to the second and third stages. Yui tightly gripped the thunder-slaying blade in his hand, continuously pouring the tremendous power of thunder and lightning into the blade. In an instant, the blade flashed with dazzling lightning. Yui swung 2 knives at the strange shadow without hesitation. I saw 2 sharp sword auras carrying endless power of thunder and lightning breaking through the air and rushing away like lightning. In an instant there was a crisp, swish, sound, and the originally invisible shadow was chopped out of shape. How is this possible? Shadow exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. How could your sword energy hurt me? I am already a 9th level Chi and Blood Master. And you are only at the 5th level of the First Order. How could you be so powerful? Moreover, you have mastered the talent of lightning. How is this possible? However, how could he know that at this moment Yui had actually already broken through to the 6th level of the first stage? And he also possesses an extremely rare SSS level lightning talent. Sensing that the situation was not good, the shadow-type talent shouted, Xiao Hei, come with me! Humph, you want to take action? Unfortunately, it's too late! Yui flashed and used his ability to teleport, appearing in front of Xiao Hei in an instant. After all, the opponent is a 9th level Chi and Blood expert. If you don't go all out, it would be difficult to kill him with one move. So, Yui launched his own martial arts without hesitation, 9 thundering swords. Before Xiao Hei could even activate his martial arts, he was hacked to death by the 4th strike of the 9 thunderous swords. The person with the shadow talent was suddenly horrified. Xiao Hei! He looked at the shadowborn person and shouted in pain. You actually killed Xiao Hei! I want you to die! As he said that, he turned into a shadow and rushed over again. Oh, you are so stubborn! Well, I will just send you on your way. Yui shouted angrily. 9 thunderous blades! As the 6th sword was slashed out, 6 huge sword auras accompanied by violent lightning were slashed out. The shadowborn person dodged the first 4 strikes, but with the 5th strike, the sword energy cut him into his original form. Seeing the huge lightning blade coming towards him, the shadowborn talent's face suddenly changed. After transforming into a shadow, some of the damage can be reduced, so he can withstand the 5th strike of the 9 thunder swords, but now he has just been beaten into his original form and cannot transform into a shadow at all. At this moment, the shadow-gifted person's heart was filled with fear and despair. He realized that he was in extreme danger. If he could not avoid the attack in time, he would probably die. However, at this critical moment, the shadowborn person used his own skill Shadow Body. This skill can combine the main body and shadow to enhance defense. Therefore, the person with shadow talent used the Shadow Body skill without hesitation. His body was seen to be in the shape of a shadow at one moment, and in the shape of a physical body at another moment. However, the power of the 6th strike of the 9 thundering swords was too great. Even if the shadowborn person used the Shadow Body skill, he still couldn't resist it completely. When the huge lightning blade slashed through the position where he was, a powerful force still rushed over and knocked him away. Puff! The shadowborn person flew out heavily and spat out a large mouthful of blood. There was a shocking knife scar on his body. Yui walked up to him and said slowly, Huang Heng sent you here, right? Forget it, there's probably nothing worth asking. You better go die. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at the Shadowborn person, who died on the spot. Damn, they don't even have a storage ring! They looted the 2 assassins' bodies. They are so damn poor. Finally, he took away the dagger of the Shadow talent. It was an E-level quality dagger, and should be able to sell for a lot of money. Chapter 24. Beautiful and earning money to support the family. Outside the city, death is a very normal thing, so there is no need to deal with these corpses too much. Sometimes, some monsters would follow the smell of blood and take the corpses as their food. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward 800 talent points. Ding! The second stage begins, kill Huang Heng and Zheng Lao beside him. Reward, space cutting and 1000 talent points. After hearing the system prompt sound, I couldn't help but feel happy. Space skills? And they are offensive space skills. This is awesome. This skill can catch the enemy off guard and give them a fatal blow unexpectedly. At this moment, Yui felt that his blood and mental strength had been consumed a lot due to the previous fierce confrontation. For safety reasons, we decided to return to the city first. After all, the most dangerous things in the wild are not necessarily those ferocious beasts, but also people with ulterior motives. If you are unlucky enough to encounter them, the consequences would be disastrous. Looking back on today's experience, overall I gained a lot. Although the plan was disrupted by the sudden assassination. But at least I got an E-level dagger, which can be considered a kind of compensation. In addition, there is also a first-level 8th-level iron armor giant scorpion, which will surely be able to sell for a good price. Adding those miscellaneous first-order low-level monsters, this trip is not bad. And the talent points increased from 400 to 1200. After all, the 100 demons slash was not completed yet. After experiencing this thrilling assassination incident, Huang Heng firmly believed that it would not be long before he would receive news that the assassin's operation had failed. And next time, he will most likely send even more powerful killers to attack. As for whether I can withstand it by then, that is hard to predict. But it doesn't matter, I still have the jade given by the principal. If we really can't handle it, we can just call the principal for help. With the principal's ability, solving these problems should be no problem. It's time to go home. It's almost 6 o'clock now, and Sister Qingwei will probably be back soon. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but quicken my pace to go home. We soon arrived at the city gate. The guards were curious to see that I was safe and sound and didn't look like I had been in any fight. You're back, young man. You look like you haven't fought. Yui didn't want to say anything more, so he just nodded. Yes, I just went to see the monster. Go back quickly, young man. It's not that safe outside. Yui nodded slightly and walked towards the warrior building with brisk steps. Not long after, they arrived at the warrior building and followed the instructions to the Wanal Pavilion on the 4th floor. Hello, do you buy monster corpses here? Yui asked softly. Take it, young man. We are the most fair store here, the old man replied with a smile on his face. However, I may have brought a little too much, and I feel like this place may not be able to accommodate it all, said Yui. Oh? Then come with me to the room at the back, the old man invited warmly. Immediately afterwards, Yui followed the old man into the back room. Then, Yui opened the system backpack and took out all the corpses of the monsters. My friend is really young and capable, he was able to hunt down so many monsters. Looking at the corpses of monsters all over the ground, the old man couldn't help but admire. After an inventory, these more than 30 monsters were worth approximately 120,000 blue star coins. The market value of the first level 8th level armor giant scorpion is about 20,000 blue star coins. The total is 14W, what do you think? Yui nodded. After all, half of these 30-odd monsters were corrupted rats. Sure, then would you like to take the weapons? Take it, little friend, take it out and let me see it. Then I took out the E-level dagger. Well, this is an intermediate E-level dagger, but it looks a bit worn. I'll give you about 450,000 yuan. Yui nodded. An E-level mid-quality dagger costs about 700,000 yuan. Besides, this one is a bit worn out and second-hand, so it would be okay if it was cheaper. After all, second-hand goods are not valuable. The old man then transferred 590,000 blue star coins to Yi's card and left. He spent another 650,000 to buy 10 first-grade top-grade chi and blood pills, intending to improve his chi and blood first. On the way home, I started taking chi and blood pills. Ding! Use the first-grade chi and blood pill. Chi and blood increase by 70 times 10. Chi and blood, 3,280 calories. Yes, I will soon break through to the 7th level of the first stage. After returning home, Sister Qinghue had already started cooking. Looking at Sister Qinghue who was cooking, I don't know why, but I thought of the scene of playing with Sister Qinghue's jade feet last night. I immediately wanted to do it again. Don't think about it anymore. Sister Qinghue is your sister, how can you do that? Although she is not my biological sister, Yui secretly said in his heart. Yui shouted, Sister Qinghue, I'm back! Qinghue, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the sound and hurried out. She looked at Yui with a puzzled look and asked, Xiaoyi, didn't you say that school was closed today? Why did you run out again? Yui scratched his head and replied with a smile. Hey, today I went to the martial arts hall and went hunting outside the city. Qinghue's face instantly became very nervous. She asked anxiously, What? You went out of town to hunt? Are you hurt? It's very dangerous there. Yui waved his hands quickly and consoled her. No, Sister Qinghue, I just went to some low-level monster activity areas and didn't go deep into dangerous places. Qinghue was still worried. She frowned and continued to warn him. That won't work. Don't take any risks. Your parents died fighting monsters. Although you have good talent, you are still too weak now. Yui felt Sister Qinghue's concern and patted his chest. He said confidently, Sister Qinghue, don't worry, I'm already at the 6th level of the first stage. Qinghue widened her eyes and looked at Yui in disbelief. What? Level 6 at the first level? You have reached level 6 at the first level so quickly? Her face was full of surprise. Seeing Sister Qinghue so surprised, Yui couldn't help but smile gently. He said softly, And don't worry, if I encounter a monster that I can't defeat, I will run away immediately and won't put myself in danger. He knew that Sister Qinghue was always worried about his safety, so he tried his best to reassure her. Well, even I, your sister, can't help you, she said with some disappointment. Yui saw that Sister Yu's lost look was definitely due to her own talent. Yui was thinking about whether there was any treasure from heaven and earth that could improve one's talent level, so he could get one for Sister Qinghue when he became stronger. Yui held Sister Qinghue's hand tightly and said to her seriously, Sister Qinghue, don't worry. When I become stronger, I will definitely find you a treasure that can improve your talent. Besides, you are so beautiful, you only need to be beautiful, and leave the support of the family to me. Hearing Yui say this, Li Qinghue couldn't help but blush. She looked down at Yuzui's hand, and thought to herself, Aren't these words something a husband and wife would say? Could it be that Xiaoyi thinks of me as his wife? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. No, I'm Xiaoyi's sister, how can I have such thoughts? And I'm 8 years older than him, I'm not worthy of Xiaoyi at all. Stop having these nonsense thoughts. So, Li Qinghue quickly said, Xiaoyi, you've worked hard all day today, let's go eat first. Her eyes were a little evasive, as if she was trying to avoid my burning gaze. Yui took a look at Sister Qinghue's appearance and found her quite cute. Forget it, don't be in a hurry, we have to take it step by step. Yui said, Okay, Sister Qinghue, let's eat first. After finishing my meal, I practiced for a while to complete my daily tasks. The talent points also reached 1400. System, unlock the system mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the system mall. System updating. Chapter 25 Chaos Thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the system mall reward system mall free purchase. Yui was delighted. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. He immediately opened the system mall excitedly, wanting to see what good things were inside. After entering the system mall, Yui was shocked by the dazzling array of items in front of him. There is everything here, from the most common daily necessities, elixirs, weapons, to rare martial arts, skills, and even some unheard of rare treasures, etc. Yu Yi's eyes first fell on the first-grade premium Qi and blood pill. When he saw that it only took 30 talent points to buy one, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it! This Qi and blood pill is so cheap. I was originally going to use my talent points to improve my cultivation, but I'm losing money. He secretly groaned in his heart, feeling as if he had missed out on 100 million. The more Yui looked, the more excited he became. He kept flipping through the pages of the system mall, trying to find the most expensive item. Finally, when he turned to the last page, there was only one thing inside. Case Thunder, a punishment from the Great Tao that can destroy everything and contains endless destructive power. Quality unknown. Chaos Thunder? Is this a talent? Yui was a little confused. Is there any use for this Chaos Thunder in the system that can be integrated? Ding! It can be fused to replace the original ordinary lightning system and transform into Chaos Divine Thunder. Yui was excited. This is awesome. So does this quality of the system refer to strength? Ding! Some elemental talents can fuse spirit seeds. The quality of spirit seeds is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, top, god level. Yu Yi's eyes widened. He had never seen this information in textbooks. It has been 3 years since he traveled to this world, and it seems that there are still many things he hasn't figured out. Chaos God Thunder. When I was reading novels on Earth, it was the most powerful thunder. Isn't this a high-level martial arts world? It seems to be more than just a high-level martial arts world. It must be because the system is too powerful. Moreover, the quality of the Chaos Thunder is still unknown. According to normal novels, it must be higher than the god level. It's so cool! Yui shouted excitedly. Then, he said to the system without hesitation. System, by the Chaos Thunder! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Chaos Thunder. Do you want to fuse it? Fusion will produce strange phenomena in heaven and earth. After hearing the system's prompt, Yu Yi's desire to merge the Chaos Thunder suddenly cooled. Forget it, we can't merge for now. The fusion in the city will cause strange phenomena in the world, and it is too dangerous. If we are targeted by that person, we will be doomed and no one can protect themselves. We still have to wait until tomorrow to leave the city before merging. I still have 5 items at a 10% discount, and I still have 400 talent points. Let's see if I can get something good. First grade Supreme Spiritual Fluid X10, 30 talent points. 300 Tank Poems, 1 talent point. Teleport Talisman 40 talent points. 300 Children's Songs, 1 talent point. First level 5th level Demon Core times 2, 30. Looking at these 5 things, only 3 of them could be used, so he bought the Spiritual Liquid, Demon Core, and Teleportation Talisman. Then he drank 10 portions of Spiritual Liquid. Ding detected that the host used the first grade Spirit Fluid to increase the spirit by 70. Byte. Spirit 3088. Then he used the first order 5th level Demon Core to absorb it. A Demon Core increases about 160 health and spirit. Qi and Blood, 4880, Spirit, 4688. Cool. Now I have broken through to the first level 7, and the first level 8 requires 5500. I am almost at the first level 8. I just don't know if I can kill a level 1, stage 2 monster. It's especially difficult to kill a monster of a higher level. I only have 300 talent points left, and I can't do anything. Alas, there are too few quests. I can fuse the Chaos Thunder tomorrow. I'm excited just thinking about it. And I also saw something in the system mall that can increase the talent level. I will buy it when I have the talent points in the future. I'm still lacking talent points. I still haven't upgraded my Vajra body and haven't added points to my martial arts. It should be that you need to trigger more plots to complete the tasks. Forget it. He picked up his phone. I clicked on the WeChat class group and saw a bunch of people at ING me, praising me for being the best in the school and so on. I was too lazy to read them, after all, they were too hypocritical. Knowing that you have a talent for space, I sneer at you. It's really hypocritical that he, who is now the best in the school, comes to curry favor with us. In addition to the class group, there are also messages sent by Shouho and Sun Chang. After replying, I went to sleep. Anyway, There was no need to practice since there was a system to add points. I could just add points directly. Mr. Xing, have the two assassins come back to report the news? Reporting to the young master, he has not come back yet. Old Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hasn't come back yet? Does it take that long to assassinate a level 1, level 5? Didn't he go there this afternoon? This shouldn't take that long. I don't know why he hasn't come back yet. Mr. Xing replied with some fear. But I sent a C-level shadow talent. It will definitely be no problem to assassinate a first-order 5th-level person who has no space skills. Please rest assured, young master. Well, I believe you. If they come back, let them come to me first. I understand, young master. At this moment, Huang Tianbao walked over and said, Did you send someone to kill Yui? What's wrong, father? Didn't you say that if you get into trouble, you should handle it yourself? Is there a problem? What you did was right, but you shouldn't have let the first-level, 9th-level warriors go. Those 2 people should have died, Huang Tianbao said with a frown. What? Dead? The young master asked in surprise. It's because of your recklessness. You should have sent Seng Lao directly. Father, I think it's a bit of a waste of talent to send Elder Xing, so I asked Elder Xing to send 2 first-order 9th-level masters to kill Yui. Unexpectedly, even these 2 first-level 9th-level masters were unable to kill Yui. Then I'll ask Mr. Xing to go there again when he goes out again. No need, you don't have to worry about Yui's affairs now, Huang Tianbao said with his hands behind his back. The Dong family in the next city has a secret place that is about to open, and the Dong family is our business partner. They gave me a place. This secret realm has restrictions. Only people below the 3rd level and 1st level can enter. You should practice hard recently. It just so happens that Elder Zhang's blood and chi have reached the 1st level of the 3rd stage, but his mental strength has not yet reached the 3rd stage. You can let him accompany you into the secret realm. Although this is only an E-level secret realm, I heard that there will be a 2nd-grade enlightenment fruit in this secret realm. What is the fruit of enlightenment? Huang Heng was a little surprised when he heard this. The fruit of enlightenment can enhance the ability to understand martial arts, techniques, and some secret skills. That's right, so I asked you to prepare well. Do you have the confidence to get the enlightenment fruit? Huang Tianbao asked seriously. Father, I promise to complete the task. What about Yui? After saying that, Huang Heng glanced at Huang Tianbao. It's okay. Let him jump around for 2 days while you train hard. Just get rid of him before the college entrance exam. It's going to be hard to do it after the college entrance exam. Don't worry about it for now. Okay, father, your son will definitely get the fruit of enlightenment. Okay, I'm leaving now. You should practice well. Yui, who was sleeping, had no idea what Huang Heng and his son were thinking. Chapter 26 Fusion. The next morning, the sun had just risen and the clock struck 8 o'clock. It was Friday morning. Yui looked at the sunshine outside the window and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Oh, I really envy those people who don't need to sleep every day and insist on practicing. I also want to be able to calm down and practice for a while. System. At this moment, Sister Qingwei had already gone out to work. Yui felt a little excited when he thought that Sister Qingwei would no longer have to go to work tomorrow, and they could go shopping together, and enhance their relationship. After all, no matter how good my sister is, she will eventually get married, but it's different from my girlfriend. Recalling the teleportation talisman I bought yesterday, it can teleport about 200 miles. Yui planned to find a relatively secluded place after leaving the city today, and then fuse the Chaos Divine Thunder. Finally, use the teleportation symbol to teleport back to the city. In addition, his current teleportation ability is about 50 meters. But for some powerful beings, this only happens in a split second, so one must be careful. Then he got up, washed, had breakfast on the roadside, and walked towards the city gate. Hey, are you going out to see the world again today? The person who spoke was still the guard who guarded the city yesterday. Yui nodded slightly, indicating his affirmation. Yes, that's right. I'm too timid, and I need more experience. Ha ha ha, you little guy is really funny. But be careful, it's dangerous outside. Okay, go quickly, the guard kindly reminded. After leaving the city, He immediately unfolded the map in his hand, fixed his eyes on an extremely secluded location, and then rushed there without hesitation. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, they finally arrived at a forest more than 200 kilometers away from Qinchuan City. This is a place where third-level monsters frequently appear, so few people set foot here. After all, there are not many third and fourth level strongmen in the entire Qinchuan City. Stepping into the forest, Yui became extremely cautious. After all, with his current strength, he can only be killed in seconds by these monsters. After searching for a long time, they finally found a relatively flat area, and decided to merge the mysterious Chaos Thunder here. System! Fusion of Chaos Thunder! Yui muttered in his heart. Ding! Got it! As the system responded, the sky suddenly became stormy and dark clouds rolled in. Gray lightning flashed and shuttled through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of several hundred miles was shrouded in this strange celestial phenomenon, and the monsters and beasts that originally lived there fled in terror. Yuyi's body was gradually enveloped by the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The powerful force made him feel an unprecedented pain. The pain was like millions of steel needles piercing his body at the same time, making it almost unbearable for him. He clenched his teeth tightly, and used all his strength to resist the pain. The energy of the Chaos Thunder raged in his body, as if it was going to tear his meridians and bones apart. Every impact of energy made him feel so painful that he wanted to die, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. It hurts so fucking much, Yui said through clenched teeth, his voice filled with pain. At this time, an extremely powerful chaotic divine thunder had condensed above Yui's head. This thunder was like a giant dragon hovering in the air, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Yui looked up at the huge thunder above his head, and a trace of fear surged in his heart. Are you trying to kill me? He gritted his teeth and asked. Did the system integration succeed? However, at this moment the system did not respond to his question. Yui was furious. No way, the system is cheating me. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, Yui did not give up. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Humph, even without the help of the system, I will fuse this Chaos Thunder. Qinchuan City Lord's Mansion. What a terrible thunder! My Qinchuan City is 200 miles away from the center of the thunder, but it can still spread here. What on earth is this? Is it possible that a rare treasure has descended upon the world? Or is it possible that someone is fusing spirit seeds? It is impossible for anyone to withstand the baptism of thunder of this level. Forcing the fusion will only end up in pieces. Moreover, there has never been such a huge scene in the fusion of spirit seeds. I guess only the arrival of a rare treasure can cause such a strange phenomenon. It seems that this may be an opportunity bestowed by God on our Qinchuan City. However, at this moment, no one dared to approach the thundercloud easily. The terrifying aura of thunder and lightning seemed to be enough to turn anything into ashes with just the slightest touch. The residents of Qinchuan City looked up at the gray clouds above their heads, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. What the hell is this? Is the world really going to end? No way, I haven't even touched a girl's hand yet. I don't want to die so early, woo-woo. Ouch, which pervert dares to touch my butt? At the same time, in the distant capital of Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the terrifying thunder in the sky over Jiangnan province. An old man who was watering flowers leisurely could not help but mutter to himself after seeing this scene. What a terrible thunder! It appeared in the south of the Yangtze River. Even I felt an inexplicable palpitation. In a mysterious and dangerous land of monsters, the terrifying thunder in the sky caused shock and fear among the monsters. What is that? A demon exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. What level of spirit seed is that? It's so powerful! Then an order sounded. Come here, quickly find out the direction of this strange phenomenon in the sky and earth, and immediately send people to investigate that place. At the same time, on a distant alien battlefield, this powerful force fluctuation was also felt. How is it possible for spiritual species above the intermediate level to appear on this planet? The alien shouted in disbelief. This is impossible! And this power actually scares me even from such a distance. What level of spirit seed is this? The tense atmosphere filled the air, and he continued to give orders, urging his men to continue attacking the Dragon Kingdom. Yui gritted his teeth and endured the pain, trying his best to contain this terrifying power. After a while, the chaos thunder began to travel through his body, and Yui tried hard to control it. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the chaos thunder. However, because the host's current strength is too weak, the chaos thunder can only be at the primary quality strength at this stage. But it will continue to improve as the host's strength increases. A voice sounded in his mind. Primary is also higher than SSS, equivalent to SSSSS. Yui let out a long breath, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Finally, the fusion was successful. I felt like my body was going to be reduced to ashes. He looked around and was surprised to find that the originally dense forest had disappeared, replaced by a barren area. However, Yui was unable to think too much at this moment. He tore open the teleportation talisman without hesitation, and his figure disappeared in an instant, returning to the vicinity of Qinchuan City. Phew! After a few close calls, the fusion was finally successful. Yui panted and his mood gradually calmed down. Looking at his right hand, gray arcs kept jumping in his hand. Is this the Chaos Thunder? It's really scary to feel that I'm about to be destroyed just by looking at it. But now that it has been integrated with the Divine Thunder, it seems to feel somewhat familiar. It's worth it for me to suffer so much to fuse you. I will test your fighting ability when I have time. It seems that the system just said that you are still at the beginner level. It seems that I am too weak to bear the full strength of you. Even if it is only a primary Chaos Divine Thunder, it is definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Yui did not dare to delay for even a second. He hurriedly changed into another set of clothes and immediately prepared to enter the city. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt several extremely powerful auras rushing towards the center of the thunder. Yui secretly thanked God that he ran fast, otherwise if he was discovered by those strong men, the consequences would be unimaginable. System, why didn't you show up just now? Yui asked in his heart. Ding! I was just helping you resist the Chaos Thunder. Host, if you, a rookie, don't have me, it would be a pipe dream to try to integrate the Chaos Thunder. The system's answer left Yui speechless. Yui. Okay, thank you, brother system, Yui said gratefully. Ding! No need to thank me, you just need to work hard to become stronger, the system responded. Okay, brother Tong, Yui replied. Chapter 27 Triggers Unusual Movement. After entering Qinchuan City, people were everywhere discussing the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. It's a good thing it's over. I thought it was the end of the world. Yeah, that almost scared me to death. Whoever touched my butt just now, please stand up now, said a 200-pound girl. I didn't expect that my fusion of Chaos Thunder would cause such a big commotion. Can it still affect others even though I'm so far away? Ding! This is just an anomaly caused by the fusion of the primary Chaos Thunder. The host can only withstand this intensity at present. If it weren't for the fact that this small planet has not yet completed its initial evolution in 200 years and some restrictions have not been opened, the fusion of Chaos Thunder would attract the attention of other planets in the universe. Is that so? Are there other planets in the universe? It seems that I know too little about this world. I can only say that I am too weak, Yui said to himself. Forget it. I'll go home and have a good rest today. I'll take Sister Qinghua shopping tomorrow. Let's go outdoors the day after tomorrow and stay out of the spotlight for the next 2 days. City Lord, is this the place where the heavenly treasure just landed? Why is there nothing here? Not even a blade of grass can be seen? The City Lord also looked puzzled. It is indeed a bit strange. Could it be that someone is fusing spirit seeds here? The other person immediately shook his head and said, Absolutely not. A thunderbolt of that power, let alone us, even a stronger master would be instantly reduced to ashes if it encountered it. Everyone nodded in agreement. The power of this thunder is really too terrifying. If someone can really withstand it, then their strength must be unfathomable. But this is strange. There is clearly nothing within a radius of 10 miles. Someone looked around with a frown. We witnessed the lightning strike with our own eyes, so there should be some rare treasures coming to the world. While everyone was discussing, the City Lord opened his mouth and invited. Okay everyone, since you have come to our Qinchuan City, Why don't you take a rest in the city and let us show our hospitality as a host? Thank you very much, City Lord, everyone responded in unison. At the same time, in a conference room in the imperial capital, several people were sitting with serious expressions. Long Tianhua, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the conference table, spoke first. There are large and terrible thunderclouds in the sky in the direction of Jiangnan province. What do you think about this? It should be a rare treasure that has been born, said an old man. Yes, we in the imperial capital can all feel the terror of the thundercloud. It must be a spiritual seed or a rare treasure that has descended to the world, and it is an extremely powerful existence. According to the news from Qinchuan City, there is not a single blade of grass growing within a dozen kilometers of the center of the thundercloud. It seems that there should be no rare treasures there. So, is it possible that someone tried to fuse spirit seeds? But this possibility seems very small. After all, none of us present here can withstand the power of thunder of that level. After pondering for a moment, Long Tianhua said, Well, I guess the person who fused the spirit seed was struck to death by the thundercloud. There was a hint of regret in his tone. Long Tianhua. This year, the number of SSS-level talents in various provinces is much greater than ever before, and even our imperial capital is no exception. This is undoubtedly a sign of the arrival of an era of prosperity, but at the same time, it also indicates that huge challenges are about to come. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, we will usher in the 200th year of the evolution of our planet. This year marks the 195th year. According to the alien race, in 200 years, our planet will have completed its initial evolution. At that time, it will become a homeless planet and will be freed from restrictions and exposed to various forces and races on other planets in the universe. Since it is a newly evolved planet, there will be a lot of resources, secret realms, and spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, so an ownerless planet will definitely be fought over by various races and forces. If the human race had not discovered us first, we would be finished. In order to prevent being invaded by alien races and avoid our tragic fate of extinction, we must plan ahead and take action in advance to find the human forces in the universe and seek their protection. Only in this way can we prevent being occupied by other races in 5 years and allow our civilization to continue. However, this is easier said than done. We currently have no clue and cannot even get in touch with the outside world. The outside world also cannot seem to find us. We should wait until the initial evolution is completed in 200 years before we can unlock some kind of restriction. But there is another option. That is to wipe out all the alien races on the blue planet. In this way, even if we are exposed to other races in 5 years, as long as we are not discovered in the first place, we can find shelter in the universe faster than before. If we don't eliminate these alien races, they will definitely find a way to establish contact with their own race first. When our planet is occupied by alien races, it will be the end of us. Well, that's true, but it's not easy to eliminate the aliens. We also have to defend the land of monsters. There aren't enough strong men and troops to wipe out the alien races. Long Outyan frowned. There are still 5 years left. I hope that in these 5 years I can turn the situation around. My luck is so bad. All 5-10% off items are actually useless. Yui muttered to himself while staring speechlessly at the list of 10% off items that had just been refreshed in the system mall. These so-called 90% off discount products were simply useless to him, and failed to arouse his interest at all. When Yui returned home, he thought he could find some useful treasures in the 10% off area, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Helplessly, he could only sigh inwardly that his luck was so bad. Forget it, I still have to keep a low profile and stay out of the spotlight these 2 days. Let's just practice well for a day today and feel the joy of practice. I will take Sister Qingwei to the mall tomorrow to go shopping. It will also enhance our relationship. Well, it is decided. Yui was silently thinking about his next plan in his mind. However, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation for the Dong family's secret realm in the next city. He pondered secretly. I don't know when the Dong family's secret realm will be opened. I really hope I can go in and explore it sooner. But it's useless to think about it now, so I'd better practice with peace of mind first. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 7 o'clock in the evening, which was also the time for Sister Qingwei to get off work. Yui let out a long breath. After a whole day of practice, he felt that his energy and spirit had increased slightly. He looked down at his data panel, which clearly showed Qi and blood, 4976, spirit, 4799. Seeing this number, Yui couldn't help but frown. Alas, after practicing for a whole day, I only gained this little bit. It seems that if I want to quickly improve my strength, I still have to rely on elixirs and monster cores. And there are only 500 talent points in total, which is still too few. Yui shook his head helplessly, knowing that relying solely on practice to improve strength was indeed a slow process. However, he was not discouraged by this. After all, the path of cultivation is long, and one needs enough patience and perseverance to go further. Chapter 28 Hot Search. Out of boredom, Yui took out his cell phone and began to browse various information aimlessly. However, today's hot topic took him by surprise. The number one topic was actually about the black cloud in the sky in the direction of Jiangnan province that lasted for several minutes. Everyone was speculating, was this a rare treasure that had been delivered to the world, or was someone trying to become an immortal? A netizen named Weakened Little Dragon Man left a message. Damn! I'm right next to Jiangnan province, and I can actually see those scary thunderclouds. I even thought that the world in Jiangnan province was going to be destroyed. Another lowly girl who claimed to be from Jiangnan provincial Guangqing, which is closer to King Chuanchuan City, said, I saw the thunder with my own eyes. I felt like I was going to be reduced to ashes after just one look. Another user named Black Whirlwind Girl firmly believed, there must be a rare treasure coming to the world, and judging from the situation, it must be very powerful. The people of Jiangnan province are so blessed. Yui looked at the hotly debated topic in front of him and pondered it in his heart. He never expected that the celestial phenomenon he caused would cause such a stir. Thinking back to the chaos thunder that had just been fused, he couldn't help but look forward to its power. Currently, with my own physical strength, I can only withstand the primary power of chaos thunder. However, as the strength increases, the intensity of the chaos thunder will gradually be released. Not long after, Sister Qingwei returned home and then came to her own home. Normally, Sister Qingwei would come to her house after get off work and cook for herself. Seeing Sister Qingwei coming, Yui said, Sister Qingwei, are you off work? Are you tired? Seeing that Xiaoyi was staying at home safely, Sister Qingyue's worried expression slowly disappeared. Xiaoyi, you are safe and sound at home now. The dark clouds outside the city today, as well as the lightning in the dark clouds, are quite scary. Knowing that you are hunting monsters outside the city, your sister is worried about you. It's okay, Sister Qingwei. I encountered the black cloud before I went out today, so I stayed at home all day. Sister Qingwei was still a little worried, and warned. Xiaoyi, you must be careful. I don't want to lose you as my brother. Yui patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, Sister Qingwei. I will definitely pay attention to safety. Yui wanted Sister Qingwei to take a break, so he suggested. Sister Qingwei, don't cook today, let's order takeout. Sister Qingwei joked. Why, do you think the food I cook is not tasty? Yui quickly explained. No, Sister Qingyue's cooking is the best. It's just that you've been very busy today, so it's more convenient to order takeout. Besides, I can make money by hunting monsters now. Li Qingwei listened and said with a smile. Okay then, Xiaoyi. Soon, I ordered the takeaway on my phone, and it was delivered to my doorstep not long after. Yui shouted. Sister Qingwei, it's time to eat. Sister Qingwei, you should have a rest tomorrow. As agreed, I will take you to the mall tomorrow, Yui said. Xiaoyi, I'm so sorry. My parents are coming tomorrow morning and want me to go on a blind date. Sister Qingwei answered helplessly. What? Blind date? Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Yes, they always say that I'm not young anymore and it's time to find a partner and get married, so they arranged this blind date for me. Li Qingwei sighed. I understand, Sister Qingwei. How about this? When your parents come tomorrow, I will talk to them and I will definitely handle this matter well. Yui patted his chest and promised. Sister Qingwei looked at Xiaoyi, a trace of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Xiaoyi, you don't want me to go on a blind date, right? Yui nodded and said seriously. Sister Qingwei, I know you don't want to go on a blind date, but you can't go against your parents' wishes. Don't worry, leave everything to me. I am confident that I can convince them and let them stop forcing you to go on a blind date in the future. Really? Xiaoyi. Sister Qingwei looked at Xiaoyi with anticipation, her eyes flashing with surprise. Of course it's true. When your parents come tomorrow, just wait for me. Yui smiled confidently. Sister Qingwei smiled and hugged Yui gently. Then I'll leave it to you, Xiaoyi. After dinner, Sister Qingwei hurried back to her home. At this moment, Yui fell into deep thought, not knowing how to face Sister Qingwei's parents. Although we have met before, the situation is different this time, and I can't help feeling nervous and worried. Sister Qingwei's parents have always been quite friendly to me, and I know this very well. However, it seems a bit too rash to confess to them directly that I want to pursue Sister Qingwei. Let's wait until Sister Qingwei's parents come tomorrow and then we'll see how to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, the next Saturday morning had arrived. The clock pointed to 8 o'clock, and Yui couldn't wait to ask. Sister Qingwei, when will your parents come over? They will be here soon, Sister Qingwei replied softly. Oh, I haven't seen my uncle and aunt for a long time. I wonder how they are doing now, Yui said expectantly. Not long after, there was a crisp knock on the door. Qingwei, open the door quickly. Coming, coming, Sister Qingwei responded quickly. Then, the door was gently pushed open, and Sister Qingwei's parents appeared in front of them. Mom and Dad, you're here. Sister Qingwei smiled and walked forward to greet them. Yo, Xiaoyi is here too. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Yui greeted politely. Li Qingyue's mother Zhang Fang nodded and said to Li Qingwei. Your Aunt Wang's child is about your age this year, has C-level intellectual talent, and currently works in a technology company. So we want you to meet him and see if we are a good match. Li Qingwei. Mom, I don't want to go. You girl! You are 26 years old this year and my neighbor, Mr. Li, already has a grandson, but I don't have one yet. Xiaoyi is an adult now and doesn't need your care anymore. You should think about yourself, Li Qingyue's father Li Lei said. Qingwei, either your parents have awakened any useful talents. We just hope that you can live a better life in the future. We really don't have too many requirements in other aspects, Li Lei said earnestly. Uncle and Aunt, can I talk to you for a moment? Yui suddenly said. Xiaoyi, are you going to persuade us too? I'm not trying to persuade you, Uncle and Aunt. I'll just tell you the truth. In fact, I have always liked Sister Qingwei, Yui said frankly. Xiaoyi, what did you just say? Do you like Qingwei? Mr. and Mrs. Li Lei were obviously a little surprised. Yes, I really like Sister Qingwei. And I have also awakened an S-level talent space, which is much more powerful than the intellectual talent, right? Yui said. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Li Lei were a little confused. They could never have imagined that Yui would actually say such a thing. But Xiaoyi, Qingwei is 8 years older than you after all. Do you really not mind? And with your S-level talent, you can find any girl you want, right? Li Lei asked doubtfully. Sister Qingwei is so beautiful, so what if she is older? A girl who is 3 years older than you is rich, and a girl who is 8 years older than you is rich, so I can get even more. Although Sister Qingwei is not my girlfriend now, I will try my best to pursue her, Yui answered firmly. At this, Li Lei and his wife looked at each other and said nothing. At this moment, Li Qingyue's face had turned red all the way to her ears. Bang Fang. Then old man, let's reject Qingyue's blind date. Qingwei, your parents won't persuade you anymore. You can decide for yourself. Li Lei thought for a moment and nodded. Mom and Dad, thank you, Li Qingwei said gratefully. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to say that, but Auntie knows you are a good kid. But if you really want to pursue Qingwei, you can't bully her. When Yui said that he wanted to pursue Li Qingwei, a shy blush appeared on Li Qingyue's face. Mr. and Mrs. Li Lei keenly caught her reaction and realized that she might also have some feelings for Yui. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt, I will definitely protect Sister Qingwei, Yui promised solemnly. Well, we won't disturb Xiaoyi and Qingwei. Let's go, old man. Yes. I remembered that we still have things to deal with. We have to go back quickly. Aunt, Uncle, are you leaving now? I originally wanted to invite you to have dinner together. Yui warmly persuaded them to stay. No need, Xiaoyi, you and Qingwei can just go have dinner together, we'll leave first, Mr. and Mrs. Lillet smiled and waved their hands, then turned and left. Then Uncle and Aunt, take care! Yui said goodbye to them politely. After Lillet and his wife left, Li Qinghua turned to look at Yui and asked curiously, Why did you say that just now? Yui scratched his head and smiled brightly. Hey, I'm doing this to help you too. Li Qinghua was a little moved. Xiaoyi, was what you just said true? After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. Yui said, Of course, Sister Qinghua, what do you think of me? Faced with Yui's sudden question, Li Qinghua was obviously caught off guard. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I haven't thought about it yet, can you give me some time? This is a bit too fast. After all, I just found out today that Yui doesn't like me in the same way as a sibling, so I was a little caught off guard. Yui nodded in understanding. Okay, it's okay, let's go to the mall first, Sister Qinghua. So, the two of them walked towards the bustling commercial street together. Chapter 29 Plan. Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in Xinchuan City. The level of technology here is much more advanced than on Earth, but there are still many similarities in culture and customs. Yui said, Sister Qinghua, let's go buy some clothes first. I'll listen to you, Xiaoyi, but you also have to buy some clothes for formal occasions. I see that you usually wear casual clothes and nothing for formal occasions. Okay, but I think the most important thing is to be comfortable in what you wear. Sister Qinghua, you have to choose some beautiful clothes so that people will look happy, hee. Yui said mischievously. Clothes aren't important, just buy a few. The two walked and looked around, visiting several shops. How about this dress, Sister Qinghua? This is good, I'll try it. Soon Sister Qinghua came out of the fitting room. She was wearing a white dress with the hem fluttering in the wind, looking beautiful and charming. Sister Qinghua, you look so beautiful in this dress. You look like a fairy descending to earth. Yui exclaimed sincerely. Sister Qinghua's face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, Stop talking nonsense. Then she began to carefully select other styles of clothes. Soon, several more pieces of clothing were picked out. Handsome guy, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She looks good in anything she wears, the salesperson exclaimed. Li Qinghua felt a little conflicted when she heard the term, girlfriend. She wanted to retort that they were not in a relationship, but finally decided to acquiesce. If it wasn't today, then maybe the day after tomorrow. Yui responded without hesitation. Of course, we are a perfect match. I want all these clothes. How much? Okay, handsome guy, the total is 60,000 blue star coins. Do you want to pay by card? The salesperson asked with a smile. At this time, Li Qinghua said, Xiaoyi, let me pay for it. Yui quickly waved his hand and interrupted her. We agreed that I would bring you here to buy things today. How can I let you pay? After that, he took out his credit card and handed it to the salesperson. Swipe the card, Yui said decisively. Okay, please wait a moment. The salesperson took the card, packed the clothes and handed them to the two of them after completing the operation, and said with a smile, Welcome to visit us next time. Let's go have some lunch. Yui looked at Li Qinghua, his eyes showing a hint of expectation. Sister Qinghua, can we hold hands? Li Qinghua's face flushed, and she said shyly, Yes, yes. After saying this, Yui pulled Sister Qinghua's hand over without hesitation and held it tightly in his own. The hand was so soft and delicate that it made his heart flutter. So soft. Hee, let's hold hands today, kiss tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, cough cough. Yui thought to himself, with a malicious smile on his face. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant and found a seat near the window and sat down. Sister Qinghua, is your work hard now? Do you want to quit? It's okay. I'm not very tired. It's quite relaxing. Yui looked at Li Qinghua and suddenly said with a sly smile, Sister Qinghua, if you don't want to work in the future, I can make money to support you. Li Qinghua was slightly startled, her face flushed, and she said softly, Xiaoyi, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, how can I ask you to earn money to support me? Besides, I am your sister with healthy hands and feet and can support myself. Yui smiled, showing his white teeth, and said confidently, Hee, just because it's not true now doesn't mean it won't be true in the future. Maybe in a few days when you think it through, we can become lovers. After saying this, he looked at Li Qingyue expectantly. At this moment, Li Qingyue's cheeks were still slightly red, making her look even more charming and beautiful. She was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's eat quickly. After hearing what Yui said, Li Qingyue couldn't help but feel shy. Yui nodded in agreement. Then, he continued, However, I plan to apply to a university in the capital after the college entrance examination, and I will most likely stay there to develop in the future. After the college entrance examination, I want to take you, uncle and aunt, to the capital. By then, I will buy a house there. As for work, I will decide based on the situation. So, Sister Qingyue, you have to make plans to resign in advance. Hearing this, Li Qingyue shook her head slightly, and then said, Xiaoyi, you don't have to be like this. If you want to develop in the imperial capital, go ahead. Besides, my parents and I will be fine, you don't have to be like this. No. Even if it's just to thank you for taking care of me over the past few years, I have to take you to the imperial capital. Li Qingyue didn't say anything but just nodded slightly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sumptuous lunch was over. In the afternoon, we went to see a movie together again to enhance our friendship. As time passed, night gradually fell and I returned home in the evening. Sister Qingyue, see you tomorrow. Yui smiled and gently let go of Li Qingyue's hand, then turned around and returned to his home. Li Qingyue returned to her residence next door. Yui let out a long sigh of relief and thought to himself, maybe Sister Qingyue will agree to be with me soon? It feels really good. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't completed today's daily tasks yet. I can't be lazy. I should hurry up and practice for a while. After 2 hours of hard work, I finally completed today's task successfully. Not only that, I feel that my energy and spirit have been slightly improved. Alas, I only have 700 talent points at the moment. I'd better refresh the daily discount mall and have a look. Thank God, this time I wasn't as unlucky as yesterday. Although 4 of the items inside are daily necessities, there is one that is okay. Bad Luck Charm. 10 talent points after using it, you will have bad luck for the next 12 hours. This thing looks like it should be of some use. Buy it first, and then use the remaining resources to upgrade your martial arts. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface and clicked on the Vajra Body skill icon, preparing to add points to it. As a clear prompt sounded, a dialog box popped up showing that Vajra Body could evolve into Thunder Armor. This made Yui feel very surprised, because the Thunder Armor sounded very powerful and it also coordinated with his own thunder. Continuing to look at detailed information, I found that the Thunder Armor can actually transform the power of thunder into solid armor, attach it to the surface of the body, and thus greatly enhance its own defense. This is simply adding wings to a tiger. However, when Yui saw the talent points required below, I couldn't help but gasp. It actually takes 690 talent points to complete the upgrade. Yui cursed inwardly, isn't this going to drain all my family's assets? But when he thought of the powerful effect brought by the Thunder Armor, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. After all, only by constantly improving one's own strength can one survive in this crisis-filled world. So, Yui resolutely clicked the Add Points button. Along with another pleasant prompt tone, the system informed me that I had successfully learned the Heavenly Level Mid-Grade Thunder Armor Martial Arts. System opens the panel. Character Yui. Realm Warrior, Level 1, 7th level, Spiritual Master, Level 1, 7th level. Chi and Blood, 4,976, 3,400 points for the first level, 7th level. Spirit, 4,799 Hz, 5,500 is the first level 8. Talent, S-SSS Thunder. Maul. Kung Fu, King Level Ultimate Thunderbolt Body Forging Technique, Level 1, King Level Ultimate Thunderbolt Meditation Method. Skill, Teleport. Backpack, D-Grade Superior Quality Thunder Blade, F-Grade Intermediate Quality Fiber Soft Armor, Qinchuan City Surrounding Map, etc. I'm still lacking talent points, but what should I do if there are too few tasks? Ding! Quest released. Capture Li Qingyue and get 2,000 talent points as reward. Okay, system, you understand me, you deserve praise. I still have 2 martial arts to learn, so I will go hunting in the wild tomorrow, and then I have to go back to school on Monday. Well, tell the principal on Monday to take a leave of absence from school to hunt monsters to earn money to buy elixirs and monster cores. It's time to sleep. Fortunately, I have the system and don't have to practice. It's really nice. System. Chapter 30 Wagoin. In the early morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto Yui's face, and Yui woke up from his sleep. After washing up, I went to Sister Qingyue's house to report on my outing today, and then we chatted for a while to enhance our relationship. Then, prepared to set off outside the city to start today's hunting trip. Yui gently closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and performed the teleportation technique. As soon as I finished speaking, I was downstairs in an instant. The 7th level of first-order mental strength allows Yui to move about 60 meters instantly. Although this is already quite good, Yui is still far behind those strong people who can teleport several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers in an instant. Walk quickly towards the city gate. When Yui arrived there, he found that the people guarding the city had been replaced. The new guard looked at me and said, "Young man, it's very dangerous outside recently. Didn't you see the strange phenomenon that happened the day before yesterday? Why are you leaving the city today?" Yui smiled and replied, "I just want to go out and hunt some low-level monsters to earn some money to support my family." After listening to Yui's words, he showed an admiring expression. "You are really amazing, young man! But you still have to be careful." Yui nodded to express his gratitude, then walked out of the city gate. Today, I plan to go to some higher-level monster areas. After careful consideration, we finally chose a monster area about 60 kilometers away from the city. It didn't take long before we arrived at this area. This is a dense forest. Since the invasion of strange energy, the animals and plants here have mutated. Not only did these trees become abnormally large, some even turned into monsters. From time to time, there were roars of monsters and the air was filled with a bloody smell, which made people feel alert. This is an area where second-level monsters roam around. The atmosphere here is eerie and dangerous. But for Yui, it is an excellent place for trial. It's a good opportunity to test the power of Chaos God's lightning here and see how powerful it is. Walking forward cautiously, suddenly, a red flame wolf appeared in front of him, gnawing on a corpse. This red flame wolf is huge in size and exudes a blazing aura of fire. It was obviously a level 2, stage 1 monster with fire attribute power. It was chewing flesh and blood in its mouth, staring fiercely at me, the uninvited guest. Red Flame Wolf, a second order, first level wolf with fire attributes that can control fire. Second level, first level? I'll use you to test the power of this Chaos Divine Thunder. Yui thought to himself as he quickly put on his fiber armor and took out his thunder blade. Yui concentrated his mind and injected the power of Chaos Thunder into the thunder blade. I saw a gray electric arc entwined around the blade like a spirit snake. The red flame wolf sensed his presence, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and a huge fireball gushed out, rushing towards me. Faced with this sudden attack, I flashed and instantly teleported, disappearing from the spot. The next moment, Yui appeared beside the red flame wolf, raised the thunder blade high, and chopped it down fiercely. Then they saw that there was a deep wound on the red flame wolf's body, and there were remnants of chaos thunder inside that were constantly destroying it. Well, that's right. You should know that the second level is completely incomparable to the first level. Being able to kill a second level monster by crossing levels can be considered a genius. Feeling the pain, the red flame wolf quickly ran away, howling. "Can you get away?" Then he directly slashed out several sword auras containing chaotic divine thunder. Then the red flame wolf fell heavily to the ground. Yes, now I should be able to defeat a level 2, or level 3 monster. The chaos divine thunder can turn anyone it kills into ashes. But in order to keep the monsters to make money, I turned off this function in the system and will only turn it on when needed. Very good. The body of this red flame wolf should be able to be sold for a very high price. After storing it into the system space, he continued to move deeper into the forest without hesitation. Before long, they noticed a pack of wolves galloping towards them. Oh my god, that wolf just howled like it was calling for its companions! Not daring to delay for even a second, he immediately used teleportation and quickly fled from this dangerous place. After all, a group of them would be difficult to deal with. Wolves are social animals, so if they encounter danger or cannot defeat their opponents, it is reasonable for them to call on their companions for help. Continuing to go deeper into the forest, we suddenly found several people ahead hunting a monster. "Brothers, come on! This wind demon tiger can't hold on for much longer." As a middle-aged man used his B-talent-heavy attack, the monster finally fell in a pool of blood. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them sighed. "Huh! It was not easy. We finally killed this level 2, level 6, wind demon tiger monster." Another person echoed. "Yeah, the boat almost capsized." Yui watched silently the people in front of him who were working together to hunt down the monster. I secretly wondered if they might be members of an organization or team. Yui had no intention of going up to talk to them. After all, he was already used to acting alone. Then Yui turned around and walked in another direction. "Hey, little brother!" Suddenly, a shout came into my ears. Yui looked back and found that it was the bearded middle-aged man walking towards him. He looked at me and asked, "Why are you here alone? You are so young, so I'm afraid you are not very strong. Did you accidentally go to the wrong place?" Yui had no expression on his face and replied calmly, "I came here to hunt monsters, and I didn't take the wrong path." Hearing Yui's answer, the middle-aged man showed a trace of doubt on his face, and continued to ask, "Oh? Young man, I see that you are very young. Have you already reached the realm of the second level or above?" Yui nodded. "In this wilderness, you must never trust others easily, and you must never easily expose your true strength. Therefore, it is the wisest choice to slightly exaggerate one's own abilities. It seems that this young man must be a child of a noble family. His cultivation speed is so fast," the middle-aged man thought to himself. "Wagon, what are you talking about with that young man over there?" a person who looked like an ant shouted. "Oh, I was just asking the young man some questions and chatting," Wagon replied. Okay, hurry back to the team. We still have to continue looking for the next suitable monster," the ant urged. "Here it comes! Young man, if that's the case, then you better be careful. Our team specializes in hunting monsters. I wanted to take you with me for a while, but I didn't expect that your strength has reached the second level, or above. Then you should pay more attention to the situation around you. I'll go over first," Wagon said. Yui nodded and said, "Thank you, uncle. I will be careful." This uncle is a nice guy. I don't feel any bad intentions from him, but you can't judge a person by his appearance. It's better for me to be alone, Yui thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 31 Rock Water Crocodile. We continued walking deeper into the forest and encountered many people who were hunting and killing monsters along the way. Occasionally I heard them talking about the strange things that happened a few days ago. Some of these people came out to explore because of this strange phenomenon, hoping to be lucky enough to encounter a magical treasure from heaven and earth. Thinking that the impact brought about by his fusion of the Chaos Divine Thunder was so great, Yui couldn't help but ponder in his heart. After a while, we saw a small lake ahead. Looking at the bottomless lake, Yui thought that there must be a powerful monster hidden in it. "Oh, by the way, I still need to help Zhao Guanshan collect water spirit grass, so I might as well look around here to see if there is any." Although water spirit grass is a relatively common spirit grass, most of them grow in secret realms. Only a small part of it can be found in the wild, and usually the higher the level of the monsters in the lake, the more water spirit grass there are. Walking along the edge of the lake, I suddenly spotted a stage 2, level 2 giant rock and water crocodile in front of me. The giant rock water crocodile is a monster known for its love of sleep. It's a good opportunity to try and see if I can kill this second-order, second-level monster. Then, he attached the Chaos Divine Thunder to the thunder-slashing sword, and swung 2 sword auras condensed with the power of chaos towards the giant rock and water crocodile. The 2 sword energies streaked across the sky like meteors and slashed fiercely on the extremely hard shell of the giant rock and water crocodile. Although it failed to break it open, obvious marks were left. What was even more deadly was that the Chaos Divine Thunder remained on the surface of the shell like a thorn in the flesh, constantly corroding and destroying the rock and water crocodile's tough defense. Sure enough, it's very difficult to injure a monster with such thick skin and flesh. Maybe my own chi and blood are not strong enough. Yui sighed secretly. Fortunately, with the blessing of Chaos Thunder, he was able to continue to cause damage to the shell of the rock water giant crocodile. The giant rock and water crocodile, sensing the threat from the enemy, opened its bloody mouth and pounced forward with great momentum. Then let's try martial arts, he thought to himself. He suddenly appeared above the giant rock and water crocodile through teleportation. He raised his hand and swung the knife twice in succession. With the help of martial arts, the shell of the giant rock and water crocodile finally couldn't bear the weight and broke. 9 thunderous blades! As the 6th knife was used, a huge wound suddenly appeared on the huge body of the rock and water crocodile, and blood gushed out of it. The severe pain drove the giant rock and water crocodile crazy. It raised its thick tail and lashed at him fiercely with a sharp sound of wind. He teleported and appeared at the head of the giant rock and water crocodile. He used the 9 thunder swords again and finally killed the monster. Phew, it seems that jumping from one level to the next is really difficult. You know, as your realm improves, it becomes more and more difficult to kill monsters of higher levels. After all, in the later stages, the growth rate of chi, blood and mental strength will become greater and greater. A level 3, second-order monster might not be easy to deal with. If one challenges a level 1, second-order monster at the current level without integrating the Chaos Divine Thunder, it will probably be difficult to kill it. However, since the fusion of Chaos Divine Thunder, Yuyi's attack power has been greatly improved. Moreover, I haven't learned any thunder skills yet. If I can master them and coordinate them with Chaos Thunder, the power will surely be greatly enhanced. After cleaning up the monster's corpse, continue moving forward. But there is no trace of water spirit grass here. They should be growing underwater. How about we just go in and have a look? But there are too many uncertainties underwater. It would be troublesome if we encounter danger. Forget it, let's not risk going into the water. Once my strength improves a bit, maybe I can explore those public secret realms after the 2nd level. In Dragon Country, there is a clear rule: only when either the chi, blood or mental strength reaches the 1st level of the 2nd stage or above, can one enter some secret realms open to the public. Otherwise, if everyone could enter the secret realm, resources would quickly become exhausted and monsters would become extinct. Yui was not in a hurry because Zhao Guanshan did not specify the time when the water spirit grass needed to be delivered. Even if he bought a few plants and gave them to him, he would not have any objection. After all, this was also an investment for him. So Yui decided to continue hunting monsters. He left the place quickly because he knew that unknown things are often the most dangerous. Next, he encountered several more monsters and successfully killed them. As time goes by, Yui is getting closer and closer to completing the task of slaying 100 demons. Phew! When the last monster fell to the ground, he knew that he had achieved his goal of killing the 100th monster. At this time, it was getting dark, almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky began to become a little dim. It's time to go back. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 Demon Slayer mission, and you will be rewarded with 600 talent points. Then, a new task was released. After completing 1000 Demon Slash, you will receive 2000 talent points as a reward. Yui checked his own talent points and found that with the points gained from today's training mission, he had a total of 800 talent points available. He chose to add points to the Thunder Armor without hesitation. However, the system prompted that 500 points were needed to get started. Yui decisively clicked to add points. Now, he felt that his strength had improved further, and he only lacked some thunder skills to form a perfect combination. Yui composed himself and prepared to go home first. At the same time, he also had to go to Wanao Pavilion to sell these monsters for some money. Soon they arrived at the city gate. The uncle was no longer the one from the morning. After returning smoothly, they headed towards the warrior building without stopping. Hello, are you still collecting monsters? Hey, young man, it's you. Are you here to sell monsters again? Come on. Do you have a lot this time? Let's go to the same place as last time and take out the monster corpses. Then, while responding, he took all the monsters out of the system space. Hey, young man, this time we have a level 2, stage 2 monster. It's incredible. This was actually hunted by someone else. I'm just here to help sell it. Yui didn't want to expose his strength, so he made an excuse. I see. There are about 60 first and second level monsters here. Let me count them for you. After some calculations, these monsters were finally sold for a high price of 1.45W. Hunting monsters still makes money quickly, and the price of a second level monster is much more expensive than a first level one. Yui sighed inwardly. Afterwards, he bought some first-grade top-grade chi and blood pills and first-grade top-grade spiritual liquid, and then hurried home. When Yui returned home, he saw Sister Qingwei cooking and a warm feeling surged in his heart. After saying hello to Sister Qingwei, he returned to the room and started taking the elixir. Ding! The host takes a first-grade chi and blood pill, and chi and blood increase by 60. Ding! The host takes a first-grade chi and blood pill, and chi and blood increase by 60, the system prompt sounded 10 times in a row. Ding! The host takes the first-grade top-grade spiritual liquid, and the spirit increases by 60. Ding! The host takes the first-grade top-grade spiritual liquid, and the spirit increases by 60, the system prompt sounded 10 times in a row. Looking at the data on the system panel, Yui muttered to himself. It seems that if I continue to use the first-grade best chi and blood pills and spiritual liquid to absorb chi, blood and spirit, my chi and blood will decrease. He looked at his current HP value, 5,576, then his SP value, 5,299, and thought to himself. My chi and blood have already reached the 8th level of the first order, but my spirit is still a little lacking. It seems I need to make up for it later. After all, there is still the Chaos Divine Thunder. At this moment, Li Qingyue's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyi, come out for dinner. Soon, I finished my dinner happily with Sister Qingwei and returned to my room. School starts tomorrow. Time flies so fast, said Yui. Forget it, go to sleep, I have to go to school tomorrow. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 32 Class 1. The next day, Monday, at 7:30 in the morning. Hey, it's so nice not to have to practice. After stretching, I got up from the bed contentedly. After a quick wash, I started packing to have breakfast and then go to school. As soon as I entered the campus, I heard a lot of people talking. The first place in the elite class is actually Yui. I saw him in the last competition, and he defeated Luo Yushi. Yeah, I wonder if he can keep up this performance? Hearing these discussions, Yui didn't think too much about it. After all, for me now, the stage here is still too small and it doesn't mean anything at all. When I arrived at Class 15's classroom, I found that many classmates were already sitting inside. Wow, the great Yui is here! Suddenly, a boy shouted excitedly. As he shouted, the whole class immediately turned their eyes to me, and various voices came one after another. Some people wanted to get along with me, some tried to please me, and of course, some were sincere. Faced with these enthusiastic classmates, Yui did not respond, but just quietly returned to his seat and sat down. Just then, Skinny Monkey also walked into the classroom. Brother E, you are a celebrity in our school now. Skinny Monkey touched his head and said to me with a smile. Yui smiled and replied, Being a celebrity in this school is useless. It will only be useful when I go to a top college or become a household name in Dragon Country. Skinny Monkey. Hee hee, Brother E, you really think far ahead. Yui smiled and said, As a human being, you naturally have to look far ahead. After a while, the teacher also came to the classroom. Hello, students, the teacher said with a smile. First of all, I would like to congratulate Yui from Class 15 for winning the first place in the ranking competition. As the words fell, warm applause broke out in the classroom. Everyone should learn from Yui. The teacher continued. Also, let me tell you a good news. 3 students from our class have made it into the top 200 this time. And they will be transferred to the elite class. I believe everyone knows about these 3 students. Let us congratulate them together. Then, another round of applause broke out. Okay, Yui, Wang Xua, and Li Liang, the 3 of you should report to the elite class according to your ranking. I wish you can work harder in your new class, the teacher encouraged. At this moment, Dong Lei's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone in confusion and saw that the caller ID was the principal. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart. Why is the principal calling me at this time? After answering the phone, Dong Lei asked politely. Hello, principal, what can I do for you? The principal's voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher Dong, I think you are very good at teaching students, especially in this exam. Your class not only has a first place, but also another one in the top 10. So I would like to invite you to be the head teacher of Elite Class 1. What do you think? After hearing this, Dong Lei was so surprised that he almost cried out. He asked in disbelief. What? Let me be the head teacher of Elite Class 1. You know, Elite Class 1 is the school's key training class, and the students who can enter this class are all talented and highly accomplished. The principal seemed to have guessed Dong Lei's reaction and said with a smile. Yes, I think you are capable of this position. Moreover, it will be beneficial to your personal development if you lead the elite class. Okay, it's decided. I'll hang up now. Why were you suddenly letting me go? This is really unexpected. Dong Lei was a little confused. After all, if I go to the elite class, my future treatment will definitely improve greatly. I understand. It must be Yui. Last week, he vowed to let me be the head teacher of the elite class. I thought he was joking at the time, but I didn't expect it to be true. While talking to himself, he looked at Yui meaningfully. After hanging up the phone, the classroom was already in an uproar, with students discussing. Wow, our teacher Dong is going to be the head teacher of the elite class 1. Is this true? Wasn't the class teacher originally supposed to lead the class? Is it because there is a top student in our class that we let teacher Dong go? Yui secretly said in his heart. This principal is really kind. He really got this thing done. Now I owe the principal another favor. At this time, Dong Lei clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet, then cleared his throat and said, Students, I don't know the specific reason for this matter. However, although I can no longer lead you after the college entrance examination and will be replaced by other teachers, you still have to practice well and don't slack off. All right. The 3 of you come with me to the Elite Class 1. Afterwards, the group of 4 walked towards the classroom of Elite Class 1. As soon as he left the classroom, Dong Lei asked, Yui, did you do this? Yui replied with a smile. What? I always keep my word. Thank you very much. I owe you a favor this time. It's okay, teacher. The demon core and the secret realm quota you gave me are much more valuable than this. Dong Lei nodded with satisfaction and said, Good boy, I was right about you. I will definitely let you know when the secret realm opens. Not long after, we arrived at the classroom of Elite Class 1. Yui and Shoho are both students in Class 1, while the other one was assigned to Elite Class 3. After all, the classes are arranged according to the rankings in the qualifying rounds. When I walked into the classroom, I found that there were already quite a few people sitting there. Many people in the classroom were whispering to each other, and they saw the school beauty Luo Yushi at first sight. After all, she was so beautiful and cool. She sat quietly in her seat, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. Huang Heng stood behind Luo Yushi's seat and spoke to her in a flattering manner, but Luo Yushi didn't even raise her head and completely ignored him. With my arrival, the discussion in the classroom became louder. When the school beauty saw me coming, she raised her head slightly and seemed a little angry. Not long after, the principal also came to the classroom. Classmates, your homeroom teacher is Mr. Dong Lei. I'm sure everyone already knows who won first place in this qualifying competition? That's right, it's Mr. Dong's student. The principal looked at the students in the audience expectantly and continued. I hope that under the leadership of teacher Dong Lei, you can reach a higher level. Okay, let teacher Dong Lei say a few words to you. I still have to go to other elite classes to take a look. After saying that, he glanced at Yui again before turning and leaving. Yui noticed that the principal had glanced at him just now, so he took the initiative to thank the principal. Thank you, principal. The principal smiled gently and responded. Practice well. This is the greatest reward for me. I will, principal. Yui nodded to show that he understood. Then the principal walked out of the classroom. Teacher Dong walked up to the podium and began to introduce himself and give a speech. Master Hung, do you think Yui has any relationship with the principal? They look so close. Huang Heng snorted and replied disdainfully. Even if there is a connection, so what? He is just a 5th level warrior, and his mental power is not even at the 5th level. He poses no threat to our Huang family at all. Young Master Huang is so mighty and majestic. A man sitting next to Huang Heng echoed flatteringly. Hearing this, Huang Heng smiled with satisfaction, but he was secretly thinking in his heart. Although Yui is not strong enough now, we still have to be careful to avoid becoming a stumbling block for the Huang family in the future. Chapter 33, Martial Arts High School Competition. I and Skinny Monkey found a seat by the wall and sat down, while Teacher Dong was still speaking passionately. Ranking represents resources. Our elite class is the best class in our school. He raised his voice and said, Do you understand? You can receive the resources for half a month later. The first place winner can receive 8 first-grade chi and blood pills and 8 first-grade spiritual liquids every half month. Second place. Third place. 4th to 10th place. Then Teacher Dong continued. If anyone feels that they are very strong, they can replace the top-ranked students through a duel. After saying this, Teacher Dong asked us to familiarize ourselves with the environment first as we would start training soon. At this time, the Skinny Monkey came over and whispered, Brother E, what's your current state? I'm fine. It's improved a little bit. Yui replied casually. What about you, Skinny Guy? What level are you at? I asked back. Hee, Brother E, I have improved significantly recently. There are cultivation resources available these days, and even monster cores. My blood and spirit are now at the 3rd level of the first stage, and my spirit will almost reach the 4th level of the first stage in the next 2 days. The Skinny Monkey said with some pride. Well, that's good, Skinny Monkey. Yui nodded in approval. In fact, Yui had already used his detection skills to find out the Skinny Monkey's realm. But I still have to ask, after all, Skinny Monkey doesn't know that I have this ability. Okay, now let's start setting up the class group. At the same time, we also need to elect a class monitor. Everyone has to scan the QR code face-to-face to join the group. Before long, the group of the elite class 1 of the 9th Martial Arts High School was established, and the students and teachers were already in the group. Well, after careful consideration, I'd like to let Yui take on this important position as class monitor, Dong Lei announced without hesitation. Upon hearing the news, Yui was a little confused. In fact, it's not that I don't want to be a monitor, but the thought of being responsible for managing various things is too troublesome. I originally wanted to explain to Teacher Dong, but Dong Lei just turned his head away. Looking at this situation, it seems that I have no choice but to take the position. Well, then just be it. At worst I can just be a leisurely boss. It's no big deal anyway. Next, let's go to the training ground and start training. After a while, all members of the elite class arrived at the school's training ground. Dong Lei was also explaining how to use martial arts, how to kill monsters, etc. Yui secretly said, How boring, I might as well go kill monsters. By the way, I can just ask Teacher Dong for a month's leave later. Then go outside the city to hunt monsters and quickly improve your own cultivation. So he walked up to Teacher Dong and said, Teacher, can I take a month off? I feel like I can't learn much in school and it will delay my cultivation. Dong Lei, don't be so arrogant, kid. Why do you want to take leave? Yui, practice. I have to practice 24 hours a day, so it's a bit of a waste of practice time at school. Although I don't know what you are going to do, please give me half a month. When you come to school half a month later, if you are still ranked first in the class, you can participate in the Qinchuan City Martial Arts High School competition, Teacher Dong said slowly. Martial Arts High School competition? What is that? It is Qinchuan City, where the competition is held every year for the awakening students of Martial Arts High School. And the qualifying round is for this big competition. Each martial arts high school will send 5 elite players to compete with other martial arts high schools for first place. And the ranking also has something to do with the allocation of martial arts high school resources next year. Ding! Take the first place in the martial arts competition. Reward, 1,000 talent points for space system upgrade. Improved to SS space talent? Then I must participate in this competition. Yui thought to himself. Okay, teacher. I will definitely attend. I'll take half a month off then. Well, then go get your resources, and then come back to school in half a month. He soon left the training ground and obtained the resources that belonged to the first place in the elite class. After absorbing 8 pills and spiritual liquid, some improvement was also obtained. Chi and blood, 6,056, spirit, 5,779. It seems that his spirit has also broken through, which is really good. I should try to buy second-level pills or spiritual fluids. Yui was thinking secretly in his heart as he walked towards home. I arrived home soon. Sister Qinghua was not at home but was working at the company. Well, let's buy some household items today. We'll start hunting officially tomorrow, said Yui. Time passed quickly and a day passed. Tuesday morning. Counting yesterday's mission and today's mission together, I have 700 talent points. I'm only waiting for another 100 points to practice the thunder meditation to the first level. It's time to go hunt monsters today. Only by becoming stronger can we feel at ease. At the same time, in the classroom at the 9th Martial Arts High School. Teacher, why didn't Yui come? Luo Yushi asked. You mean Yui? He asked for half a month off, saying he wanted to practice well. Luo Yushi sat down after hearing this. So hard? Looks like I have to work harder too. Teacher, I also want to take half a month off so that I can go back and practice well. What? You want one too? Donglei frowned and looked at Luo Yushi. Okay then, just remember to come to school in half a month. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Luo Yushi turned around and left the classroom. Damn it, Luo Yushi actually cares so much about Yui, damn it! Huan Hing gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but stand up and said to Donglei, Teacher, I also want to ask for leave and come back in half a month. Donglei looked at Huang Hing in surprise and asked, You want one too? No way. Why? Why can they do it but I can't? Huang Hing asked unwillingly. Donglei said seriously, It can happen again for the 3rd time, and you are not the 1st or 2nd place. Okay. Huang Hing cursed angrily in his heart. Damn it, Luo Yushi is not in school, what's the point of coming here? Huang Hing ignored the teacher's advice not to ask for leave and walked out of the classroom angrily. Teacher Dong didn't care about him. After all, Huang Hing had a good father and was not afraid of the school, so there was no need to care about him. Luo Yushi was walking on the road, a little hesitant. He was wondering whether to add Yui. Yui, I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, he added Yui in the class group. Note: Hello Yui, I will defeat you. Please accept my challenge when you return to school in half a month. After sending the friend message, Luo Yushi continued to rush towards home. Yui, who was on his way to the warrior building, found it somewhat amusing to see the friend addition message on his phone. This woman is quite strong-willed, but you will never be better than me. After saying that, he agreed to the friend request and continued on his way. Hello, I'm here to buy some blood and spirit recovery potions. Okay, this is a low-grade recovery potion that costs 10,000 yuan a bottle. It can be used for both spirit and blood, and can restore a small amount of energy. No problem, then give me 10 bottles. He quickly bought all the recovery potions and headed out into the wild to start hunting monsters. Chapter 34 Fierce Battle. When we arrived in the wild, we found the same place where the 2nd-level monster appeared last time. The goal of 1,000 Demon Slayer seems to be still far away. According to the current progress, it will take about half a month to complete. But after it is completed, the strength will definitely be improved. He made a silent calculation in his mind, and then continued to walk deeper into the forest without hesitation, continuing to search for traces of the monster. Along the way, we met many people who were hunting and killing monsters. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to proceed with caution. So, he took out a mask from the system backpack and put it on. Well, there are a few first-order 9th-level monsters ahead, which is a good opportunity to practice. His eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with a knife in hand. After a while, he successfully killed the monsters. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, I found an extremely huge rock rhinoceros appearing in front of me. I couldn't help but exclaim, It's so big! And the whole body is made of solid rock! After checking the system prompts, I learned that this giant rock rhino is actually a level 2, level 3 existence, with an extremely hard rock shell and extremely high defense. Level 2, Level 3? I've never tried this level of challenge before. I don't know if I can beat it. I'll know my limits only after I give it a try. He took a deep breath, gripped the thunder blade tightly in his hand, put on the fiber-soft armor, and prepared to start fighting. Cut! With a roar, the sharp sword energy containing the chaotic divine thunder rushed towards the giant rock rhino in front of him like lightning. However, this blow did not cause fatal damage to the giant rock rhinoceros, but only left a few shallow marks on its shell. But the chaos thunder remained on its shell, continuing to release powerful destructive power. It's really tough. It seems that I can't defeat it easily with my current chi and blood strength of the 8th level of the first stage. Looking at the extremely hard shell of the rock rhinoceros, Yui couldn't help but sigh. The attacked rock rhinoceros was instantly enraged. It let out a deafening roar and then stomped its huge forelimbs hard on the ground. In an instant, countless hard rock spikes emerged from the ground and shot towards Yui like a dense rain of arrows. Faced with the sudden attack, Yui was not afraid at all. He flashed and used the teleportation skill to easily avoid these sharp rock thorns. Oh! There is actually rock-related power. That's interesting. Yui's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. 9 thunderous blades! His figure teleported above the giant rock rhinoceros. He let out a light shout and then swung the thunder sword, slashing out 6 powerful sword beams in succession. As the swords flashed, a deep wound suddenly appeared on the huge body of the rock rhinoceros, and blood flowed out. Huh! I'm glad I can break through the defense. Fortunately, my chi and blood have been raised to the 8th level of the first stage, otherwise I would not be able to win this battle. Yui breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt relieved. Feeling the pain, the giant rock rhinoceros became furious, and then wrapped the rock around itself. You can actually play it like this? This giant rock rhino can actually use rocks to attack, and it can also use it for defense. It seems that the higher the level of the monster, the higher its spirituality. Yui did not dare to delay for even a second and immediately used his teleportation skill. In an instant, he made another space jump and moved far away from the vicinity of the giant rock rhinoceros. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Chaos Thunder!" As his voice fell, a ball of gray thunder quickly condensed in his palm. He stared at the chaos thunder in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination and resoluteness, and then he blasted it towards the giant rock rhino without hesitation. Because the rock rhinoceros was too large and its movements were relatively slow, it was difficult to avoid the attack. After bombarding continuously for a while, the chaos divine thunder enveloped the entire body of the rock giant rhino like a surging tide, continuously damaging and destroying its defenses and body. Since I can't break your defense, I will just use the chaos thunder to completely wipe out your defense. Yui thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, I felt the rock giant being ravaged by thunder all around me. He was immediately enraged and let out a deafening roar, then pounced on Yui in rage. At the same time, it also activated its own abilities to manipulate the surrounding rocks, trapping Yui firmly inside. You can play like this, Nima. I was so careless. I didn't expect this giant rhino to have such a skill. It could mobilize rocks to surround itself. I have used teleportation twice in a row. I will have to wait for a while before using it again. It seems that I can only hold on for now, Yui thought to himself. After he finished speaking, he immediately displayed his heavenly martial art thunder armor. Then, the chaos divine thunder quickly gathered and condensed into an indestructible suit of armor that tightly attached to his body. Is this the thunder armor? The thunder armor condensed by the chaos divine thunder really gives people an incomparable sense of power. Feeling the waves of energy coming from the surface of his body, Yui couldn't help but sigh. However, at this time the giant rhinoceros had already raised its thick hooves and stomped towards Yui fiercely. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yui knew that he absolutely could not choose to resist head-on, so he made a prompt decision and swung his knife to cut off the rocks that trapped him. With a loud bang, the giant rhino stomped down with its extremely heavy foot. Phew, that was close. I managed to escape the attack range. But even so, the impact of this aftermath cannot be underestimated. Yui breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Then he continued to release the power of Chaos Thunder to attack. But after a while, the hard shell of the rock rhinoceros gradually disintegrated and the breath of the rock rhinoceros also weakened a bit. Humph, it's my turn, 9 thunderous swords! He slashed out 6 sword energies carrying chaotic divine thunder. The defenseless rock rhinoceros suddenly suffered several deep wounds. Without defense, you are nothing more than an ordinary monster. The chaos divine thunder continued to rage inside the rock rhino's body. After a while, the giant rock rhinoceros fell down. This monster is more difficult to deal with than some of the 2nd level, 4th level monsters. No wonder there is only this one monster around. How come the monster's body is gone? I didn't even ask the system to activate the chaos thunder to kill it, but it turned to ashes? Yui picked up the demon core in surprise. It turns out to be a demon core, no wonder. System, just absorb this demon core. Chi and blood, 6,666, spirit, 6,176. This demon core has less improvement than the 2nd order 5th level space demon core, but it has more energy and health. Yes, I have gained so much just after arriving here. We still have to be careful. We were a little careless when hunting this monster just now. I wonder if the system has any combat awareness and experience to sell. Yui thought to himself and left. Chapter 35 Heresy. Shortly after Yui left, a team appeared at this place. They were surprised to find that the giant rock rhinoceros that was supposed to be here was nowhere to be seen. Strange, why are the giant rock rhinos here gone? The captain frowned and asked in confusion. The team members looked around, trying to find clues. Suddenly, a team member shouted, "Captain, there seem to be traces of fighting here. Did another team come here to hunt down this giant rock rhino?" The captain went forward to check and indeed found some traces of a fight. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe, but that giant rock rhino has eaten a lot of rock spirit grass, so it must have a strong grasp of the power of rocks, and its defense is also very high. How could it be killed so easily?" Another team member speculated, "Captain, could it be that a powerful team above the 2nd level, 5th level came here to hunt?" The captain shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. He sighed regretfully. "Alas, what a pity for this monster. It ate so much rock spirit grass, the probability of it giving birth to a demon core is very high. I was hoping to make some money from it, but now it seems hopeless. Let's go and check out the next marked point." At this time, Yui had no idea that he had snatched a monster that had been reserved by someone else. Even if he knew, he wouldn't show any reaction. After all, in this dangerous continent, the law of the jungle is the eternal law. At this moment, the most urgent task is to recover his blood and spiritual power as soon as possible. So he drank the recovery potion without hesitation. The recovery speed of this potion is pretty good. I should be able to fully recover after waiting for a while, Yui thought to himself. Not long after, I felt that the chi, blood and spiritual power in my body had been fully replenished. After standing up and stretching his muscles, he continued on his journey to find the monster. Kid, you are so unlucky to meet me. Bah! You pagan bastards, you shall not die a hapless death! He cursed with his eyes wide open and filled with righteous indignation. Ha, we're not going to die well? I'm afraid you'll have to die before us. The man let out a sinister and cunning laugh. The man lying on the ground was in complete despair. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. At this moment, something strange happened. Yui appeared like a ghost, and slashed with his sword in an instant. Several extremely sharp sword auras whizzed out, forcing the pagans to retreat several steps. Who are you? How dare you ruin my good deeds? The pagan members roared. Kill your people, Yui responded coldly. Humph! You ignorant brat, since you've offered yourself up to me, don't blame me for being rude. Run, young man! He is from a pagan church. Get out of here! The man lying on the ground raised his head with difficulty and shouted in horror. Yui did not respond to him, but stared calmly at the enemy in front of him. When Yui saw the man from the heretic church for the first time, he detected his level of talent through his special ability. He immediately felt confident and rushed over to rescue without hesitation. After investigation, it was discovered that the guy named Li Chang was just an ordinary member of the Pagan Church, but his strength should not be underestimated. According to investigation, Li Chang is currently in the realm of the second level 3rd layer of Qi and Blood, and his mental strength has reached the first level 9th layer of talent C level Great Power. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt sound. Ding! Kill Li Chang to get a reward, the skill Spear of Thunder Punishment. Hearing this voice, Yi's heart skipped a beat. Skill Spear of Thunder Punishment? This is a lightning skill. If you can get it, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. Faced with such an attractive mission reward, even without considering other factors, we must rescue the person lying on the ground. Yui took a deep breath, concentrated his energy, activated the teleportation skill, and instantly appeared next to Li Chang. Then, he exerted all his strength and unleashed the 9 thundering swords. Each sword carried a fierce momentum and slashed towards Li Chang fiercely. Li Chang obviously did not expect that I would be so powerful and even master space skills. He stared at me with wide eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Ah, how could you?" Before he could finish his words, he fell down with a scream and died on the spot. Fortunately, Li Chang underestimated his enemy, allowing Yui to kill him easily. After all, he is also a very powerful opponent. But now none of this matters. What matters is that the mission was successfully completed and the skill Thunder Spear was obtained. Kill it easily. Yui secretly felt fortunate that if he had been on guard against himself, the battle would probably have been much more difficult. The Pagan Church is an evil organization composed of a group of crazy and inhumane people. They often wreak havoc in places where humans live, and are as detestable as traitors. These pagan members are required to swallow a mysterious potion. Once consumed, the body will gradually take on some of the characteristics of monsters. However, this change will only appear when they activate the half-human, half-demon state. At the same time, their physical strength will also be greatly improved, and their combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. However, there will be a price to pay. Every time they transform into a half-human, half-demon state, they will become more and more like monsters. Both in habits and lifestyle, they will eventually become monsters completely. Because half-human, half-demon possessed incomparable power, many people long to become stronger, so they joined the Pagan Church, which was the origin of the Pagan Church. Yui, how did you get targeted by people from the Pagan Church? Thanks for your help, I, Qian, am very grateful. To be honest, I don't know why I was harassed by people from a different church. I was hunting here and then that pagan guy suddenly attacked me. I don't know what happened. Yui nodded without thinking too much. After all, people from other religions often cause trouble. My name is Qianwei. May I ask what your name is, brother? When we get to Qinchuan City later, I will thank you very much for saving my life. Qianwei asked. Thank you, but you don't need to be careful. I'm leaving now. Brother, please stay. I just hunted down this second order, first level fire demon core after going through untold hardships. I guess it's because that damn heretic saw me successfully hunt and get the demon core, so they wanted to rob me. Please accept this gift, brother. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? Hearing Yuyi's question, he quickly shook his head and said, No, if it weren't for you, my brother, saving me in time, I'm afraid I would have died by now. So, please accept this small gift as a token of my gratitude to you. Looking at his sincere eyes and firm attitude, I nodded and reached out to take the fire demon core that was emitting a faint light. Then, I took out 2 bottles of recovery potion from my backpack and handed them to Qianwei, telling him to use them as soon as possible to restore his strength and injuries. After doing this, I turned around and left the place. Looking at Yuyi's receding back, Qianwei secretly sighed in his heart. Oh, I really don't know if I will have the chance to see this lifesaver again in the future. With a touch of emotion and gratitude, he slowly left this place. At this moment, a crisp reminder sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the reward skill Thunder Spear. Thunder Spear, which can condense the Chaos Thunder into a Thunder Spear for attack. Yes, now the Lightning system also has skills. The system absorbs this second order, first level Demon Core. Qi and Blood, 7089, Spirit, 6656, first level 9 is 9,000. This demon core has a lot of spirit added to it, but it is still a long way from the first level and 9th level. No hunting today, let's go home and have some rest. Chapter 36, Sky Breaking Slash. A week later. Yui took a deep breath and felt that his energy and spirit had been greatly improved. It was really great. This week's monster hunting was totally worth it. After a week of hard work, they have hunted down more than 500 monsters, and are almost halfway to the goal of slaying 1,000 monsters. During this period, nearly 8 million blue star coins were obtained by selling the corpses of monsters. With this wealth, he first bought a new piece of armor, a mid-grade D-level thunder crystal armor, which cost him more than 3 million. Then, he bought 30 pieces of first-grade top-grade spiritual liquid and elixir to improve his chi, blood and spirit. As I completed my daily practice tasks, my chi, blood and spirit also increased to a certain extent. Now my blood value has reached 9,119, and my spirit value is 8,696. You know, the standard chi and blood value of the first level 9th level is 9,000, and the chi and blood has reached the first level 9th level. After taking these pills and spiritual liquids, the system reminded me that the next time I take first-grade top-grade pills and spiritual liquids, the absorption efficiency will drop to 40 per pill or spiritual liquid. Originally, a pill or spiritual fluid could provide 70% of the effect, but in the future it can only exert 40% of the effect. It seems that in the later stages, it becomes increasingly difficult to continue improving your strength. The talent points also reached the original 700 plus a week's daily tasks to 2,100. System adds points to Thunder Meditation. I have finally reached the first level of Thunder Meditation. I can feel that the spiritual power in my body has increased a lot, and my spirit has also been improved. Spirit 9269. Chi, blood and spirit both broke through the 9th level of the first stage, and the strength was further improved. What can I improve with 1,300 talent points? I feel like I'm missing some single target damage skills. Everything I got from the 10% off store this week is useless. The system explains that good stuff will appear on a certain day every week. Today is the 7th day without any good stuff, so let's see if we can get something good. Refresh the 10% off store. 10 Gene of 4th grade colored glazed liquid, 50 talent points. Heavenly grade top grade sky breaking slash, 150 talent points. However, the other 3 are still daily necessities, and only these 2 are useful. System. What is the use of this glass liquid? Ding. After the host reaches the 2nd level, the bone tempering speed can be accelerated. Is that so? Do I need to temper my bones after the 2nd stage? Ding. After the 1st stage becomes the 2nd stage of the basic realm and the blood is sufficient, you can temper your bones. Is that so? It seems I still don't know enough about this cultivation knowledge. Then he bought Lily and Pekongsan. Breaking Sky Slash, a single martial art. After it reaches perfection, it can slash through the air. Good, I said there is no single martial art skill and it's here. This system is really good. System, add points to entry level. Ding. 600 talent points are required. Afterwards, Yui felt that his understanding of breaking the sky slash was becoming more and more profound, and he successfully stepped into the entry level. He let out a long sigh, secretly happy in his heart. Now my strength has improved a step further. However, when he checked his talent points, he found that there were only 500 points left. These talent points seemed to be unable to do anything, but Yui was not discouraged and decided to take a good rest for a day. He remembered that he had not yet given the water herbs he had collected to Zhao Guanshan, so he planned to send them over later. Then I'll go pick up Sister Qingwe from get off work later. Not long after, Yui consolidated his own realm, stood up and walked towards the warrior building. Along the way, he sent a message to Zhao Guanshan. I am now rushing to the warrior building to deliver the water spirit grass to you as agreed. Soon, Zhao Guanshan replied. My friend, you are so quick. Have you collected the water spirit grass? Then I will wait for you in the warrior building. Yui simply replied, okay. After a while, Yui arrived at the warrior building. As soon as he saw Zhao Guanshan, he said, Mr. Zhao, I brought you the water spirit grass. Zhao Guanshan was a little surprised and asked, Brother Yui, did you collect it so quickly? Yui nodded and replied, Yes, I collected some by chance a few days ago. Very good. In that case, please hand over the water spirit grass to me. Zhao Guanshan smiled with satisfaction. Yui quickly took the water spirit grass out of the system backpack. How come you collected so much, little friend? Yui said. A few days ago, I was lucky enough to come across a place where water spirit grass grew and collected it. All right then, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan into your card later. Thank you very much, said Zhao Guanshan. Why don't you stay for a meal? It's almost noon. Yui nodded, thinking that since Sister Qinghua would be getting off work that evening and he had nothing to do today, it would be fine to stay for dinner. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant. As soon as we sat down, Zhao Guanshan said enthusiastically, My friend, you can order whatever you want, don't be polite. By the way, my friend, are you a native of Qinchuan City? Or from outside? Zhao Guanshan asked casually. Yui replied, I am a local. Zhao Guanshan was a little surprised after hearing this. Oh? I didn't realize that. I only knew that you were a student of the 9th Martial Arts High School in Qinchuan City, and I thought you were the same as Luo Yushi from your school. Hearing this, Yui couldn't help but shook his head curiously. I'm just an ordinary student. By the way, what's the situation with Luo Yushi? Luo Yushi, you don't even know? Zhao Guanshan looked at me in surprise, as if he was a little surprised by my ignorance. Yui said at the side, I only know that he has some relationship with the imperial capital, but I am not sure what the relationship is. It seems so. After all, it's normal for a student like you not to know. Luo Yushi is the second daughter of a first-class family in the imperial capital. She came to our Qinchuan city 3 years ago to avoid marriage, Zhao Guanshan said. Is that so? No wonder Huang Hing seems to be trying to please Luo Yushi so much, Yui said secretly in his heart. Yui. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for clearing up my doubts. It's okay. I didn't expect that a commoner like you could cultivate so fast. Your cultivation speed has caught up with some SSS level ones. It seems that you have some secrets, Zhao Guanshan said slowly. Yui didn't say anything. After all, a secret is no longer a secret once it is told out. Okay, my friend, I won't ask about your secrets. I'm sure you know that asking you to find the water spirit grass is actually an investment in you. Yui nodded to show that he understood. Then I'll be straight to the point. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will help if I can. And if you become stronger in the future, remember to take care of me, okay? Zhao Guanshan said. Yui thought to himself. It seems that Mr. Zhao is really smart. He has made extensive investments and made friends. No problem, Mr. Zhao, if I can help you in the future, I will try my best to help you. Ha ha ha, it's a deal then. Chapter 37 Thunderstorm Night. After having lunch with Mr. Zhao, I returned home. When I opened my phone, I saw what the elite Class 1 group was discussing. I am Kamisato Aika's dog. The Qinchuan City High School competition will be held in a week, right? I am an A-level talent. That's right, I don't know how our class ranks this time, the best person in the last class ranked 10th. Resurrection, my love. This time we have 3 SS-level players and a perverted S-level player, so we should have a few thousand more. 18 centimeters. Haha, the first place Yui hasn't been to school for a week. He must be afraid of being challenged, so he's avoiding it. We still have to look at Huang Heng, Master Huang. Positive guy. That's not the case. Maybe I should practice hard at home. I'll know in a week. Yui didn't take what these people were talking about seriously. The person who mocked him must be Huang Heng's follower. Huang Heng and he are sworn enemies, so he stood up to mock him. I don't know if Huang Heng can withstand my attack, Yui said with a chuckle. It would be difficult to break through the first level 10th level in another week, but it would be enough to deal with all the students of the same class in Qinchuan City. Once you complete the 1000 demon slash, you will get a large amount of talent points and will become even more powerful. I will go to pick up Sister Qinghua from get off work later. This week, I not only hunted some monsters, but also became more familiar with Sister Qinghua. I just don't know if Sister Qinghua has thought it through. 6 p.m. You can go pick up Sister Qingwei from get off work now. I haven't had such a long nap in a while. This week I went out to hunt monsters at 7 a.m. and didn't come back until 6 p.m. I was exhausted. Soon we arrived at Sister Qingyue's workplace. Spiritual Plant Cultivation Center. Looking at these words, Yui prepared to walk in and wait in the lobby. Soon it was time to get off work. Li Qingwei and a woman walked into the hall, talking and laughing. Sister Qingwei. Yui waved his hand and called out. Hey Qingwei, who is this suitor? He's so handsome. Sure, this is my brother, Li Qingwei said. Oh, little brother? Why didn't you introduce him to me earlier? Does such a handsome brother have a girlfriend? If not, what should I do? Shuri said mischievously. Don't you dare hit on him. He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he'll have one soon. Oh, it's a good idea to keep good things within the family. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. How dare your little brother who you mention every day snatch it from you? Go ahead. We won't leave together today. Sister Qingwei, what were you talking about with that colleague just now? Li Qingwei. I didn't say anything. Xiaoyi, why did you come to pick up your sister today? It's too tiring to hunt monsters, so I came here to take a day off and thought about you working here. Li Qingwei. Xiaoyi, you don't have to be so tired, and you are already very strong. Yui also knew that although he was now invincible at his level, he was nothing in front of a truly strong person. Forget it, let's not talk about this today. Come on, Sister Qingwei, I'll take you out for dinner. Li Qingwei nodded slightly to show her agreement. Afterwards, the two went to a couple-themed restaurant together. After entering the restaurant, Yui booked a private room in advance and took Sister Qingwei to sit down. After everything was arranged, Yui took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to ask. Sister Qingwei, what do you think? Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Hearing this, Li Qingyue's face flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. He replied softly. Xiaoyi, I have thought about it. At first, I really just took care of you like my own brother, but later I found that my feelings for you had undergone some subtle changes. If you don't mind that I'm so much older than you, then I'd like to be your girlfriend. After saying these words, Li Qingyue's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Yui was very excited after hearing this, and said excitedly, How could I dislike you? Sister Qingwei, I am so happy to have a girlfriend like you. You are my girlfriend now, call me husband so I can hear it. Yui was looking forward to it with joy. Li Qingyue's voice was as small as that of a mosquito or fly, but she still called out softly, Husband. Her voice revealed endless shyness and tenderness. Seeing this, Yui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, that's great! Wife, you finally agreed to be my girlfriend! At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Li Qingwei. Xiaoyi, why do I feel like you are very experienced? Do you often do this to other girls? Yui shook his head slowly and said gently, Sister Qingwei, you are the first lover in my life. Maybe it's because we are too familiar with each other that we get along so naturally and skillfully. He felt a little guilty saying this. In this world, Li Qingwei was his first girlfriend, but on Earth, he had also experienced several relationships. However, compared with Li Qingyue's feelings for him, those past events were nothing. Yui pondered silently in his heart. So that's how it is. Even if Xiaoyi has other girlfriends, I, Sister Qingwei, won't have any complaints. As long as you have me in your heart, and can truly like me, I will be satisfied. Li Qingwei lowered her head and said softly. Yui was a little surprised when he heard this. What? Sister Qingwei, you can rest assured. You are the only one in my heart now. I will always love you and never leave you. Before he finished speaking, he reached out, took Li Qingyue's hand, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Li Qingwei did not resist at all. Instead, she hugged Yui tightly, as if he was her most precious treasure. Sister Qingwei, you are such a kind and beautiful woman. Yui was deeply moved. In this world, there is no clear rule that monogamy must be practiced. After all, the offspring of some powerful and talented people often also have outstanding talents. Therefore, polygamy is common here. Sister Qingwei, come and enjoy the food. Let me feed you, Yui said softly. Time passed quickly, and after finishing dinner, he took Li Qingyue's hand and walked towards the cinema. After watching the movie, the sky was not good, and it started to rain heavily with thunder and lightning. Sister Qingwei, let's go back first. It looks like the weather is not good today. Xiaoyi, let's go first. We can get together some other day, said Li Qingwei. They quickly called a car and returned home together. Qingwei, my dear wife, when are you going to tell your parents that we are together? Yui said. Just tell them when they come back. I believe they will be very happy too. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Sister Qingwei, are you going back to sleep? Yui said reluctantly. Well, I'll go back and slowly adapt myself, Li Qingwei said with her head down. Okay then, remember to contact me if you have anything. Good night, honey. Hubby, good night. After saying this, Li Qingwei hurriedly ran out of the door and into her own home. Hee hee, you're so cute when you're shy. I must take good care of Sister Qingwei, Yui said firmly. After all, there are many people who love your money and your looks, but there are very few people who truly love you. Chapter 38 Kiss. Outside the window, there were thunder and lightning and howling winds, but Yui was in an unusually good mood. Yui sat quietly in front of the window, looking at the lightning that streaked across the night sky, his heart filled with joy. Sister Qingwei has finally become my girlfriend, Yui murmured to himself, with a happy smile on his face. Recalling every moment he had with Li Qingwei today, Yui felt extremely warm. The feeling of being loved and loving someone. At this moment, Li Qingwei, who had returned home, was also unable to calm down. She lay on the bed, her heart beating wildly, and the scenes of her time with Yui today kept appearing in her mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and his eyes were shining with happiness. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder outside the window, which made Li Qingwei tremble. She was a little scared and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, as if this could protect her from the terrifying thunder. An experience in her childhood left her with a traumatic experience related to thunder. It was raining heavily that day and there was thunder outside the window, but my parents were not at home. From then on, she felt inexplicably fearful whenever there was thunder. Despite this, Li Qingwei slowly took out her cell phone. She deleted and retyped the message in the chat room with Yui, and finally sent 6 words. I'm a little afraid of thunder. When Yui received the message and saw these 6 words, he was stunned at first. I'm a little afraid of thunder? Sister Qingwei is actually a little afraid of thunder? Why haven't I heard her say this before? Oh, that's not right. Yui frowned and began to think about the true meaning of this sentence. Suddenly it dawned on me. This is an invitation. She wants me to be with her and give her a sense of security. Thinking of this, Yui stood up without hesitation, rushed out of the house, and ran towards Li Qingyue's house. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qingyue was a little confused as to who came back so late. She looked through the peephole and saw it was Yui, so she quickly opened the door. Xiaoyi, why are you here? Didn't you invite me to come here, Qingyue, my wife? Yui said with a smile. How could I invite you? Li Qingyue said to Yui without daring to look up. Isn't that sentence, I'm a little afraid of thunder, an invitation? Well, I was just saying it and I didn't invite you, Li Qingyue said shyly with her head down. Okay, Sister Qingyue, just treat it as me coming uninvited. How about I sleep with you tonight, Sister Qingyue? Yui said expectantly. Li Qingyue said, in a low voice and walked towards her room. Yui also went into Sister Qingyue's room. There was only a small desk lamp on in the room. Sister Qingyue, can I sleep in your bed? Yes, you can, Li Qingyue replied. Then he came to Li Qingyue's bed, the quilt still exuding a faint fragrance. Suddenly there was a loud thunder outside the window. Li Qingyue screamed and dived into Yui's arms. This thunder is really powerful. However, Li Qingyue did not respond verbally, but just snuggled up to me tightly. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Li Qingyue slowly raised her head, and her eyes happened to meet Yui's. Gazing at Li Qingyue's slightly flushed, beautiful face and those tempting lips, he couldn't help but feel intoxicated and couldn't help but gradually move closer to her. At this time, Li Qingyue did not make any resistance, but gently closed her eyes. Seeing this, he kissed her lips without hesitation. The girl's kiss seemed particularly awkward, but full of innocent charm. This sweet moment seems to freeze time, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. The tongue also opened the girl's teeth, and the lips and tongue entangled with each other like ripples of water drops on the lake. Yu Yi's hands were also slowly moving around the girl's body, especially the most private parts. Li Qingwei blushed and said shyly, "Xiao Yi, don't be so anxious, okay? I'm not ready yet." Seeing Qingwei blushing so much that blood was about to drip out, she said, "Okay, Sister Qingwei will listen to you. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you have to take it step by step." Then are we still going to kiss?" Li Qingwei said shyly, blinking her eyes. Yui kissed her without saying anything, and Li Qingwei responded shyly with a tisk. After a long time, their lips parted. "Sister Qingwei, go to sleep. I'll hold you in my arms while you sleep today," Yui said gently. Li Qingwei felt so weak from being kissed that she had no strength left and lay limply in Yui's arms. Then he hugged Li Qingwei tightly in his arms. There was still thunder outside the window, but there was no trace of fear on Li Qingwei's face, but a sweet smile. "I just held Li Qingwei and slept all night without doing anything." The next morning, when Yui got up, Li Qingwei had disappeared, and there were only a few messages on his mobile phone. "Li Qingwei, I'm going to work first, husband. I made breakfast, remember to eat it. I love you. Hey, thinking about what happened last night, I suddenly feel a little angry. Hey, young people are too angry." But I still tasted Li Qingwei's soft red lips, which was also nice. After all, we have to take it one step at a time. Just then the cell phone rang. "Luo Yushi, what realm are you in? This woman is really a cultivation fanatic," Yui said to himself. "Yui, why should I tell you?" Luo Yushi, "Anyway, I will challenge you when you return to school in a week." Yui, "It's up to you." After sending it, Yui washed up and ate the meal prepared by Li Qingwei. Hey, I still have to become stronger. Only the strong can protect those they want to protect. As soon as he walked out the door, he prepared to go to the warrior building to buy some medicine. When I walked downstairs, I saw two men walking towards me. "Hello, young man, we are from the City Monster and Pagan Church Management Bureau. Are you aware of the recent incidents of monsters injuring people in this area?" said a man. Yui shook his head to indicate that he was not sure. "Young man, be careful. This area is not safe these days. There are monsters roaming around. Be careful, young man." Yui nodded, and the two staff members left to look for the next resident when they saw that I had no useful information. That young man was so calm just now. I didn't see any fear in his eyes. Well, it looks like he is a freshman who just awakened this year. Maybe he is not clear about the dangers of monsters. The two officers from the administration were talking about something as they walked. How strange that monsters would appear in the city and have not been discovered yet, Yui said secretly in his heart. I still have to be careful recently and remind my wife Qingwei. After all, Sister Qingwei's cultivation is too low. I don't know what realm the monster that hurt people is in. If I encounter it, I don't know if I can deal with it. Never mind. When I encounter an enemy I cannot defeat, then I will run away. Anyway, I can teleport. While thinking about it, he continued to move towards the warrior building. Chapter 39, Lure the Enemy. After buying some recovery potions, Yui prepared to go out of the city and start his hunting trip. However, just as he was about to step out of the warrior building, a familiar voice reached his ears. Long time no see, brothery! Yui looked carefully and saw a young girl suddenly appear in front of him, looking at him with a smile. It's you, Zhao Xiao. Why haven't I seen you at work recently? Yui asked curiously. Zhao Xiao blinked her big, lively eyes and replied. I am also an awakener this year. Originally, before I awakened my talent this year, I was just helping out here temporarily and experiencing life. After I awakened my talent, my grandfather Zhao Guanshan asked me to continue working as a warrior certification staff for a while to help him find some good seedlings with potential. So recently I stopped working there and focused on my cultivation. Yui nodded and then asked, I see, how is your cultivation going? Zhao Xiao frowned and said helplessly, Oh, don't mention it, I don't really like practicing. But Grandpa, Dad and Mom all force me to do it. It's really annoying. My energy, blood and spirit are only at the 3rd level of the 1st stage now, and the progress is very slow. After saying this, she stuck out her tongue mischievously. Yui nodded. After all, everyone has a different attitude towards cultivation. By the way, you should have a talent for water, right? Yui asked. Yes, I have an A-level water talent. How do you know that? I haven't told you. Zhao Xiao asked. Yui. Because your grandfather asked me to help you find some water spirit grass, so I guessed it. Zhao Xiao. I see, I heard from Grandpa that you have an S-level space talent, which is much better than me. He also said that you practice very quickly and asked me to get to know you more. It's a pity that you are so busy. Yui smiled and thought to himself. This girl is really naive, she says everything. After all, I am a civilian and can only rely on myself. Only by becoming stronger can I protect myself and my family, Yui said firmly. Is that so? Then do you have time at noon today? Can I treat you to a meal, brothery? Zhao Xiao said with anticipation. No time. I have to go outside the city to hunt monsters. Let's do it another day. Yui touched his nose. That's a pity. Have you gone outside the city to hunt monsters? Grandpa told me it's very dangerous outside the city. Zhao Xiao's face showed a trace of worry. Yui smiled and said, Hunting monsters makes money. Only with money can you get elixirs and spiritual liquids to become stronger faster. Okay, see you next time, brothery. I'm going to look for Grandpa. After saying that, Zhao Xiao walked into the warrior building. It's time to go hunt monsters. Alas, I'm not a rich man, so I still have to rely on myself, Yui said with a sigh. On the way out of the city, Yui took out his mobile phone and checked some tasks posted by others. And one of them caught Yui's attention. The old man rides a bicycle. Go to the dead forest and monster area to find a young man named Li Erden. If you find him, you will be rewarded with 2 million cash. This task seems very rich, and the dead forest area is where the 2nd order 5th level monsters and below appear. It's a good opportunity for me to hunt the monster and complete this task at the same time. Yui thought to himself and accepted the task. And then headed towards the dead forest area shown on the map. Soon we arrived here. At this moment, an uncle suddenly appeared and shouted to Yui. Young man, how dare you come to this area alone? It's not safe here. Yui asked in confusion. Uncle, why do you say that? Is there anything special about this area? The uncle frowned and replied solemnly. There is a monster hiding in this monster area. Although no one has ever seen its true appearance, anyone who has encountered this monster has not survived, and has died in a very miserable way. Hearing this, Yui suddenly felt a chill and felt a little confused. Yui said, I see, thank you for the reminder, uncle. I will be careful. After saying that, he clasped his fists to the uncle to express his gratitude. Seeing this, the uncle shook his head helplessly and sighed. Hey, I wanted to persuade you to go back and hunt in a safer place. But since you have decided to go in, be careful. Yui nodded. Damn, I've been cheated. No wonder the mission reward is so generous. It turns out something happened in this area. Yui thought to himself. Hey, since I've already accepted the mission, I might as well go and have a look. If it doesn't work, I can still teleport to save my life. The trees here are basically dead, and there is fog all around. The whole environment looks extremely dangerous, as if something terrible will happen at any time. Yui put on the thunder crystal armor, took out the thunder-cutting sword, and moved forward cautiously. Soon they encountered a monster, a purple electric marten. Purple lightning marten, a 2nd order, 2nd level demon beast with certain lightning powers. After a while, Yui successfully killed him. After a long time, Yui killed several monsters one after another, and there was nothing unusual. Why is the fog getting thicker? Yui thought to himself. Be careful, Yui walked cautiously. Soon the fog was so severe that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. There's something strange going on. The fog shouldn't be this thick. There must be something going on. Thunder armor. He then activated his martial arts to transform Chaos Divine Thunder into armor. It's over. I should have known not to come here. The visibility is too low now, and there is no way to get out. At this moment, an ugly monster suddenly appeared in front of Yui and slammed at him with its sticky and wet tentacles. Yui had been prepared. When he was surrounded by thick fog, he had already released his spiritual sense to sense the surrounding situation. He just flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Seeing that its attack had missed, the tentacle monster immediately began searching for Yui and disappeared into the fog. At the same time, Yui had already taken advantage of the gap between the tentacle monster's attack to find out the detailed information of this monster. It turns out that this monster, named Fusion Tentacle Monster, is at the second level 3rd realm. It is a special monster that has undergone a mutation and can fuse the bodies and organs of other creatures. This unique ability makes it extremely powerful and extremely dangerous. A fused tentacle monster. Fortunately, its realm is not too high. It seems that what the old man I met before I got here said was true. This monster should be the monster he mentioned. It will first brutally kill people, then decompose the human corpse and integrate it into itself to increase its strength. Moreover, this monster seems to have the ability to control the fog, so no one has been able to find its trace until now. Yui thought to himself. Now the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark. What should I do to make this cunning tentacle monster show up? Yui fell into a brief thought. Got it, system. Exchange for the invincible card. Invincible card. Can become invincible for 1 second. Costs 100 talent points, and can only be purchased once in a stage. With the invincible card, Yui is ready to lure the enemy with himself. Then he walked swaggeringly in the fog. The tentacle monster that was looking for Yui in the fog in the distance saw its prey walking towards it in a swagger, hesitated for a moment, and then launched another attack. Here we go, use the invincibility card! In an instant, with the use of the invincibility card, the tentacle monster's tentacles also attacked Yui's chest. And the tentacle monster was also exposed. The tentacle monster was a little confused as to why this person was covered in gold and his tentacles didn't even pierce his clothes. Without waiting for the tentacle monster to react, Yui activated his martial arts. Heavenly martial arts, breaking the sky! As the sword slashed out, a giant blade of energy accompanied by chaotic divine thunder slashed towards the tentacle monster like a lion. Faced with the sudden attack, the tentacle monster was split in half on the spot. Some rotten flesh, eyeballs, legs and feet were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Yui suddenly felt a little nauseous. Huh! Why hasn't the fog disappeared yet? Something is wrong. Yui's expression became serious again. Then I saw the legs, feet and eyeballs of some of the tentacle monsters merge together again. Is that so? Even if I split it in two, it won't be destroyed? System! Activate the Chaos Thunder to kill the monsters and turn them into ashes. The tentacle monster that had merged together again did not run away but stared at the prey in front of it with a mocking look. Sorry, this is Chaos Thunder. Spear of Thunder Punishment. He then condensed the Chaos Divine Thunder into a Thunder Spear and threw it hard at the fusion monster. Destroy it! Then the Spear of Thunder Punishment was inserted into the body of the fused tentacle monster, and in an instant the Chaos Divine Thunder gradually turned the body of the fused tentacle monster into ashes. Humph, you are nothing in front of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The tentacle monster and its organs all disappeared into ashes, and the fog also dissipated, leaving only a faint mist. Phew, luckily Chaos Thunder can destroy everything, and it turned this fusion monster into ashes. I don't know if there is a second one here. We still have to be careful. We also have to look for the mission target. It's really troublesome. So Yui continued to move forward cautiously. Chapter 40 Brotherly Love. Yui moved forward cautiously, not daring to be careless at all, but he rarely encountered monsters along the way. He couldn't help but wonder, was it because of the mutated and fused rough-handed monster just now? As he walked, Yui soon came to a huge dead tree. The tree is towering, extremely thick and looks very old. Yui was surprised to find that there was a huge hole in the tree, which looked like it could be lived in. I thought, I didn't meet anyone else along the way. I wonder if the child is in this tree hole. Is anyone there? Yui shouted into the tree hole. However, after waiting for a while, no response was received. Yui hesitated for a moment, and was about to turn around and leave. After all, no one knew whether there were unknown dangers hidden inside. Help! Help me! At this moment, a weak voice came from the tree hole, as if it was a cry made with all the strength of the body. Yui's heart tightened. There is someone inside. But we still have to be careful. Maybe it is a monster that deliberately imitates human voices to lure people into being deceived. Yui approached the tree hole cautiously and asked softly, "What's your name?" My name is Liurden." The voice sounded increasingly weak. Liurden? Isn't this the name of the person the employer is looking for? Yui was secretly delighted, but he remained calm and continued to ask tentatively, "What's your brother's name?" "My brother's name is Li Taiju." After some inquiries and confirmation, Yui finally confirmed that the child in front of him, named Liurden, was exactly what he was looking for. Yui breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt a little relieved that his efforts were not in vain. So Yui walked into the tree hole and used the detection function to confirm his identity. Liurden, Chi and Blood level 9, Spirit level 1 level 8, Talent level C for feigning death. The tree hole was full of blood and many dead bodies. And under the corpse there was a young man whispering, "Save me." So Yui hurried forward and fed him the recovery potion and the healing potion. Soon the boy recovered a little. He dragged the boy away from the tree hole. "Why are you here alone?" Yui asked softly, with his back to the boy. The boy recovered some strength and cried, "My brother and I, along with 3 other people, came here to hunt monsters. I didn't expect that a monster covered with organs would appear behind the thick fog. We fled separately and the other 3 died in the end. I got separated from my brother and I don't know if he got hurt. I relied on my talent of faking death to avoid being killed by the tentacle monster." "Is that so? Then do you know when this tentacle monster appeared?" Yui asked. "I don't know, I just know this disgusting monster has only appeared recently," the boy cried. "Don't cry, your brother may not be dead. He issued a commission for me to save you." After hearing what Yui said, the boy stopped crying immediately. "Are you serious? My brother is not dead yet," Liurden said excitedly. Yui nodded. "You will know when you go back. It just appeared recently? It has grown to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. Isn't this growth rate too fast?" Yui thought secretly in his heart. Today's main task has been completed, and Yui is no longer planning to hunt and is ready to go back. Soon they arrived outside the city. Yui took out his cell phone and sent a message to the client. "I found the person you want to rescue. Where can I meet you?" Yui asked in a message. Li Taiju on the other side was surprised. "I found it! I found my brother!" Then they sent the address of the entrance of Anyuan community. Yui saw the meeting address and took the weekly Erden there. Soon, a burly man was seen waiting anxiously at the entrance of the community. Li Taiju, Chi and Blood level 2, 4th level, Spirit level 2, 2nd level, Talent level B, Violent. Seeing his brother being supported by a strange man, Li Tinyu immediately knelt down in front of Yui. "My benefactor, thank you so much for saving my brother." After saying this, he burst into tears and snot. "Oh? I don't dare to be your benefactor. After all, who would let a benefactor go to a place where there is no return?" Yui said playfully. Upon hearing this, Li Tinyu's face suddenly changed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I'm sorry, benefactor, I lied to you. A few days ago, my brother, I and 3 other people went to that area to hunt. We were targeted by a monster, and I was the only one who came out alive. I was immediately upset when I saw that my other teammates and my brother hadn't returned. I was ready to go, but I knew I couldn't defeat that monster. So I invited others to go with me. Somehow, word got out that a monster was lurking in that area, and no one wanted to go with me, so I had to issue commissions. But I posted a lot of commissions, but no one dared to take them, even if the pay was high. So today I concealed the information that there would be monsters inside and deceived my benefactor. Thank you very much for saving my brother. If I can make you feel better, I, Li Tinyu, am willing to die in return," said Li Tinya. "Really? Then you'd better die now, otherwise I won't be able to vent my anger," Yui said playfully. "Brother Yui, can you please not let my brother die? He concealed the information because he wanted to save me. Can you please exchange my life for my brother's? If my brother hadn't taken care of me since I was a child, I might not be alive today. I am very content." "Erden! Shut up!" You have to live well after your brother dies, do you hear me? After saying that, he took out a big knife and prepared to chop off his own head. Just as the blade was about to touch his head, Yui instantly appeared in front of Li Taiju and used his Gale Fist to blast Li Taiju in the face, sending him flying. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. This punch is a lesson for you. Hey, it's not good for anyone to die. You are lucky to meet me and I am kind-hearted. Don't hurt others next time, Yui said, shaking his head. Li Taiju, who was blown away, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. After hearing what Yui said, he quickly crawled over and nodded to express his gratitude. The same was true for Li Erden next to him. All right, stop knocking your head. Men with knees made of gold should get up. Then the two brothers slowly got up. Benefactor! From now on, we two brothers are your dogs. We will bite whoever you tell us to bite, even if you want me to die, I am willing to do so, Li Taiju said firmly. Li Erden on the side also echoed. Just be good people. I think your character is okay this time. If you did something evil, I would have killed you long ago. You don't need to be a dog. Just remember to pay the commission. Don't worry, benefactor. I will transfer the commission price to your card in a while. I wonder if you have encountered that monster, Li Taiju asked. Of course I met him, and I killed him, said Yui. My benefactor is so powerful. He is getting rid of harm to the people, said Li Taiju. Stop flattering me here. I have something else to do, so I remember to pay the commission. After saying that, Yui turned around and prepared to leave. Don't worry, benefactor. If it weren't for you, I might never see my brother again. My brother is my life. How about I dare to treat you to a meal? No need, Yui refused. Well then, can we exchange contacts, benefactor? If you need any help, feel free to come to me. I will help you no matter what, even if it means going through fire and water. Yui nodded, added the contact information of the two brothers Li Taiju and left. Erden, from now on our lives belong to this benefactor, do you know that? Li Erden. Brother, I know it all without you telling me. This benefactor is really young. Well, heroes emerge from youth. Let's go and give some money to the family of our team that is going to hunt monsters together, said Li Taiju with red eyes. Soon after he left, Yui also received the commission, 3 million blue star coins. Li Taiju. My benefactor, this is all I have now. I hope you don't mind. I will leave some for the families of my teammates. I clicked to collect the payment and replied, Good job, go ahead. Hey, there are so many things that happened today. Now I have to go back and have a good sleep first. Chapter 41 I just want you to be safe. After returning home, Yui had a comfortable sleep. After all, I have experienced too much today. Moreover, Yui didn't understand what that mutated fused tentacle monster was, and why it was growing so fast. I vaguely felt someone touching my cheek in my sleep. Yui slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. Sister Qingwei, you're back? Yui said with a smile. Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock in the evening, of course I'm back. I saw you sleeping when I got home and woke you up. Are you too tired, my husband? Li Qingwei said gently and shyly. Yeah. Yui then told Li Qingwei what happened today. Hubby, you're not hurt, are you? And you don't have to work so hard, husband. It's good to live a simple life. Then I will give birth to 2 more children for you and it will be so wonderful for our family to be reunited, Li Qingwei said with concern and shyness. Hee, if you want to have a litter, don't worry about me. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of, don't worry, Qingwei, my wife. If you don't become stronger, who will protect you if a riot breaks out, my wife? Yui said, touching Li Qingyue's hand. Then you have to be careful, husband, you must be safe, I just want you to be safe. Yes, okay, Qingwei, I'm hungry, have you cooked? Yui asked. It's ready. I made your favorite braised pork ribs. I saw you were sleeping soundly so I didn't wake you up, Li Qingwei said gently. Yui said. Then hurry up and eat, Qingwei, you are starving to death. The meal was soon finished and Li Qingwei returned to the next room. Oh, that's great. Yui sighed at the beauty of Li Qingwei. In this world, who doesn't want to live the kind of life that Li Qingwei described? However, this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, You cannot protect anyone. Let's complete the daily tasks first, said Yui. After that, he practiced for 2 hours and his talent points reached 600. I bought an invincibility charm for 500 yuan, which cost me 100 yuan. With the money I spent on training, it's 600 yuan. Oh, let's go to sleep. It's a pity there's no thunder tonight. What a pity, Yui said, shaking his head. The next morning, Li Qingyue had already prepared breakfast and went to work. After breakfast, Yui prepared to go out of the city to hunt in another place. After all, the place he went to yesterday was too eerie. When I walked downstairs, I saw a beautiful ragdoll cat sleeping on a big tree by the roadside. What a cute cat, so beautiful, Yui said with shining eyes. The cat seemed to realize someone was watching him. He opened his eyes, took a look, and then continued to sleep. Why did I feel that the cat looked at me with disdain just now? Yui was a little confused. Turn on the exploration function. Cat level 2, level 5. A cat that seems unusual? What the hell, isn't it unreasonable that this beautiful cat is only at the 5th level of the 2nd stage? Yui thought to himself. What's more, it's too abnormal that the detection function can't even detect the complete name. This has never happened before. What's going on with the system? Ding! The detection function level is too low. The host can complete a task to upgrade it or integrate a divine pupil. Is that so? I see. Yui checked the system store and found some really amazing divine pupils, but they were too expensive for him to buy. Oh, forget it. I can't afford it. I'll talk about it later. So Yui slowly walked under the tree and said to the cat on the tree, Little cat, I know you are not ordinary. Your realm is at the 2nd level and 5th level. I won't hurt you. May I ask if you were the one who caused the recent incident of monsters injuring people nearby? Yui asked the cat on the tree. The cat in the tree just opened its eyes and closed them again. Well, asking this makes me look like an idiot. Forget it. I don't know what this cat likes to eat, but I can tempt it with food, Yui thought to himself. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, little kitty. But I'm leaving now. If you want to eat anything, just tell me and I'll bring it to you. Just come here next time, Yui said and left. After Yui left, the cat slowly opened its eyes and actually spoke in human language. This is an interesting human. It's so boring. The human world doesn't seem to be that fun, meow. After saying that, he continued to sleep. If Yui was here, he would definitely be shocked. It was incredible that a 2nd-level monster could speak. Normal monsters can speak when they reach the 6th level, some monsters at the 7th level can transform, but this cat can actually speak at the 2nd level. Yui continued to hunt monsters in the wild. Time passed quickly, and soon it was night and Yui returned downstairs. Seeing that the cat on the tree was gone, Yui went upstairs and returned home, feeling a little disappointed. Still practice and complete the system tasks as before. The next morning, Yui came to the big tree downstairs and saw that the cat was still there. So he took out a fresh fish and asked, I remember cats like to eat fish, right? How about this fish? Is it fresh? The little kitten in the tree just took a glance and went back to sleep. Ahaha, don't all cats like to eat fish? Why doesn't it work for this one? Yui thought to himself. Then he took out cat food and dried fish, but the cat in the tree didn't even blink. If a cat doesn't eat these, what will it eat? Will it eat cake? So Yui spent another 100 talent points in the system store to buy a piece of cake. Listening to the system introduction of this cake can also increase your spirits. So Yui took out the cake and asked, Do you want some kitten cake? The little kitten in the tree was a little confused. She had never seen this kind of food before. Then he said, Take the cake and I will eat it myself. Damn, cats can even talk after becoming spirits? Yui was shocked. How can you speak? Yui asked. It seems like I've been able to speak since I was born. What's so strange about that? What kind of thing can speak so coolly when it's born? How long have you been born? Yui asked. According to your human time calculation, I was born 3 months ago. After saying that, she walked towards Yui and ate the small cake in Yui's hand. Meow meow meow, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious. The kitten made happy sounds while eating. Good job, the cat stopped eating fish and started eating cake instead. Yui thought secretly in his heart. Is it delicious? Yui asked. Meow meow meow, it's delicious, and I feel refreshed after eating it. I feel like my state of mind has been relaxed a little bit, meow. Of course, this thing is a small cake produced by the system. The talent points exchanged for it must have the effect of increasing spirit or blood. I haven't tasted it myself yet, Yui thought to himself. Then Yui spent another 100 to buy a small cake of a different flavor. My talent points, 2 pieces of cakes, and all my talent points are gone after practicing for a day. I am really crying. Wow, this tastes even better than the previous one. Meow meow meow, thank you for the treat, said the kitten. What's your name? Yui asked curiously. Mom usually calls me Little Peach, you can call me that too, said Little Peach while eating the cake. Then aren't you afraid that I will catch you? Yui asked. Don't be afraid, thank you for your hospitality. You are much more interesting than other humans, said the kitten, licking its fur. You are really brave. Why aren't you afraid of me? Yui said curiously. Then I'll show you. Then he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yui. It's not my cat. Could it be that the cat disappeared instantly due to the space system? Could it be that a cat has the power of space system? It's outrageous. He's already at the 2nd level and 5th level just 3 months after birth. He also has a spatial talent and can speak. This is definitely not an ordinary cat. Well, I have to trick him into being my pet. Yui thought with a sly laugh. After a while, Xiao Taozi still didn't come back. Hey, was I cheated out of the cake? At least the little cat is talking to me. Let's go hunt the monsters first, so we continue to hunt the monsters. Chapter 42 Huge Improvement. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the last day of leave. Yui would return to school tomorrow. The 1000th one! Huh! I finally completed the 1000 demons slaying. Yui breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward 2000 talent points. The system prompt sounded. Mission issued, kill all monsters, reward unknown. Then, a new task appeared in front of Yui. Looking at my talent points, they have accumulated to 3,800. Yui secretly calculated in his mind. I originally had 600 talent points, and I used up 200 on the cake, so I have 400 left. Add to that the 1,400 earned from completing daily tasks this week and the 2,000 just earned from completing the 1000 Demon Slayer, and the total is exactly 3,800. This is truly the time I have the most talent points. As Yui was thinking, he planned his next move. I'll use the money to buy some elixirs and spirit fluids, and then use up my talent points. However, Yui was always thinking about the kitten that had eaten 2 pieces of his cake. Hey, but that little kitten hasn't appeared since that day until today. Yui shook his head helplessly. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go back and sell these monster corpses first. I hope I'll have another chance to meet that cute little kitty in the future. Yui composed himself and prepared to embark on his journey home. Then they came to Wanbao Pavilion, and Yui had become a frequent visitor here. Young man, you are here again today. The old man welcomed him with a smile. Yes, hunting monsters makes money quickly, Yui replied. Young man, take out what you want to sell and I will calculate the price for you, said the old man. In the end, he successfully sold the monster he hunted today. The amount of blue star coins in Yui's hand has reached a terrifying 10.48 million. TSK, he has become a multimillionaire, Yui exclaimed. Alas, it's a pity that 10 million is still too little. Some good weapons start at hundreds of millions or even billions. Yui thought about it and smiled helplessly. Forget it, let's go buy some chi and blood pills and spiritual liquid first. After saying that, he went to buy the pills. I also bought 50 first-grade chi and blood pills and 50 spiritual fluids each, spending 650 W blue star coins. Well, it's not worth spending all the money on elixirs and spiritual fluids. After all, the absorption rate is much lower now. After buying the pills, he hurried towards home. When he went downstairs and looked at the big tree, there was still no sign of the strange cat. Yui shook his head and went upstairs. Ding! Taking the first-grade chi and blood pill increases chi and blood by 40 inch. X50. Ding! Taking the first grade top grade spiritual liquid increases the spirit by 40 inch. X 50. Chi and blood, 11,780 spirit, 12,437. I have also increased my practice a lot this week, and my chi, blood, and spirit have each increased by 2,000 by taking some medicinal pills. Well, now we can add some skills and martial arts. System. Add some points to the thunder body tempering technique to the second level. Ding! Spend 2,100 talent points to upgrade the thunderbolt body forging technique to the second level. Afterwards, the chaos thunder seemed to merge with the blood. The chaos thunder roared and rushed through the blood vessels, bringing endless power, as if it was endless. Great! Yui couldn't help but shout out excitedly. He felt full of strength, as if he could conquer the world. Then, a clear voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of upgrading the thunder body forging technique to the second level, and receiving the reward 2,000 talent points. Hee, this is simply a level of realm that is given for free. Yui secretly rejoiced in his heart. Yui gave the system an order without hesitation. Raise the thunder meditation method to the second level. Ding! Consuming 2,100 talent points, the thunder meditation technique was successfully upgraded to the second level. Instantly, Yui felt the spiritual power in his body surge like a tide, twice as much as before. This feeling of fullness made him ecstatic. Now my physical strength and spiritual power have doubled. I can finally solve the problem of not being able to release skills due to insufficient spiritual power. Yui breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, he ordered the system again. Raise sky breaking slash to the minor success level. Ding! Consume 1,700 talent points. As the system's prompt sounded, breaking the sky slash was successfully upgraded to the minor success realm. In Yui's mind, he seemed to have used this martial art countless times, and each time it caused astonishing destructive power. System. Open the panel. Character Yui. Realm Warrior, Level 1, 9th level. Spiritual Master, Level 1, 9th level. Chi and Blood, 11,780 cards, 13,000 first level 10th level. Spirit, 12437 Hz, 13,000 first order 10th level. Talent, S-SSS Chaos Thunder, Primary. Maul. Kung Fu, King level Ultimate Thunderbolt Body Forging Technique, 2nd level, Incomplete. King level Ultimate Thunderbolt Meditation Technique, 2nd level, Incomplete. Martial Arts, Earth level top grade 9 Thunder Blades, Great Success. Mysterious level top grade Gale Fist, Minor Success. Earth level top grade Thunder Flash, Not Yet Mastered. Heaven level middle grade Thunder Armor, Beginner. Heaven level top grade Sky Breaking Slash, Minor Success. Skill, Teleport. Backpack, D grade Superior Quality Thunder Blade, F grade Intermediate Quality Fiber Soft Armor, Qinchuan City Surrounding Map, etc. I have used up all my talent points, and I am about to break through to the 10th level of the first stage. But after a while, Sister Qingwei had already finished get off work and came to Yui's house. Yui walked forward, hugged Li Qingwei and then kissed her. Li Qingwei did not avoid it but responded. Although it was still a little immature, it was much better than the first time. Ever since the relationship was confirmed, Yui has been taking the initiative, and their feelings have grown a lot during this time. Long lip parting. Qingwei, my dear wife, I have to go back to school tomorrow and I think I have to participate in a competition, Yui said to Li Qingwei. At this moment, Li Qingwei's face was still slightly red. Then be careful not to get hurt when you participate in the competition. If you meet someone you can't beat, don't force the fight, Li Qingwei said shyly but with concern. Don't worry, Qingwei, my wife. It's almost certain that I won't be beaten to death by others. People of my age who can beat me have not been born yet, said Yui. Then don't be proud. Let me cook for you first. I'm sure you must be hungry, Li Qingwei said and walked towards the kitchen. Let me help you, Qingwei, Yui said as he stepped forward. No need. You've been hunting monsters outside all day. I'm not tired from work, so I can just focus on myself. You go and have a rest and be obedient, Li Qingwei said quickly. That's great, Sister Qingwei. Isn't it that I'm responsible for making money to support the family and you're responsible for being beautiful and a good wife and mother? Yui said with emotion. Yes, this kind of life feels great, but the prerequisite is that you have to be safe, Li Qinghua said with a smile. Yui, don't worry, I will pay attention to safety. Soon dinner was ready and ended quickly with laughter. The mission to capture Li Qinghua hasn't been completed yet, stupid bird. The system insists on that to be considered completed, Yui complained. System. No hurry, you have to eat one bite at a time, let's go to sleep first. That night. Chapter 43 The Pope. At the same time, in the Pagan church, in a small stronghold in Xinchuan City. What's the situation with the fused tentacle monsters deployed in the dead forest area of Xinchuan City? Asked a deacon in blue. Reporting to the deacon, it seems that it has been destroyed. I couldn't find it when I went there. A subordinate replied respectfully. Destroyed? How is that possible? That area is where level 2, level 5 monsters appear at most. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than the third level getting involved. Besides, anyone who sees the tentacle monster will not be able to return alive. The deacon looked puzzled. The blue-robed deacon thought for a moment, and shook his head. Maybe that strong man happened to meet him? So how fast is it growing? The deacon asked. It's amazing. It was only at the 9th level of the First Order when it was launched, but in less than half a month, when I went to check it for the last time, it had surpassed the 3rd level of the Second Order, said the subordinate excitedly. The blue-robed deacon nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you can leave first. The deacon in blue waved his hand. After receiving the order, the reporting member left the room with a sense of relief. However, the blue-clad deacon did not stop. He quickly picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Bishop, the test results are quite successful, and the growth rate is beyond imagination. The deacon in blue could not hide his excitement, and reported to the bishop on the other end of the phone. The cardinal over there seemed to have known this for a long time. Got it. If the monsters in that area are almost wiped out by it, then we can put it in other low-level monster areas and let it make its final contribution. Lord, the monster bishop disappeared, as if he was killed, the blue-robed deacon said in a panic. Destroyed? No problem. Remember to provide the list of geniuses in the city you are responsible for. Try to hunt down those geniuses if possible, the cardinal ordered. The blue-robed deacon was a little embarrassed. Bishop, now those geniuses have basically not left the city, and the defenses in the city have also been much more serious, so it is difficult to have a chance. Do whatever it takes. Let me know your contribution, understand? Said the cardinal. As you command. Bishop, what kind of monster did that bishop's blood come from? It can actually make the tentacle monster mutate and kill people or monsters, then fuse their bodies and organs, and quickly improve their realm. Don't worry about things that shouldn't be your business. Just take care of your own business. Then he hung up the phone. The deacon in blue breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful that he had not been blamed. Then, he called his men. Come here, quickly present the list of Tianjiao, and send some of the personnel in the strongholds out of the city to carry out sabotage. In a room so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you, there is a huge rectangular table lying in the middle. There were 4 people sitting in each of the 2 rows of seats. They had serious expressions and stood motionless like sculptures. At the front of the table sat a mysterious figure in a black robe, and beside him stood respectfully 2 other men also in black robes. The whole room was filled with a depressing atmosphere, as if time had stood still. Suddenly, a deep, cold voice came from the front. What are the test results? Said the mysterious and powerful man in black. Reporting to His Holiness, the test result this time was very successful. The target's growth rate is beyond imagination. The mysterious man in black robe sitting in the front did not speak, but just nodded slightly. Then, the mysterious man in black continued. In that case, I will provide you with more fresh blood later, and you must find ways to create greater destruction. Let the world see the horror of our pagan church. After receiving the order, the 8 people sitting on both sides of the seat responded in unison. Yes, Your Holiness. At this time, the Pope added. Well, many people with SSS-level talents have appeared this year, and we must do everything we can to hunt them down. Okay, each of you go to your respective areas to carry out your missions. As soon as he finished speaking, the Pope and his 2 followers disappeared like ghosts. Bishops, now that His Holiness the Pope has given the order, let's act immediately, said a cardinal. As soon as he finished speaking, he left quietly like a breeze. The other bishops looked at each other, and without saying anything else, they stood up and left. In the blink of an eye, the whole room fell into silence again, leaving only the empty long table, as if nothing had happened. The next morning. Qingwe, my dear, it's so nice to have the breakfast you make every day, Yui said while eating. As long as you like it, husband, this is what I should do, said Li Qingwe. Yui. Hee, Qingwe, you are such a good wife and mother. Fortunately, you are my girlfriend. Okay, honey, you have to go to school today, so hurry up and eat. I'm going to work first. After saying that, she prepared to go out. Qingwe, my dear, give me a good morning kiss, Yui said and prepared to walk towards Li Qingwe. Li Qingwe did not wait there but went out directly without giving Yui any chance. I'm still a little shy. Don't worry. After finishing his breakfast, Yui went downstairs and glanced at the big tree out of habit. Hey, that little kitten hasn't shown up yet. Could it really be the cake thief? Yui shook his head. Soon I entered the school. I haven't been to school for half a month. Time flies. Yui walked and thought, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the door of Elite Class 1. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Huang Heng sitting there, surrounded by a circle of younger brothers, serving him like the moon surrounded by stars. Hey, isn't this Yui, the number 1 student in the school? Why did you only come to class today? A younger brother next to Huang Heng looked at Yui provocatively. Yeah, we thought you were afraid of being defeated and losing your top spot in the school, so you asked for leave and became a coward. Another younger brother also followed suit. Hearing this, Yui frowned slightly, but soon regained his composure. People can't stay with birth forever, and you are not even as good as birth. Who do you think was born? Huang Heng's younger brother wanted to pretend to be cool after hearing Yui say that. At this time, Huang Heng suddenly stood up and walked in front of Yui, with a disdainful look on his face. Yui, today I will select the top 5 to participate in the competition. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yui glanced at him calmly and replied calmly. In that case, you and your brothers can go together. Hearing this, Huang Heng was immediately furious. Damn it! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think you are so great? I, Huang Heng, have been practicing hard for the secret realm in the next city during this period, Huang Heng said in his heart. Yui smiled slightly. Is it amazing? You will know it later. Okay. Huang Heng was so angry that his face turned blue. I can easily deal with you by myself, not to mention that there are so many people helping me. You will be in trouble later. After saying that, he glared at Yui fiercely and turned back to his seat. Yui looked calm and composed, and did not take Huang Heng seriously. Chapter 44, One Punch to Break the Egg. Gradually, other students began to enter the classroom. Brother Yi, long time no see. You haven't come to school for half a month. Skinny Monkey shouted excitedly. It's so boring to stay in school, Yui replied indifferently. Brother Yi, you are still the best. By the way, Brother Yi, can you keep the first place today and participate in the college competition? Asked the Skinny Monkey curiously. No big deal, Yui replied lightly. You are worthy of being Brother Yi. I will also strive to be in the top 5, so that I can see how powerful Brother Yi is, Skinny Monkey said excitedly. At this moment, a man named Lehigh suddenly walked up to Yui, stretched out his hand and said, Hello Yui, I'm Lehigh, can I meet you? What do you want to talk to me about? Yui did not extend his hand to respond, but just asked calmly. Seeing that Yui not only did not shake hands with him, but also had a somewhat cold attitude, Lehigh suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Actually, there is nothing particularly important. I just think you are very powerful, so I want to come over to get to know you. Oh, I thought you were sent by Huang Heng, Yui said expressionlessly. How could that be? To tell you the truth, my father actually wanted me to get to know you better. Also, I think you're a nice person, so I came here to meet you. Lehigh knew that telling the truth in front of some people would often have a better effect. Is that so? Aren't you afraid that Huang Heng will target your family? Brother Yui, you are joking. I am just making friends normally. I won't be targeted by the Huang family. Yu nodded in response. At this time, Huang Heng's face looked extremely ugly. Not long after, Luo Yushi also walked into the classroom. She walked up to Yui and said calmly, "Yui, I want to challenge you." Yui couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but he still reacted quickly. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "Hey, why are so many people looking for me today? Okay, but you have to wait until I finish teaching Huang Heng a lesson before it's your turn." Luo Yushi nodded slightly, then returned to his seat silently. At this moment, Teacher Dong walked into the classroom. The originally noisy classroom gradually became quiet. Dong Lei stood on the podium, looked around, and said, "Students who want to challenge, please sign up. In addition, there may be people from other elite classes who will challenge you, so everyone should be fully prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, many people signed up to challenge others. For a moment, the classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. "Oh, it seems that Yui is quite popular. Even 2 SS-level masters want to challenge him," Teacher Donglei said to Yui. "Then let's go to the arena hall first. The top 5 after the challenge will go to participate in the Qinchuan City College competition," Donglei said and walked out of the classroom. Afterwards, many people who wanted to challenge also came to the school arena, and some came to watch the fun. "Yui, come up," Wang Heng said while tiptoeing on his legs. Then Yui went on stage. "We can start fighting once both sides are ready," said Donglei. Yui said calmly, "Let's start." "Yui, you are very lucky," Wang Heng said with a sneer. "Then I have to thank young Master Huang Heng," Yui said with a smile. "Today I will let you see how powerful I am," Huang Heng said, and then activated his pseudo-demon talent and also activated his defensive martial arts overlord body. Yui looked at Huang Heng and said, "Oh, you're so scared of me right from the start. Your defensive skills and talents are all activated. Humph, I won't fall for your provocation. Prepare to die." And then claws grew out of his fingers and rushed towards Yui. "Alas, we can't kill people in school. After all, the Huang family is still very influential in Qinchuan City. If I kill Huang Heng, I won't be able to escape. What a pity, otherwise today would be the day you die," Yui pondered in his heart. "But since I can't kill you, it doesn't matter if I break your penis, right?" Yui suddenly laughed. Huang Heng, who was rushing towards him, saw that Yui was not afraid at all and even laughed. He immediately had a bad premonition. "If you and I have no grudge, I can just beat you up, but since you are my mortal enemy, I will have to use some martial arts skills." He threw a gust of wind punch, and then teleported directly in front of Huang Heng. Huang Heng was already sweating profusely. Damn, Yui actually mastered space-related skills. Bang! The gale fist hit Huang Heng's vitals hard. Ah! Suddenly, Huang Heng's violent screams were heard throughout the arena. "My balls!" Huang Heng screamed on the ground, covering his crotch. "I'm relying on Yui to attack, but it's too shady, hitting Huang Heng's eggs. Damn it, now Yui has to face the wrath of the Huang family. It seems that Yui has a grudge against the Huang family," Dong Lei thought to himself. "The match is over. Since Huang Heng is lying on the ground, Yui wins." Before starting, Yui already knew Huang Heng's realm: Qi and Blood level 1, level 6, Spirit level 1, level 5. Pure little Karami. Therefore, Yui's ordinary punch, due to the second level of Thunder Body Forging Art, the lightning was integrated into the blood, so it was more powerful than the normal first-order 9th level blood and Qi attack, and coupled with the blessing of the minor success, Swift Wind Fist, it easily broke Huang Heng's life force. At this moment, Huang Heng's lower body is bleeding profusely. Because Mr. Xing was in seclusion today, he did not bring a bodyguard. After all, basically no one in the entire Qinchuan city dared to mess with the Huang family, a first-rate family, not to mention Huang Heng, the eldest son of the Huang family. He didn't expect that Yui would smash his balls with just one punch. Dong Lei was in a dilemma at the moment. "Someone, take Huang Heng to the hospital." Yui hurried forward to help lift it. Some people looked at Yui with strange eyes. "You broke someone's eggs and now you come here to do good things?" "Hee, I'm just making up for my mistake," Yui said with a smile. After just touching Huang Heng, he said, "Oh, my arm is broken and I can't lift it anymore. You guys should lift it." Others. Yui did this for a purpose. It's already so miserable, why not make it a little more miserable? Just after touching Huang Heng, he used the bad luck charm on Huang Heng. Yui, aren't you afraid that the Huang family will cause trouble for you if you do this? The head teacher said with some concern. It's a good thing that I didn't kill him. Yui suddenly became serious. Donglei asked. Do you two have a feud? He sent people to assassinate me. Yui replied calmly. What? Just because you didn't move into the Huang family? Donglei guessed. Yui nodded. That's why I was so cruel. Then you go to the principal for shelter. Teacher, there was nothing I could do. Yui. Homeroom teacher, it's normal to get injured during a game. Well, I'm afraid the Huang family will be unreasonable. Yui. Don't worry about the class teacher. I can ask the principal for help. After listening to this, the head teacher sighed, as if he was sighing at his own weakness, and also seemed to be sighing at the world. Luo Yushi, do you want to challenge again? Yui looked at Luo Yushi and asked. At this moment, Luo Yushi was a little hesitant. He felt that the gap between him and Yui seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. I still say that I will definitely surpass you, Luo Yushi still replied stubbornly. Don't worry, you will never be able to surpass me in your life. I will only be above you. Sometimes you might be on it, Yui said without blushing or beating his heart. After hearing Yui say this, Luo Yushi was a little confused and obviously didn't understand what he meant. At this moment, some veteran members of the audience have already started discussing it. Yui even dared to tease the school beauty. He is so bold, that is Luo Yushi. Ha ha ha, and Luo Yushi doesn't seem to understand yet. Hee hee, I just like being at the bottom, said a handsome young man. Ha! Suddenly, some people looked at him. At this moment, Luo Yushi, listening to the audience's discussions, also understood what Yui meant. Asshole! Luo Yushi cursed with a blushing face and gritting her teeth. But when I thought about how he teased me and I couldn't beat him, I felt a little aggrieved. Finally, the top 5 were determined, namely Yui, Luo Yushi, Wang Shuo, Li Xiaotao, and Li Hai. They will participate in the Qingchuan City College competition. Chapter 45 Bad Luck. At this moment, Huang Heng was carried by several students into a taxi and prepared to go to the hospital. Young man, why is your lower body covered in blood? Are your balls broken? The driver looked at the blood on Huang Heng's pants and asked in shock. At this moment, Huang Heng had lost too much blood, his face was pale, his lips were purple, and he no longer had the strength to answer his questions. He closed his eyes tightly and his body trembled slightly, as if he was enduring great pain. Oh, what bad luck! I'll take pity on you and send you to the hospital. The driver shook his head helplessly, started the car and drove towards the hospital. However, after the taxi had been driving for a while, an unpleasant smell began to fill the car. Damn, what stinks so bad? The driver frowned and looked around for the source of the smell. Fuck! You young man, you pulled me into my car. I pulled you in with good intentions, but you treated me like this. Then he stopped the car and dragged Huang Heng out. It's disgusting that a grown man like you peed and pooped in a car. Fuck you. The driver cursed angrily, stomped on Huang Heng a few times, and drove away. Ah! Huang Heng let out a scream, curled up into a ball, covered his stomach tightly with his hands, a painful expression on his face. He struggled to get up from the ground, covering his lower body, enduring the severe pain, and took out his mobile phone to call his family to ask them to pick him up. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was out of battery. Ah! Who can help me? Huang Heng screamed. Then a ferocious Tibetan mastiff came here smelling the scent. Seeing Huang Heng's lower body covered in blood, he tore Huang Heng's pants open and bit the only remaining part of Kun Kun, and finally urinated on Huang Heng's face. Ah! Huang Heng was unable to move normally due to the broken eggs and could only watch as the little bit of his remaining Kun Kun was taken away by the Tibetan mastiff. Yui! I want you to die! Huang Heng shouted with bloodshot eyes. Finally, Huang Heng successfully arrived at the hospital after great effort. The journey to the hospital was full of misfortunes. Either the tire burst, or the car ran out of gas, or it drove into a stinky ditch. Finally, I arrived at the hospital with great difficulty. At this moment, Huang Heng was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes weakly closed. Son, what happened to you? At this moment Huang Tianba rushed to the hospital and saw Huang Heng lying on the hospital bed. When Huang Heng saw Huang Tianba, he burst into tears out of grievance. What? You're dead? You actually moved my son. I was thinking of letting him live for a few more days, but it seems that's not necessary. Dad will kill him with his own hands later, Huang Tianba said angrily. Then Dad, what should I do if my Kun is gone? I won't be able to play with women anymore, woo-woo, Huang Heng said crying. Don't worry, Dad will find you a spiritual object and will definitely connect it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff sound. Huang Heng started spraying feces again. The bed fell apart. Huang Tianba looked at the scene and said, Son, you take good care of your injuries first. I'm leaving first. Someone come and take good care of my son. I'll hold you accountable if he has any injuries. After saying that, he hurriedly left the ward. Dad, don't go. Before he could finish his words, the overhead light hit Huang Heng's head for no reason. Huang Tianba walked out of the ward and sprayed some perfume and said, What a fucking loser. He can't even handle a commoner. I should have shot the paper earlier. Oh, never mind. After all, you are my, Huang Tianba's son. No matter how bad you are still my only son, he said, shaking his head. Yui, huh? You're so brave to bully my son. Today is the day you die. Yui, I heard that you broke Huang Heng's egg this morning? Asked the principal, touching his chin. Yui replied, Yes, principal. Did he send someone to assassinate you? The principal asked. Yui nodded. I killed him. Since he wanted me dead, I can't let him have an easy time. The principal nodded and sighed. The Huang family will not let you go, so I will help you. Then he took out his cell phone and called a number named Feng Xiaodong. Old classmates, how have you been recently? Asked the principal Li Jiang. Hey, Laoli, why did you think of calling me? What difficulties have you encountered? Feng Xiaodong said. You are the one who understands me the best after all these years. I have a student with great potential, but he has offended the Huang family, so I would like to ask for your help, Li Jiang explained. Your school, as far as I remember, only had 2 SS-talented students. It's nothing special, right? But since you said so, you must have your reasons. I'll go there now, Feng Xiaotian said. Thank you, old classmate. I'll treat you to a drink some other day, Principal Li Jiang replied. Then the principal looked at Yui and said, Okay, don't worry if the Huang family comes to trouble you later. Don't be so reckless next time. Thank you, principal. I just don't know who the person you are talking about is. Qingchuan City Lord. Want to hear the story between me and the City Lord? I think you must be very curious, said Li Jiang. Then I'm all ears, said Yui. Actually, it's nothing. The City Lord and I are old classmates, and we were admitted to the same university. After graduation, we both came to Qingchuan City as managers. Later, we worked hard together, and he eventually became the City Lord, but I lost. So I came to the 9th high school to teach to avoid suspicion, the principal said with some nostalgia. So that's how it is. No wonder the principal's cultivation is so high, Yui said. Stop flattering me, kid. The reason I've helped you so much is that I need a favor from you, said the principal. What's the matter, principal? Yui asked. You haven't reached that level yet. When you do, I will tell you, said the principal. And you must remember, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I understand, principal, but I will also remember your kindness to me, Yui said respectfully. Then do you know why I chose you to help me? Li Jiang said with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Because I'm special? Yui asked tentatively. Yes, you are very special. It is impossible for the awakening talent instrument to make mistakes, but you have gone from F level to S level. Moreover, your training speed, your martial arts training speed is also very strange. I just watched the match between you and Huang Heng. You used the teleportation skill, right? Don't say it's from the space demon core I gave you. Li Jiang stared at Yui's eyes carefully, trying to see how Yui would explain. Haha, principal, you are also a veteran. I don't know how you practice martial arts so fast. The same goes for your talent. I don't know either, Yui said calmly. Forget it, a secret is no longer a secret once it is told, and I won't investigate you. That's why I chose you and helped you so much, said the principal. Thank you very much for choosing me, principal. Although I don't know what the mission is, I can see that I will complete it. The principal nodded. At this moment, a terrifying pressure came directly towards Yui. Yui, go to hell! Chapter 46 City Lord. Huang Tianba, this is the 9th Martial Arts High School, don't mess around, said Principal Li Jiang with a serious face. Huang Tianba sneered. It doesn't matter if he injured my son. He must give an explanation today. After saying this, he unreservedly released the pressure of his 5th stage, 5th level of Qi and Blood Realm. The powerful aura made the surrounding air seem to solidify. Humph, if it weren't for your relationship with the City Lord, I wouldn't have communicated with you calmly. Don't be shameless, Li Jiang. Huang Tianba stared at the principal fiercely, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. I heard that you and the City Lord had a falling out. If you insist on stopping me this year, I don't think you will do anything, right? Huang Tianba smiled sarcastically, with a smug look on his face. Li Jiang's expression did not change at all. Huang Tianba, do you really think I am a soft persimmon? You can try and see if you can take the person away from me. After saying that, he flashed in front of Yui and protected him behind him. Huang Tianba, come at me if you have anything to say. It's no use fighting with a child. Li Jiang glared at Huang Tianba, his eyes firm and sharp. Huang Tianba was secretly shocked when he saw this, but he still said, Okay, in this case, let's see who is stronger, my Huang family's Bawang fist or you, the principal. After saying that, he shouted loudly, clenched his fist and swung it out. The wind from his fist whistled with astonishing power. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Stop! Then, a figure came from the air and fell as quickly as a meteor. Huang Tianba, bullying the weak is not the style of the Huang family's patriarch. Why do you want to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation? Feng Xiaodong asked calmly. Damn it, why is this old guy here? Didn't he say that he had a falling out with Li Jiang? Huang Tianba thought to himself. Huang Tianba cupped his hands and said, Lord City Lord. This matter is because a kid named Yui broke my son's penis, so it's reasonable for me to seek justice, right? Yui quickly said. It is true, but it was a legitimate competition to determine the rankings. I just didn't expect Huang Heng to be so weak that he broke with one punch. I was also wrong in this matter. I'm here to apologize to Patriarch Huang. Humph, I think you did it on purpose. Can an apology solve the problem? Then what is the point of a management department? You must pay the price today, Huang Tianba said angrily. Huang Tianba, Yui has already said that it was an accidental injury during the normal game. Why are you still holding on to it? Li Jiang said. The City Lord. Okay, Mr. Huang, this student also said that he was accidentally injured during the competition. I guess this student didn't do it on purpose. And he has already apologized, so you should forgive him while you can, the City Lord said slowly. Damn it! These people are in the same group, Huang Tianba thought to himself. In that case, let's just leave it at that. But Yui, you can't get away! After saying that, Huang Tianba quickly left. Thank you, City Lord, and thank you, Principal, Yui said respectfully. The Huang family will definitely not give up, you're done for, kid, Feng Xiaofeng said with a smile. Isn't there a City Lord here? Yui knew that only the City Lord could protect him now, so he spoke quickly. Baby, don't put your hope on me. Although I can protect you temporarily, I can't protect you forever. Besides, it was your principal who asked me to help. Boy, you should be grateful that you have a good principal, Feng Xiaodong said to Yui. I nodded. After all, it would be difficult for the City Lord alone to compete with the entire Huang family, and the City Lord was only commissioned by the principal. You have to rely on yourself. If the principal and the City Lord hadn't stopped me just now, I would be just an ant in front of Huang Tianba. The only way is to make yourself strong. Yui clenched his fists and thought to himself. Old friend, long time no see, Feng Xiaodong said to Li Jiang. Yeah, long time no see, Li Jiang replied with some unfamiliarity. It's rare to see you care so much about a young man. It's rare that you came to me. I wonder what kind of talent this young man has. Huang Tianba continued to ask. S-level spatial talent, Li Jiang replied indifferently. S-level spatial talent. Although S-level spatial talent is rare, it is S-level after all. I guess since you care so much about an S-level boy and come to me, it seems that this S-level talent is not ordinary, Feng Xiaodong guessed. It is indeed very unusual. I will tell you in detail what it is like later. Li Jiang paused and continued. But I hope you can keep Yui until the end of the college entrance examination, okay, my friend? Feng Xiaodong was a little embarrassed. This is a bit difficult. After all, it will be difficult if the Huang family keeps putting pressure on us. Well, since you said so, I'll try my best. Then he turned to look at Yui. Although my old friend asked me to try my best to protect you, you still have to show your own value. How about getting first place in Qinchuan City Colleges and Universities competition? Yui said calmly. Oh? You are quite arrogant, young man. This year, our Qinchuan City has produced 2 SSS talents, and both of them have great backgrounds and influence. We have no Yuxing family in Qinchuan City. You must be a commoner. Your resources are far different from theirs. What do you have to get the first place? Feng Xiaodong touched his chin and said curiously. How about this? After saying that, he displayed his first stage 9th level Qi and Blood. SH. His Qi and Blood have actually reached the 9th level of the First Order. What kind of monster is this? No wonder you are so confident. Ha ha ha, my friend, you have found a good seedling for me. Although I don't know how you were able to cultivate your S-level talent so quickly, I guess this is why your principal is protecting you. You are very good. Then I will definitely protect you, Feng Xiaodong said with satisfaction. Even the principal next to him looked shocked. He knew that Yui cultivated quickly, but he didn't expect him to cultivate so fast. Damn, he's only been awakened for a little over a month and he's already cultivated to the 9th level of the first stage of Qi and Blood. This piece of jade has my spiritual consciousness. After saying this, Feng Xiaodong took out the same piece of jade as the principal's. I think you know how to use it. Since you said you would protect me, I can't stay by your side forever. If there is any danger, I will appear after being crushed. Yui saw another jade stone, so he took it and thanked him quickly. Thank you, City Lord. After all, it's another way to save your life. Alright, although your Qi and Blood are very high, far exceeding some people with SSS talents, martial arts talent is indispensable, as well as spiritual realm. I don't know how you are in other aspects, and I look forward to your performance in the college competition tomorrow, Feng Xiaodong said. Please don't worry, Principal. If you can't get the first head, come and see me, Yui said firmly. Good boy, then you go and do your work first. I'll talk to my old friend and I'm sure Huang Tianba won't take any action recently, Feng Xiaodong said. Then Yui walked down. Old friend, did you choose him to complete the task? Feng Xiaodong asked. Yes, Li Jiang said, and then explained Yi's strangeness. Well, now that you mention it, this kid is indeed weird. Feng Xiaodong nodded. Well, I hope he can complete that task and resolve the rift between you and me, Feng Xiaodong said sadly. Li Jiang didn't say anything, but looked into the distance as if he was recalling something. Chapter 47 I Love You Too. You are still too weak to even control your own destiny. Only by becoming strong can you no longer be controlled by others. System, can you directly raise my realm to the 10th level? Then I can kill anyone I want. System. The Huang family. They must be destroyed, Yui said. Let's go home first. We'll go to the college competition tomorrow. Yui decided to put aside his hatred for the time being and go home to rest. After all, there was an important game waiting for him tomorrow. The college competition in Qinchuan City is a grand event, usually held in a majestic venue. This match attracted many important figures such as aristocratic families, warrior building managers, martial arts gym owners, and city lords to watch. Tomorrow's college competition should be easily resolved, Yui thought to himself confidently. He believes that with his own strength and experience, he can easily handle this game. Let's go home first. Yui quickened his pace and continued walking towards home. Along the way, he thought about how to improve his own strength so as to better cope with future challenges. When he returned home, he found that Li Qingwei was not there. According to usual practice, she should still be at work at this time. I haven't refreshed the 10% off mall for a long time. Yui suddenly remembered the mall function in the system. He couldn't wait to open the system mall and click the refresh button. There will be a guaranteed bonus for the weekly refresh, but I don't know what it will be this time. Yui looked at the system screen expectantly, his heart full of curiosity. As the refresh was completed, 2 new items appeared on the mall interface. The 3rd level Chi, Blood and Spirit Realm card, 100 talent points, can temporarily raise your cultivation and spirit to the 3rd level, the 1st level, and last for 30 minutes. 3rd grade Dragon Blood Potion, 100 talent points, a potion purified from impure dragon blood. The 3rd level Realm card is useful, but it is still useless against the Huang family. And this Dragon Blood Potion is of the 3rd grade. I don't know if it can be absorbed. Some potions only have grades but no levels, such as the 3rd grade potion Dragon Blood Potion. I don't have any talent points now, so I'd better practice and complete today's task first, Yui thought to himself. Soon the task for the day was completed. He obtained 200 talent points, and also successfully bought 2 items from the 10% off store. He picked up the 2 items and examined them carefully. 3rd grade Dragon Blood Potion. It can increase a lot of chi and blood, and can also be taken to accelerate bone hardening or temper the body during bone hardening. Yui pondered in his heart. I don't know if I can take the 3rd grade Dragon Blood Potion now. System! Can I take the Dragon Blood Potion? Yui asked. Ding! Since the host has not completed bone tempering, it is not recommended to take it, otherwise the body will not be able to withstand it, the system replied. Yui nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he had to wait until the 2nd level before he could use it. Does bone tempering start at the 2nd level? Yui remembered that the system had said before that bone tempering would start after the 2nd level. Wait for Sister Qinghua to come back and give her the jade stone that belonged to the principal. This way she should be safer. Yui understood that he couldn't protect Li Qinghua all the time, and could only rely on external forces to ensure her safety. At night, it was time for Li Qinghua to get off work. Qinghua, my dear, you're back. Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a massage? Yui asked with a smile. Honey, I'm not tired. She put her bag away and put on an apron. Honey, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook for you? I'm not hungry, Qinghua, my wife. I just miss you a little. Then he walked towards Li Qinghua. Qinghua, my dear, you smell so good, Yui said while hugging Li Qinghua. Husband, you know how to bully me as soon as you come back. She hugged Yui tightly with both hands and buried her head in front of Yui. That's right, I missed you so much, and my dear Qinghua, your body is so soft and fragrant that I can't let it go. Then he kissed Li Qinghua on the face. Li Qinghua just stared at Yui with a slightly blushing face. Sister Qinghua, take this jade. He took out the jade and slowly placed it in Li Qinghua's hand. If you encounter danger with this jade, someone will appear by your side to help you. Yui looked into Li Qinghua's eyes seriously and said, Honey, I won't be in danger. I'll keep this for you. After saying that, she was ready to return the jade to Yui. Yui held Li Qinghua's hand tightly. Be good, Qinghua, my wife. I have one too. After saying that, he took out another piece. I'm not afraid of danger myself, but I'm afraid something might happen to you, do you understand? Husband, have you gotten into any trouble? Or what happened? Why do you say that? Li Qinghua asked anxiously. Who can your husband offend? I'm just a poor student. It's nothing, Yui said with a smile. But Li Qinghua was not so easily fooled. Is that really the case? Husband, you have to tell me the truth. In order to prevent Li Qinghua from worrying, Yui had to continue to coax her. Of course, it's okay. It's just that the teacher values me, so he gave me 2 pieces of jade to save my life. You are at work, and I am afraid that you will encounter danger, so I gave you 1 piece for use when you are in danger. Yui touched Li Qinghua's cheek and said. Li Qinghua nodded half-believingly. If anything happens, you must tell me, husband, I am your girlfriend. She held Yui's hands tightly. Yes, Sister Qinghua, you are the person I trust the most and the person I love the most, don't worry. After saying this, Luo held up Li Qinghua's beautiful face and kissed her. A long time. Sister Qinghua, I'm hungry. Let's cook together, Yui said, looking at Li Qingwei, whose face was slightly blushing. Okay, husband. Then Li Qingwei hurried towards the kitchen. Yui followed closely behind, helping Li Qingwei prepare the dishes. Soon, with the cooperation of the two dishes and a soup were ready and served. Qingwei, it's time to eat, Yui said while holding the bowl and chopsticks. Qingwei, my wife, days like this feel so wonderful, sighed Yudi, an orphan in 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, Yui was a child who grew up in an orphanage. He has been relying on part-time jobs to support his studies, and the hardships involved are self-evident. However, he did not feel inferior or complain about it. On the contrary, he felt that this is how life is, with both bitterness and sweetness. He has experienced many difficulties and setbacks, but he has also gained a lot of happiness from them. Despite this, he never enjoyed true love. Even though I had a few girlfriends during college, they were just casual flings. After all, we have entered a fast-paced, thrill-seeking era where love seems to be becoming increasingly elusive. However, when he traveled to this world, everything changed. He was still an orphan, but fortunately he met a sister who loved him very much, Li Qingwei. Although she was not his biological sister, she took care of Yui meticulously, even closer to him than a family member. Because of this, Yui felt that deep love for the first time. He knew that this kind of love could not be described in words, and it was deeply rooted in his heart. No matter how good his sister is, she will eventually get married, and Yui knows this very well. So, after awakening, he resolutely launched a fierce offensive against Li Qingwei. In the end, hard work pays off and Li Qingwei becomes Yi's girlfriend. Yes, husband, it's really wonderful to have you and me in these ordinary days, Li Qingwei said with a slight smile. Her smile is as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring, which makes people intoxicated. However, this world is cruel and full of uncertainties. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Maybe the next moment will be a separation between life and death. Maybe the monster will attack the city. If you don't become stronger, you won't be able to protect the people you want to protect. This sentence pierced Yi's heart like a thorn, making him feel pain and powerlessness. He knew very well that if he didn't work hard to become stronger, he would not be able to protect the people around him when facing danger. It's beautiful, Qingwei, my wife. I would rather live like this forever if I could. Yi's voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. He knew that reality was often more cruel than imagination, and they could not indulge in good times forever. Li Qingwei seemed to sense Yi's inner uneasiness. She gently stroked his hand and said softly, Husband, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We can handle anything together. Her eyes were full of determination and support, which made Yui feel extremely warm. Yui nodded gratefully, then picked up a dish and put it in Li Qingwei's bowl, saying softly, Sister Qingwei, eat this. They smiled at each other, enjoying this warm moment. The meal was quickly over. Yui slowly stood up and walked to Li Qingwei's side. He gently stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of each other's breathing and heartbeats intertwined. Qingwei, my dear wife, I love you. Yi's voice was low and affectionate, with a sincere light flashing in his eyes. A happy smile appeared on Li Qingwei's face, and she responded, I love you too. On this quiet night, their love shines as brightly as the stars. Chapter 48 Crisis. The next morning, sunlight poured into the house through the window. Yui opened his eyes on time and sat up from the bed. Last night, after hugging Li Qingwei, she returned to the house next door. Yui continued to practice for a while and successfully obtained 200 talent points. Then he got up, washed, had breakfast, and prepared to go to school. I hope Sister Qingwei won't use that piece of jade, Yui prayed secretly. Meanwhile, in the hospital, a group of nurses were gathered together chatting. Damn, how long will it take for that unlucky guy to be discharged from the hospital? A nurse asked with a frown. Another guard replied, I don't know. It's so unlucky. When he went to the toilet suddenly sprayed feces. It was so disgusting. That's not even a big deal. The third nurse couldn't help laughing. Yesterday, a nurse mistakenly fed him urine as a nutritional supplement. That's so funny. The fourth nurse continued, Yes, let's get him out of the hospital. Every time he changes beds, the bed breaks down. He's almost used up all the beds in the hospital." They were chatting and laughing, but they didn't notice that Huang Heng, who was lying on the hospital bed, had a terribly gloomy face and his whole body was wrapped in white cloth. Ever since the competition with Yui yesterday, his luck has become extremely bad. It can be said that he is extremely unlucky. "Yui! It's all your fault! I want you to die!" Huang Heng said with bloodshot eyes. Just then, Huang Tianba came here. "You guys get out." Huang Tianba gave an order, and the guards quickly fled from here. "Dad, is Yui dead?" Huang Heng asked excitedly. "The city lord is protecting him and not killing him. But don't worry, the city lord won't protect him for too long," Huang Tianba said as he sat down. "Why are you covered in white cloth? Isn't it only the lower body that is injured?" Huang Tianba asked as he looked at his son who was wrapped in white cloth. Huang Heng then started crying and told his father how unlucky he had been recently. Huang Tianba: "Okay, I know you are unlucky. Don't worry now that you can't do anything to Yui. Didn't you say that he often goes out of the city? When he goes out, the city lord can't protect him," Huang Tianba said with a smile. "Then father, what about my life? Don't worry, you are my only son, and I will definitely find a way to help you find the restored treasure." Huang Tianba touched Huang Heng's head and comforted him, then added, "By the way, I also brought Mr. Xing to you. If you have anything, just tell him directly." After saying that, he stood up and left. "Young master, it's my fault that I failed to protect you," said old Xing while kneeling. "You were in seclusion at the time, it wasn't your fault." Mr. Xing thought Huang Heng had gotten better and was grateful, so he prepared to thank him. "But all your salary for this year will be deducted as punishment for not protecting me well," said Huang Heng. "Fuck! How can they protect you in seclusion?" Xing Lao said this in his heart but said on the surface, "Thank you, young master. Alas, without my life, I have no happiness either. Young master, I have something to tell you, but I don't know whether I should tell you this or not," Mr. Xing said cautiously. "Speak," Huang Heng said impatiently. "After investigation, I found that although Yui is an orphan, he also has a sister with whom he has a very good relationship." Mr. Xing showed a sinister smile. "Oh? How come I didn't know you had a sister?" Huang Heng said with a playful expression. "In fact, she is not Yuyi's biological sister, but his neighbor's sister. But as far as I know, this girl is very beautiful and has a deep relationship with Yui." Mr. Xing continued after a pause. "I see. Haha. Yui, I can't touch you now, but can I touch your sister?" Huang Heng touched his chin, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Go and capture that woman for me. I want Yui to taste the pain of losing his loved ones, let him experience the taste of despair." After saying this, he showed a mad look and licked his lips with his tongue. "Yes, young master," Mr. Xing replied respectfully. When we arrived at the school, the principal and the head teacher had been waiting there for a long time. After the 5 contestants arrived, the group officially set out on their journey. "Brother Yi, did the Huang family do anything to you?" the skinny monkey asked with concern. "If something really happened to me, then I wouldn't be able to appear here," Yui replied with a smile. "That's good, Brother Yi." The skinny monkey finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to show that he was relieved. Soon, they arrived at a large venue. At this time, many spectators had gathered in the venue. Some were students who came to join in the fun, while others were members from various aristocratic families. Soon after, teams from the other 16 martial arts colleges also arrived at the scene one after another. In addition, all the major families, martial arts gym owners and relevant personnel from the Warrior Management Bureau in Qingchuan City were also present. "Welcome everyone to this place today." At this time, a man standing on a high place holding a microphone spoke. "Today, the Qingchuan City High School competition will be held. A total of 16 colleges and universities, and 80 carefully selected members. We will compete for first place today, to make a certain contribution to the allocation of resources next year. Let us warmly welcome all the major families to come and watch the game, as well as the martial arts gym owners to come and support us, and the Warrior Management Bureau to come and visit us." As the voice fell, thunderous applause suddenly broke out, and the whole scene became boiling. At this time, A man in a suit and with a crew cut walked towards Han Yushan, the head of the Han family. He was the underground leader, Lu Yi. Master Han, you're here too. Master Lu greeted Han Yunshan with a smile on his face. Hey, hello, Master Lu. Han Yunshan quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. I heard that Master Lu's daughter is an SSS talent. It's really enviable. Your successor has finally been found. No, I heard that your young master also has SSS talent. Master Lu smiled slightly and said while playing with the spiritual jade in his hand. Ha, my son is not talented. I just hope that he can get second place in this competition. As for the first place, let's leave it to Master Lu's daughter. Han Yunshan replied with a smile. After exchanging some greetings, the two sat down to watch the game. Not only the major first-rate families, but also many second-rate families came, including the Li family, the Huang family, and other families. In addition, all the management staff of the warrior building were present, including Zhao Guanshan and her granddaughter Li Xiaoxiao. The owners of various martial arts schools also came in droves, and even the owner of the King Kong martial arts school came in person. Brother Huang, why don't I see your kid on the list? Li Yuanli asked jokingly. In fact, just yesterday, he had learned from his son Li Hai that Yui had knocked Huang Heng's penis out with one punch. Therefore, he came here today specifically to ask about and annoy the Huang family. Hearing this, Huang Heng's face turned extremely ugly. He glared at Li Yuan and said, Brother Li, are you meddling too much? Faced with Huang Heng's questioning, Li Yuanli didn't care. He just smiled slightly and said nothing more. At this time, a voice sounded. Well, let's invite the mayor of Qingchuan City to say a few words. As the words fell, the city lord was seen stepping into the air and slowly walking towards the podium. He said loudly to everyone, Dear guests, welcome to this venue. Today is not just a simple competition, but also an inspection of the new awakeners in our city. After that, he swept his eyes over everyone present, and then added, Everyone might as well take this opportunity to observe the performance of these young people. This is the hope of our city. We hope all the contestants will show their best side. The competition officially begins. There was warm applause from the audience. Instead, we still adopt the large screen random drawing mode. Chapter 49, One Kick Determines the Victory. With the drawing of the big screen, the competition officially begins. Zhao Chang from the 10th Martial Arts High School, S Magic Hand, versus Han Li from the 2nd Martial Arts High School, SSS Earth Element. The audience in the audience was already discussing. Zhao Chang has such bad luck that he ran into the favorite for the championship right at the start. Yeah, the 10th Martial Arts High School is really unlucky. They are going to lose a player right at the start. Am I the first one? Said a wheat-skinned boy with neat features and a bellicosity in his eyes. It seems like God wants me to have a good start. He strode onto the stage, exuding an aura of determination. After Han Li came on stage, he looked at his opponent calmly, clasped his hands together, and said in a steady voice, I am Han Li, please give me your guidance. He did not act arrogantly because of his family background. Instead, he was humble and polite, which made people feel good about him. Zhao Chang on the other side also responded politely. Please give me your advice. The game ended quickly and the result was no surprise. Han Li won easily. After he won the game, he smiled slightly, bowed to Zhao Chang and said, Thank you. Then he turned around and left in a cool manner. Yui, who was sitting in the audience, secretly sighed in his heart. This young master of the Han family is quite graceful, without the arrogance and domineering attitude of the disciples of the aristocratic families. As several games ended one after another, the audience below the stage started talking about it, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. I didn't expect the contestants this year to be so strong, someone exclaimed. Yeah, that little girl named Suli was so powerful. She beat the opponent so hard that the opponent had no chance to fight back. Another person echoed. And there's Lin Kong, his abilities are also very powerful. The person next to him added. Everyone was discussing the matter and looking forward to this year's competition. Soon the host asked everyone to be quiet and continue watching the game. The quality of this year's awakening is much higher than last year, exclaimed the second martial arts principal. That's right, there seem to be only a few A-level ones on the list, and most of them are above S-level. Another principal echoed. Haha, there's another good show to watch this time. The big screen shows the next contestant's information. 9th Martial Arts High School Luoyushi, SS Ice, versus 4th Martial Arts High School Xiaijua, S Magic Sound. This Luoyushi is the second daughter of a first-class family in the imperial capital, right? A principal asked. Yes, I heard that she came to participate in the competition to escape marriage. A patriarch of a noble family replied. In this way, the 9th Martial Arts High School will definitely achieve good results. The heads of various noble families and principals all nodded in agreement. Soon, the audience saw a cool and beautiful figure slowly walking onto the stage. She was wearing a white dress, with her long hair falling behind her like a waterfall. Her face was pure and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. Her opponent is a petite girl with a sweet and lovely appearance, but she is still slightly inferior to Luoyushi. Damn, Luoyushi is so beautiful! Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, she is absolutely my goddess, another person said excitedly. I want to give birth to a baby for her. The boy next to him shouted out his true feelings. Yeah, whose eldest daughter is Luoyushi? She's so pretty yet seems so cold and aloof, but I just love it, said an audience member. For a moment, the audience was attracted by Luoyushi's beauty, and cheers and screams rang out one after another. Often where there are beauties there are dog lickers. Please. Please. Then the two started fighting fiercely. This talent is really strange. Not only can you make magic sounds with your mouth, but even the sound of weapons colliding becomes magic sounds. Yui looked at the ring and thought silently. In the end, Luoyushi won the game. Because Yui discovered their realms one by one when they came on the field. And the girl named Xiaijo was a little low in energy, so the effect of the magic sound was not very obvious. The game was still going on, time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was time for Shouho to take the stage. Brother E, my opponent is a guy with A-level talent. Hee hee, I am so lucky. Then I'll go and win this battle first, said the skinny guy with a big smile on his face, and then he walked towards the ring confidently. As expected, Skinny Monkey won the game and successfully advanced to the next round. Then, the next group of contestants appeared on the big screen. 9th Martial Arts High School Yui, S Space Department, versus 6th Martial Arts High School Dinghui, S Amplification. After seeing Yui about to go on stage on the screen, Zhao Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly, grabbed Zhao Guanchan's arm tightly, and shouted excitedly. Grandpa, look, it's Brother Yui! Zhao Guanchan was almost knocked to the ground by her pulling, but he still smiled helplessly, gently stroked his chin and said, Okay, I got it. Stop pulling Grandpa's clothes. Oh, so you are a student of the 9th Martial Arts High School, said Sun Ba, the owner of King Kong Hall. It's actually from the Space Department. The 9th Martial Arts High School just had Luoyushi and now here comes Yui from the Space Department. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. When Huang Tianba saw Yui coming on the stage, he looked ferocious. Yui slowly walked towards the ring and prepared to start the competition. I don't know, brother, whose disciple you are? Dinghui asked. Just a commoner, Yui replied. Hearing that it was a civilian, Dinghui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was difficult for civilians to practice quickly and acquire space skills at this stage. Then please give me your guidance. After saying that, he prepared for battle. Increase! Then Dinghui was seen glowing white and felt much stronger. Dinghui, Qi and blood are at the 5th level at the 1st level, spirit is at the 4th level at the 1st level, and the talent, S Amplification, can enhance overall combat power and can also enhance others. This talent is quite good, Yui pondered. Teleport, and then Yui disappeared from the spot. Dinghui was stunned when he saw Yui disappear on the spot. No, buddy, didn't you say civilians? How come civilians have space-related skills so quickly? Then Yui came up behind Dinghui and kicked him down. After all, Yui's Qi and blood were at the 9th level of the 1st stage, while the opponent's was only at the 5th level of the 1st stage, and he had also cultivated the thunder body tempering technique to the 2nd level. Make the body and attack more powerful. Dinghui, who kicked off the ring, looked confused. No, buddy, I haven't even started fighting yet, and you've been kicked off the ring? There was also a lot of discussion in the audience. Ha ha ha, Ding Hui's confused look is so funny. Yeah, but I didn't expect that Yui has space skills. Yes, this kid actually has spatial skills. No wonder Li Jiang said he was weird. The city lord nodded. Grandpa, look, brother Yui won. Zhao Xiaozhao said excitedly. Of course, Yui should be among the top few, Zhao Guanshan said. Wow, so awesome! It's a pity that my talent is only A level and I didn't even get selected for the competition, Zhao Xiao said with some disappointment. Granddaughter, you already have A level talent, that's great, Zhao Guanshan comforted her. This kid is still so fierce, Sun Ba said as he watched Yui walk down the ring. Soon the first round of competition officially ended. Chapter 50, One Punch Flying. Now the top 40 have been decided. If you need recovery potions, please report to the school. The next round will start in 1 hour, said the city lord. Brother Yui is really strong. Li Hai came over and flattered him. Unfortunately, I was eliminated in the first round. I think I was the only one in our school who was eliminated in the first round. We still have Brother Yi to lead the team. The skinny monkey stepped forward and said, Yo yo yo, everyone is gathered here. At this time Li Xiaotao also came here. Keep working hard in the next game, Yui said. Li Xiaotao. It's a pity that there are no rewards for this competition. There are no rewards for this competition because this competition is for allocating resources to martial arts schools for the coming year, and on the other hand it is for some forces to select talents, Li Hai said slowly. If I were chosen by some good families, it would be better for my development. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Except Luo Yushi and Yu Li Hai, the rest of our team really need to be recognized and supported by powerful forces, Li Xiaotao said, sticking out his tongue. I don't need that. I'm used to being alone. He turned to look at the skinny monkey and said, Skinny monkey, you have to perform well so that you can negotiate with some good forces when you are chosen. Skinny monkey. Brother Yi, I want to follow you. Why follow me? I can't control your resources. It's okay if you are favored by some conscientious forces, Yui said. The skinny monkey didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Yui! Zhao Xiaoxiao ran over and shouted. Yui also responded with a slight smile, and then spoke to the grandfather next to Zhao Xiaoxiao. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Yui bowed slightly to Zhao Guanshan, who came over. My friend, there is no need to be so polite. You can just call me Grandpa Zhao from now on, said Zhao Guanshan. Yui nodded and replied. Zhao Guanshan. My friend, are you confident about this competition? Hand in hand. You look very confident. I hope you can make it to the finals. It's so lively here. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Sun Ba said with a bow. Brother Yui, I haven't seen you for half a month. I just watched your game and you seem to be even stronger, said Sun Chang, who also came here with Sun Ba. It seems that Master Sun knows the Yui brothers, Zhao Guanshan said. Yes, Mr. Zhao, our martial arts skill Vajra body was won away by this guy, Sun Ba said. Zhao Guanshan nodded. After all, he had a certain understanding of Yi's strength. Seeing so many people coming, Yui felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Wang Shuo, you are closest to Yui. Do you know that he knows so many powerful people? Li Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. Ever since he awakened, Brother Yi has preferred to act alone. Skinny Monkey was also a little confused as Yui seemed to be very familiar with these people. In that case, Master Sun, why don't we see who guessed it right? Zhao Guanshan said, looking at Sun Ba. How do you guess, Mr. Zhao? Sun Ba asked. Guess what position young friend Yui ranks? Zhao Guanshan replied. I think we should be in the top 10, Sun Ba said without thinking. Then I'll guess the third place is here, Zhao Guanshan said, stroking his beard. It seems that Mr. Zhao has high expectations for Yui. Sun Ba was a little surprised. You know, this class not only has 2 SSS talents, but also quite a few SS level ones. He actually dared to put Yui in this position. It seems that he has great confidence in Yui. Wow, these 2 guys are treating me as a toy for entertainment. But you all guessed wrong. I can only say that I have the upper hand over the first one, Yui said in his heart. Let's wait and see, Master Sun, said Zhao Guanshan. During the 1 hour break, Yui also communicated with Sun Chang and Zhao Xiao. "Welcome to the second round." As the host finished speaking, the audience suddenly became much quieter. Then I saw the contestants continuing to be selected on the big screen. "Who do you think will win the championship this time, City Lord?" said a patriarch of a noble family. The City Lord just shook his head and said, "It's difficult. 2 SSS talents have a chance, and the other one also has a high chance." "Oh? Who is the City Lord talking about?" "You'll know in the afternoon." The City Lord kept it a secret. At this time, some family heads asked Huang Tianba, "Brother Huang, why isn't your son here to participate in the competition? I heard he has an SS level talent." Seeing these people coming to ask him, Huang Tianba said with a somewhat stiff expression, "My son, I was injured a little, so it is inconvenient for me to come to participate in the competition." The noble families looked at each other and said nothing, then continued watching the game. The 40-20 competition ended quickly and Li Xiaotao encountered an SS level talent and failed to advance. As for Skinny Monkey, although his level was not as high as his opponent, he still managed to advance in the end. Needless to say, Yui and Luo Yushi also have the upper hand. Yui's opponent stood in the center of the ring from the start, fearing that he would be knocked off the ring like Ding Hui. But it was useless, and he was still knocked out by Yui's teleportation and punch. Some audience families and people from the Warrior Management Bureau also noticed this young man. The top 20 competition will be held in the afternoon. Zhao Guanshan. "Ha ha ha, my friend is still so quick. The opponent is too weak. How about I treat you and Master Sun to a simple meal at noon? Since it's better for you, Mr. Zhao, to pay for it, I'll do it," Sun Ba said happily. Zhao Guanshan shook his head. "I'll host it, we'll see next time." Sun Ba nodded. "Yui, listen to Mr. Zhao." Zhao Guanshan. "Then let these young friends come along." Then Zhao Guanshan looked at the skinny Li Hai and others. Everyone looked at it and nodded, thanking him respectfully. "I wonder if Mr. Zhao can take an old guy like me with him." Li Yuanli walked over and said, "Oh? It turns out to be Master Li. Of course you are welcome." Zhao Guanshan was a little surprised. Then the group prepared to go to the hotel. "Grandpa Zhao, is it okay for me to invite others?" Yui said. "No problem, as long as they are friends." Then Yui was seen walking towards the head teacher. "Homeroom teacher, would you like to have a quick lunch together?" Li Jiang. "You still remember me? Good boy, I didn't misjudge you." Then Yui was about to ask the principal again, but was rejected by the principal. He was about to go forward, and when he was about to leave the arena, he saw Luo Yushi. "Hey girl, do you want to have dinner with us?" Yui asked. I turned around and saw Yui asking with a smile on his face. After considering it for a while, Luo Yushi agreed. "Then follow me closely and don't get lost." Luo Yushi was speechless. How could he get lost? But he didn't show it, and just nodded. The group headed towards the hotel booked by Zhao Guanshan. We soon arrived at the hotel and asked for the location of the reserved private room and went there. Just when Yui brought Luo Yushi to the private room, everyone looked at Yui strangely. "My friend, is this your girlfriend? She is indeed as beautiful as a flower, and a perfect match," said Zhao Guanshan. When everyone heard what Zhao Guanshan said, some wanted to explain, but in the end they remained silent. "Grandpa Zhao, you're joking? This guy is also one of our contestants, and he just came here to have a free meal. How could I be so lucky?" After saying that, he sat down next to the skinny monkey. Luo Yushi hesitated for a while, and then sat next to Li Xiaotao. Luo Yushi originally thought that he would have dinner alone with Yui so that he could ask Yui questions like how he practiced, but he didn't expect that there would be a whole room full of people. Chapter 51, Sunshine Hotel Room 520. "Everyone is here. Please feel free to order whatever dishes you would like to eat. I, an old man, am treating you all today," Zhao Guanshan said with a smile. However, no one present picked up the menu, but just sat there quietly. "It seems that this Mr. Zhao is quite extraordinary," Yui thought to himself. When he was at the competition venue, he noticed that both Sun Ba and Li Yuanli showed great respect towards Zhao Guanshan. Yui only knew that Zhao Guanshan was a senior executive of the Warrior Building, but he didn't know why he was so respected by Master Li and Director Sun. Presumably, this Zhao Guanshan must have some special background or origin. Seeing that everyone was indifferent, Yui broke the silence and said, "Grandpa Zhao is easy to get along with. Don't be shy. Just order whatever you want to eat." Li Yuanli was a little surprised to hear Yui call Zhao Guanshan Grandpa. "I didn't expect that Yui would call Zhao Guanshan Grandpa. It seems that this kid has a special relationship with Mr. Zhao. Well, it seems that letting my son make friends with Yui is a very correct decision." Li Yuanli looked at Yui and nodded secretly in his heart. Yui looked at the menu and ordered a few dishes at random. When the others saw Yui ordering, they also ordered a few dishes. "My dear, would you like to introduce these friends of yours to each other?" Zhao Guanshan looked at Yui and asked with a smile. He wanted to get to know the people around Yui. After all, there might be other geniuses around a genius, so it would be nice to get to know them. Yui nodded when he heard this and began to introduce. "The man next to me is called Wang Shuo. He is a commoner like me and is my brother." He pointed at Wang Shuo, who was sitting on his left. Then Yui pointed to Li Hai on the right and introduced him. "Li Hai is the eldest son of the Li family master." After saying that, he turned to look at Li Hai and motioned for Li Hai to introduce himself. So Li Hai briefly introduced himself to everyone. Finally, Yui looked at Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi and said, "This is Li Xiaotao, and the one next to her is Luo Yushi." When Zhao Guanshan heard the three words, Luo Yushi, he was slightly startled, and then showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Luo Yushi and asked, "I wonder if classmate Luo Yushi is from the Luo family in the imperial capital?" Luo Yushi just nodded calmly without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhao Guanshan said nothing more. Then Zhao Guanshan looked at Zhao Xiaoxiao next to him and said, "The one next to me is my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao. You can all get to know her. If you can go to the same college after the college entrance examination, you can help each other." After hearing what her grandfather said, Zhao Xiaoxiao smiled a little embarrassedly. She looks very sweet and cute, which makes people feel good about her. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Xiaoxiao, and I'm currently studying at the No. 1 Martial Arts High School. If it's convenient, you can come and play with me," he said with a slight smile. Soon the waiter brought the ordered dishes. These dishes are basically the meat of monsters. After eating them and returning to practice, they can also increase your qi, blood or spirit by a small amount. "Dear friends, are you confident about the afternoon game?" Zhao Guanshan asked everyone. Yui didn't say anything. After all, I had already checked everyone's realm this morning, and no one was higher than him, so he was basically sure to get first place. "Don't be afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Zhao, my Li Hai has been eliminated," Li Yuanli said with a wry smile and shook his head. At this moment, Li Hai was sitting aside with an embarrassed look on his face. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky to be eliminated in the first round. "I was eliminated in the second round, so I will watch Yui, Luo Yushi and Wang Shuo in the afternoon," Li Xiaotao said. "This one of mine is pretty good, it's already in the top 20, Sun Ba said proudly, and patted Sun Chang's shoulder hard. Hearing this, Zhao Guanshan smiled and nodded. He did not ask Yui because he believed that Yui should be able to easily enter the top 3. Then he looked at the skinny monkey. "This young man is called Wang Shuo, right? I heard from young friend Yui that you were born in a common family, but you are very good to be among the top 20, Zhao Guanshan praised. Wang Shuo chuckled and scratched his head. "I was just lucky and didn't meet a strong one. It's already very good. You can expect SS-level dark talent in the future," Zhao Guanshan continued to praise. He was full of expectations for this young man. You should know that elemental talents have always been very strong because they can fuse spirit seeds. The difference between the elemental talent after the fusion of spirit seeds and the one without the fusion of spirit seeds is huge. This makes the elemental talent the top talent. Then Zhao Guanshan turned to look at Luo Yushi, who had been very calm, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "I wonder what results Miss Luo can predict?" Luo Yushi shook his head gently and replied calmly, "I don't know." Her expression always remained calm and composed, and it was impossible to detect any emotional fluctuations on her face. Seeing Luo Yushi say this, Zhao Guanshan didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has a unique understanding and judgment of their own strength. Then the lunch ended quickly and everyone left to return to the venue. When leaving, the head teacher lowered his voice and said to Yui, "Yui, why didn't you tell me before that so many powerful people would come today?" His tone was full of surprise and confusion. The head teacher originally thought that this dinner was only for Yui and his classmates. "I never expected that there would be the museum owner, the head of the Li family, and Zhao Guanshan, who seemed to have a very powerful background." Hearing this, Yui showed a sly smile and replied, "I just want you to meet some people, class teacher. You are so kind to me that you are even willing to give me a place in the secret realm. So of course I have to introduce these great people to you. This will make your work here more convenient in the future." The head teacher couldn't help but shook his head after hearing this, but still showed a gratified smile on his face. "You are a very thoughtful boy." At this moment, a clear voice came from behind. "Yui, come here." Yui turned around and saw that it was Luo Yushi standing there calling him. So he said goodbye to his head teacher and walked towards Luo Yushi. Walking to Luo Yushi's side, Yui raised his lips slightly and asked jokingly, "Hey, Iceberg School Beauty, what do you want from me?" Luo Yushi frowned slightly and asked directly, "Your talent is obviously not as high as mine. Why is your cultivation speed so much faster than mine? Besides, the space-related skills you possess are not something that ordinary civilians can possess. I'm really curious about what is going on," Luo Yushi asked puzzledly. Space-related skills can only be found on space-related monsters. Moreover, space-type monsters are extremely rare, and the explosion rate of monster cores is very low. Even if there are monster cores, they may not necessarily have skills. Therefore, space skills are extremely difficult to obtain. "Tisk, what's it to you? What's our relationship?" Yui paused and said, "If you really want to know, room 520 at Sunshine Hotel is ready for me." After saying that, Yui ran away without looking back. "Yui! Bastard!" Luo Yushi said, gritting his teeth. She understood what this meant. What can you do in a hotel? Of course, you can do some serious work. There was no way she couldn't beat him. If she could, she would definitely go up and beat Yui up. Chapter 52. Can it be used as a light bulb at night? Yui soon arrived at the venue, where many people were already waiting to watch the afternoon's final. Yui also found a seat and sat down. After a while, Luo Yuxixi also walked in and glared at Yui fiercely. Yui just smiled slightly. He thought Luo Yushi was so pretty and it would be boring for her to have an icy face every day, so he deliberately teased Luo Yushi just now. As time passed slowly, it was soon time for the game. "Welcome back, everyone. The first place in Qinchuan City will be decided in the afternoon. Let us look forward to it," the host shouted loudly. The big screen of the game also started to jump, and the game officially began with the first group of members in the 20-10 competition. "It's boring. It feels worse than hunting monsters outside," Yui sighed as he watched the game. "The main thing is that there is no reward for the competition, although it will let the whole city know where you rank. It is very useful for some disciples from aristocratic families who like to show off, and it is also very useful for some civilian disciples who are noticed by powerful forces. But Yui is a lone wolf, and with this system it is impossible for him to join any force, and fame does not matter to him." "Huh! Why did the jade break?" Principal Li Jiang looked at Yui, who was standing in the audience stand, in confusion. "It shouldn't be Yui who crushed it, then who did it?" Li Jiang thought to himself. "Forget it, let's go and take a look." But Yui, who was watching the game at the moment, had no idea about it. Soon it was Yui's turn to play. Yui 9th Martial Arts High School, S Space Department, versus Lin Kong's 2nd Martial Arts High School, SS Light Department. As the results of the competition came out, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. "It seems that this young man Yui from the 9th Martial Arts High School has met his match. This is difficult. We haven't seen Lin Kong use any light-related skills yet, but Yui can teleport." "Hello, I'm Yui, the one with space talent," he said to Lin Kong with a smile. "Can your light system be used as a light bulb at night?" Yui asked. The opponent's face suddenly turned cold. "Yui! You will pay the price for what you said." "Golden armor." As Lin Kong used martial arts, armor formed by golden light appeared on his body. "You idiot! If I could use the Chaos Thunder, I would have blown you to ashes with a thunderball long ago. Yui thought to himself. Teleport. Yui then instantly appeared behind Lin Kong. Go away! Then he prepared to punch him. I thought your trick would work. Flash! Then Lin Kong left the spot in a flash. TSK, this martial art is good for escaping, but it's far inferior to my teleportation, Yui said disdainfully. What if you can't see me, but I can see you? What will you do? Lin Kong said insidiously. The light is brilliant. Fuck, who is showing off so brightly? Yui could hardly open his eyes as he looked at the golden light. Oh my goodness, I thought it was a big move, but it turned out to be just a special effects skill that blinds others. Lin Kong. But you can't open your eyes, so you can't find my location and teleport away. It's my turn. So do you think I'm in a bad mental state? Yui was speechless. Then he launched a spiritual investigation. Found it, teleport. And then he appeared behind Lin Kong in an instant. How is it possible? You even have such a high spiritual level. You are too weak, and your light is too bright, so I have to beat you harder. Gas fist! He then punched Lin Kong, whose whole body was glowing. Then he walked off the stage in style. I couldn't even open my eyes just now. Who is showing off? It's so blinding. This kid not only has high energy and blood, but also seems to be in high spirits. The city lord Feng Xiaodong nodded. For someone of his level, it was easy for him to see what was happening inside, so he saw it clearly. The competition was still going on and Luo Yushi successfully advanced to the top 10, but Shouho was unlucky and unfortunately lost. Among the top 10, except Yui, all others are SS or above, and there are 2 SSS level. Yui is the only one standing out in S level. Tell me, who sent you? Yes, Wang Heng and the protectors beside him. If you spare our lives, we will never dare to do it again. The 2 men knelt down and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. Die! Li Jiang waved his hand casually, and a sword energy flew out, directly piercing through the foreheads of the 2 men, leaving them completely dead. After dealing with the 2 people, Li Jiang turned and looked at Li Qingwei beside him. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and he asked, Who are you to Yui? Li Qingwei still had a bit of fear on her face at this time. She said in a panic, I am his girlfriend. Where is he now? Is he in danger? Why did these 2 people come to arrest me? It turned out that Li Qingwei was just about to go back to work when she was suddenly kidnapped by these 2 men. She remembered the jade that Yui had given her before, so she crushed it decisively. Then, she saw the person in front of her appear and save her. Oh? Yui has a girlfriend? That boy is so lucky! Don't worry, he is safe now, Li Jiang said with a smile. He's playing in the middle of a match. I'll notify him to come over after the match. Has he told you about his situation? Li Qingwei shook her head nervously. After hearing that Yui was safe now, she finally felt relieved. But he still asked anxiously, What happened to him? Please tell me. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel down. Li Jiang quickly stopped her and said, That's not necessary. He must have been afraid that you would worry, so he didn't tell you. So how is he doing now? Li Qingwei asked. He has offended our Huang family in the city. I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Li Jiang said this deliberately to see how Li Qingwei would react, so as to judge her character. Li Qingyue's face turned pale when she heard this. The Huang family was one of the largest families in Qinchuan City, with a huge influence. Without hesitation, she knelt down again and pleaded with tears in her eyes. Please save Yui. Yui has a good character and will never cause trouble on purpose. Please help him. You are so powerful, there must be a way. Li Jiang looked at the girl in front of him. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and then asked, Aren't you afraid? Li Qingwei shook her head repeatedly to show that she was not afraid. Seeing this, Li Jiang nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, he has a good character. We can share the hardships with him. Then he helped Li Qingwei up. Okay, it's not that serious. Since you are Yu Yi's girlfriend, you should be prepared to share the hardships with him. Obviously, you did it. I'll notify Yui to come over after the game. It's better for you not to disturb him now. Go quit your job and stay home. Don't worry about him. He has the city lord's protection. Li Qingwen nodded and thanked him. Thank you for saving my life! Chapter 53, Revive. My love. The game was still going on fiercely, but Yui had no idea what was happening on Li Qingyue's side. He looked at the place where the principal used to sit in confusion and found that the principal was no longer there. Why did the principal suddenly disappear? Yui thought doubtfully. At this time, all the players have rested and are ready for the next 10-5 competition. Yui turned his head and looked at Luo Yushi next to him, with a sly smile on his face. Girl, don't get eliminated later. However, Luo Yushi just looked at him coldly and did not respond. As the big screen rolled, the first group of contestants of this round walked onto the field, officially kicking off the competition. TSK, this girl is pretty good, but why does she wear such heavy makeup? Yui stared at Lu Xinran in the field and muttered to himself. The hot girl was wearing a short belly-bearing top that showed off her slender waist, and a pair of black leather pants. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her makeup was delicate and bold, especially the bright red lips, which were as eye-catching as a burning flame. Her movements were fierce and her attacks were ruthless. She easily defeated her opponent in just a few moves. Master Lu, it seems you have taught your daughter well. She is indeed powerful, said the head of the Han family. No, your son Han Li is almost the same. I look forward to their final showdown, Grandpa Lu said with a smile. As Lu Xinran's opponent was knocked off the stage, the next group of contestants followed. Yui 9th Martial Arts High School, S Space Department, versus Luo Yushi 9th Martial Arts High School, SS Ice Department. It's over. This matching mechanism is garbage. How did I get matched with that girl? Yui shook his head. Let's go, girl. Then Yui looked at Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi was speechless. He was matched with someone he couldn't beat and couldn't beat him at all. Then Luo Yushi said loudly, I abstain. Girl, haven't you always wanted to fight with me? Haven't you always wanted to defeat me? Why don't you seize this great opportunity? Yui said to Luo Yushi with a smile. Luo Yushi ignored Yui. This guy was just making fun of himself on purpose. I couldn't beat you in the first place, and yet you were mocking me. I will definitely surpass you, and then I will beat you up, Luo Yushi said and left without looking back. The host was a little confused at the moment. Why did he give up? In that case, then Yui wins this match. At this moment, there was already a lot of discussion in the audience. Why did Luo Yushi let Yui continue to fight? Shouldn't Yui give up? I don't know, but my goddess Luo Yushi has given up. Can we have a revival match? A man shouted. I think it's okay. Come back to life, my love, another man echoed. At this time, Patriarch Han looked at Master Lu, the underground leader sitting next to him, and asked, Master Lu, what do you think of this young lady of the imperial capital giving up her rights? Master Lu frowned and said, I don't know, maybe that boy is stronger than her? Then please stay tuned. I hope he's not a clown, Han Yinshan added. With Luo Yushi giving up in Yi's match, the game still goes on. Finally, the top 5 were determined. The 5 people are Yui, Han Li, Lu Xinran, Zhang Tao and Bai Maofeng. Except for Yui, the other top 5 are from the 1st and 2nd martial arts high schools. That's right, but this class of the 9th martial arts high school is already very strong. There's even someone who can get 5th place. Humph, it's just shit luck. The principals of various universities were discussing the matter. One of these 5 people will be given a bye and wait for the other 2 groups to decide the winner. The person who has a bye will then choose to challenge either of the 2 losers, and then decide whether to challenge the champion or runner-up. Although the person who has a bye needs to play more rounds than others, the value of this person's successful championship is very high. 1 hour later. The competition has officially begun. Let's wait and see who will get the first spot in this year's finals. The big screen is randomly drawn. Yui 9th Martial Arts High School, S Space Department, versus Bai Meifeng 2nd Martial Arts High School, SS Hurricane. Yui saw the talent of Bai Meifeng when he was in the audience stands. It is not an elemental talent, but it can condense the wind into a tornado to attack. The intensity and power depend on the level of spirit. Yui, to be honest, I don't want to meet you. After all, your spatial talent of teleportation is too shameless. But if I meet you, I will treat you well, said Beimei. Yui nodded. Come on, young man. The game begins, the referee announced. The white-haired wind instantly released a large amount of hurricane-force winds, sweeping towards Yui. If you don't even use your defensive skills, be careful not to get knocked away by a punch, Yui said. Yui flashed and teleported behind Beimei, kicking him in the back. Beimei, who was kicked, flew backwards immediately. But something unexpected happened. The hurricane condensed by Beimei dragged him back from flying backwards, and Beimei actually stood on it. Oh, this talent is used very well, it deserves praise. Yui nodded. Of course I have to be careful when facing you, he said as he used his martial arts skill Gale Slash. Let me see how you answer it. I saw a sword energy carrying a hurricane coming towards me. TSK, the sword energy and talent are perfectly integrated. Not bad, Yui exclaimed. But excuse me, let me show you which one is better, my sword energy or yours. 9 thunderous swords. He tried to take out the thunder sword and slashed out 6 sword auras in succession. Although there is no blessing of chaos thunder, it is still a piece of cake to fight white hair wind. Before going on stage, Yui checked his realm. Beimei, Chi and blood are at the 5th level of the first stage, and spirit is at the 7th level of the first stage. Yuyi's energy and blood were almost approaching the 10th level of the first stage, so the 6 thunders and 9 swords, the sword energy instantly shattered Beimei sword energy and slashed towards him. This Beimei kid is careless. The city lord shook his head and went down to resist Yuyi's attack. Beimei, who was rescued, was still a little frightened. Yuyi-shing, the city lord said and returned to the audience stand. TSK, Yui is really powerful. His chi and blood are at the 9th level of the first stage. Astonishing. And that seemed to be the 9 thundering swords, right? He has cultivated the earth-level martial arts to perfection. It seems that this kid is sure to win the championship this time, Grandpa Lu said with a smile. The fluctuations in his teleportation level are too small to be felt, so it must be very high. What a monster! He seems to be a commoner, so we can have some contact with him after the game. Han Yunshan nodded in agreement. Huang Tianba had a gloomy face. Damn it, his chi and blood have actually reached the 9th level of the first stage. After the game, there will definitely be a big force contact. It seems that it will be difficult to deal with it. The other 2 SSS talents also became interested in this young man. Yui, huh? I'm really looking forward to having a good fight with you, Hanli said with some anticipation. Where did this Yui come from? Why have I never heard of him from my father? Lu Xinran said as he watched Yui walk off the stage. And Yui also successfully got a place in the finals. Chapter 54 Easy. The second person to get a place in the finals was Hanli. Lu Xinran was the one who got a bye. Dear audience friends, the places for the finals have been confirmed. After the finalists decide the winner, I wonder if Lu Xinran will challenge the 2 finalists? Let's wait and see. Hanli is now full of fighting spirit, and the person he wants to face is Yui. At this moment, the principal has returned to the scene. When Yui saw the principal coming back, he inexplicably had a bad feeling. Good, you made it to the finals as expected. The principal came back and nodded with satisfaction when he saw Yui enter the finals. Soon both sides recovered and prepared for the final. The 2 contestants slowly walked towards the ring. Yui, I'm looking forward to your duel. I hope it will be a contest between the strong, Hanli said with high morale. Yui nodded. After all, he had watched Hanli's previous competition, and he thought he was a decent person. The game begins! The referee gave the order, and the final officially began. Countless audiences in the audience were shouting and calling out the names of those they supported. Brother? Do you believe that I can kill you with 1 sword? Yui asked. Hanli frowned. Then you look down on me too much. Skill rock transformation. Martial art rock body. Hanli was seen covered in a layer of rock, and his skin underneath the rock also turned into the color of the rock. TSK, then why are you so careful? You use skills and martial arts continuously. When facing a strong person, you must show all your strength. This is the respect for the strong. You are strong, but I am stronger than you, Hanli said. Yui nodded. How about this? If you can withstand my next blow, you win. Humph, I have double defenses. You are too arrogant to kill me with one strike. Then just watch. Yui was not very interested in this kind of battle. It was all because the school sent him here and it was a system task, so he wanted to resolve it as soon as possible. Then he took out the Thunder Blade. Break the sky slash! A huge blade energy cut through the air and quickly killed Hanli. Hanli looked at the sword energy coming towards him and felt it was extremely powerful. Humph, I have an earth-type talent. Which is harder, my body or your sword? Let me see how I can withstand your attack. Hanli thought and prepared to resist. Not good. Hanli cannot take this blow head-on, the city lord shouted angrily. The city lord saw Yuyi's sword swing and immediately felt that Hanli was not able to take it, so he stepped forward to block it. Hanli! You know that if this knife hits you, you will be a corpse! The city lord blocked Yuyi's attack and shouted angrily. There is no need for the city lord to intervene in the game. I can resist it myself, Hanli said in a firm voice. Ridiculous! You are no match for him, you lose! The city lord shouted angrily. Although Hanli was unwilling in his heart, facing the majesty of the city lord, he could only walk down the stage helplessly. At this time, Lu Xinran walked to her father and asked solemnly, Father, if it was me, could I withstand Yuyi's attack just now? Master Lu shook his head slowly and said, I have never seen this martial art before. If you were to face this attack, you would probably be in a worse situation than Hanli. So, don't challenge him. You can try to challenge Hanli. When Lu Xinran heard this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Father, why have I never heard of this person named Yui before? I just learned about the existence of such a person. You can interact with him more in the future, Grandpa Lu said calmly. On the other side, Han Yunshan quickly walked towards the city lord and said gratefully, Thank you for your help. If you hadn't helped in time, my son would have been in great danger. Han Yunshan respectfully clasped his fists and saluted the city lord. It's okay. Just don't be so arrogant next time, he said, looking at Hanli. Han Yunshan nodded. Lear, do you know that if the city lord hadn't saved you, you would have died now? Han Yunshan turned around and said to Hanli seriously, Father, although that attack was very powerful, I think I can withstand it, Hanli said firmly. You still lack practical experience, and you are too arrogant, Han Yunshan said with a sigh. Han Yunshan, forget it, it doesn't matter if you lose. It will let you know that there are always people better than you. There is a spot in the Dong family's secret realm in the next city. You can go there and gain some experience. Hanli nodded. I will definitely become stronger. Yui shook his head. He originally thought that Hanli would resist or dodge. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, and just rely on his body to resist. Although he used all his martial arts and skills at that time, he couldn't resist the heavenly martial arts. Then Yui looked at Lu Xinran. Do you want to challenge? Lu Xinran shook his head. I will challenge Hanli, the championship is yours. Yui nodded. It would be better to have a fair fight than a meaningless crush. The audience, and some family heads did not expect that Yui would win the championship. That knife strike just now was really terrifying. Doesn't Yui have a talent for space? How come his knife strike was so awesome? TSK, you bring honor to us commoners. It's been decades since a commoner won the championship. Many people nodded in agreement. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving 1,000 talent points as reward and upgrading the space talent to SS level. Phew, SS level space. The power of skills and the distance of teleportation have increased. Yui felt the change in his talent and thought. The match between Lu Xinran and Hanli ended with Lu Xinran winning. At this point, the college competition officially ended. Ha ha ha, brother E, it turned out that you won the championship. You are so awesome! The skinny monkey came to Yui and said with a smile. Congratulations, Yui, you have really brought honor to our school this time. Other students also congratulated Yui, their tone full of admiration. I knew Yui would win. After all, he is the strongest person in our school, another classmate echoed. In response to everyone's congratulations, Yui smiled and expressed his gratitude, but did not respond too much. It seems that I still underestimated this kid. Zhao Guanshan shook his head and said with a smile as he looked at Yui, who was surrounded. My old friend, you have your reasons for choosing him. He is indeed extraordinary, the city lord said to Li Jiang. Of course, you don't even look at who chose him. Li Jiang was a little proud. After all, he was the one who chose him. Many forces are also discussing contacting Yui later and asking him to join them. Hey, I hope this kid won't be reckless after knowing Li Qingyue's situation, Li Jiang thought with some worry. Faced with the crowd's encirclement, Yui said hello and teleported away from the crowd to the side of the city lord. City lord, I have done what I said, right? Yui looked at the city lord and said. The city lord also nodded with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, I was right about you. Yui, come here and I want to tell you something. Looking at the principal's serious expression, Yui had a bad feeling. Chapter 55 I want to give you a baby. Principal, is there anything I can help you with? Yui asked with a puzzled look on his face. Principal Li Jiang looked serious, stared at Yui and said slowly, Do you have a girlfriend named Li Qingyue? When Yui heard the principal say this, his heart suddenly tightened and he instantly felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Yui replied a little nervously. Yes, I have a girlfriend, Principal. What happened? Did you give her the jade I gave you? Just now I sensed that the jade was broken, so I hurried to look for it, and then I saw that she was about to be kidnapped by 2 people. I rescued her in time, but don't worry, Li Qingyue is fine. The principal explained the situation quickly. When Yui heard this, his eyes widened with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, What? Did the Huang family do this? The principal frowned, nodded slowly and said, Don't be impulsive. It's not appropriate for you to cause trouble for the Huang family now. The Huang family is quite powerful in this city and acts ruthlessly. Moreover, you injured his son yesterday. It's better for you to avoid them now, the principal advised earnestly. Yui clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. He suppressed the rage burning in his heart, and fell into deep thought. Am I too weak? I can't even protect the woman I love? I can't take revenge? He asked himself in grief and anger in his heart. The principal saw Yuyi's anger and said quickly, I heard from your class teacher that he gave you the Dong family's secret realm quota? Yui calmed down a little and replied, Yes, what's the matter, Principal? The principal said solemnly, When the time comes, Huang Heng of the Huang family should also go to the secret realm. The highest strength in the secret realm is level 3, level 1. He should bring a protector with him. If you can kill a level 3, level 1 strongman, you can kill Huang Heng without anyone noticing. Is Huang Heng going too? He's at level 3, level 1. How can I kill him since I'm too weak now? Yui thought anxiously. Realm improvement card. How could I forget this thing? Yui was pleasantly surprised. When the secret realm is opened, you, Huang Heng, will die. Yui swore secretly. Yui then asked, When will the secret realm be opened? The principal replied, In a week. Yui said with gratitude, Thank you, Principal, for saving Li Qingyue. I have no way to repay you. If the principal needs me in the future, I will do my best to help you. The principal nodded slightly and said with a firm look, Don't worry, there will be a time when you can help me, but you have to be careful. When you kill someone in the secret realm, don't let others see you. And if you can't kill him, don't force it. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Yui nodded solemnly. I will, Principal. Okay then, now that the competition is over, if you don't want to get to know those forces, you can go back to see your girlfriend. I will also keep her safe when you go to the secret realm, the principal said gently. Thank you, Principal. After Yui thanked him again, he no longer had the heart to get to know those forces. He just wanted to return to her as soon as possible. So Yui turned around without hesitation and rushed towards Li Qingyue's home. Li Jiang looked at Yui's back and slowly said, I wonder if you can create a miracle? Soon Yui arrived at Li Qingyue's door. He stopped and knocked on the door a little hastily. Li Qingyue's slightly nervous and puzzled voice came from inside the door. Who? It's me, Xiaoyi. Yu Yi's voice was full of concern, as gentle as a spring breeze, trying to dispel Li Qingyue's inner uneasiness. When Li Qingyue heard the familiar voice, a look of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she immediately opened the door. The moment she saw Yui, she could no longer suppress the grievance and fear in her heart. She immediately threw herself into Yui's arms, her eyes red and tears welling up in them. Yui hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his own body and give her endless sense of security. He comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, everything is over, I'm back." The tone was extremely gentle, like a gurgling stream, soothing Li Qingyue's wounded heart. Yui gently wiped away Li Qingyue's tears, his movements softly and carefully, as if she was an invaluable and rare treasure. The two walked into the house hugging each other, and Yui carefully helped Li Qingyue sit down. His eyes were full of worry, and he asked softly, "Qingyue, my wife, how do you feel now? Are you injured anywhere?" Li Qingyue shook her head gently. "I'm fine, I was just really scared at the time. Luckily an old man helped me save me." Yui stroked her hair gently, his eyes firm and persistent, and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. But don't worry, I won't let this happen again. I will make the Huang family pay the price." As he spoke, Yui clenched his fists tightly. Li Qingyue raised her head and looked at Yui's determined eyes. She felt warm and at ease in her heart. "I believe you." Then he said with some sadness, "Xiaoyi, is Sister Qingyue holding you back? Is she useless?" Yui gently touched Li Qingyue's head. "How could that be? Sister Qingyue, you are the one who has taken care of me since I was a child." After listening to this, Li Qingyue pondered for a moment, and then said with a firm look, "Xiaoyi, I want to make a contribution to you." Yui frowned and asked in confusion, "Qingyue, what do you mean by contribution?" Li Qingyue's face instantly flushed, and she whispered shyly, "I want to give birth to a child for you." "Ah?" Yui was a little surprised when he heard this. "Xiaoyi, I know that you are extremely talented, and the road ahead will be filled with many dangers and powerful enemies. But I am not very talented. I can hardly help you in these areas. I might even hold you back. So, I hope to have a child with you. Even if something unexpected happens to you in the future, I can take the child and hide in a corner where no one knows about him, raise him carefully, and live a good life." Li Qingyue's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were extremely determined. When Yui heard Li Qingyue's words, his eyes gradually became moist and red, and he suddenly hugged her tightly in his arms. He said affectionately, "Sister Qingyue, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you. I will never let the situations you are worried about happen. Honey, I'm ready, I'm available anytime if you want." Li Qingyue's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her eyes shyly as she spoke softly, her voice trembling like a flower in the breeze. "Qingyue, there's no rush for this kind of thing. Go get some sleep first, okay Qingyue?" Yuyi's eyes were full of tenderness and his voice was gentle and soothing. When Li Qingyue heard Yui say this, she nodded obediently, like a docile kitten. Yui raised the corners of his mouth and said with a doting smile, "I'll coax you, Qingyue wife." Then, with gentle movements as if he was protecting the most precious treasure in the world, he gently picked up Li Qingyue and slowly laid her on the soft and comfortable bed. The room is filled with sweetness and tranquility, as if time has stopped at this moment, just to protect this beautiful moment. Soon Yui coaxed Li Qingyue to sleep. Yui looked at the sky outside the window and fell into deep thought.